I declare open this hearing of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 additional estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to the elders, past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee has resolved that written questions on notice should be received from senators by close of business on Tuesday the 4th of March 2025. The committee has fixed Monday the 24th of March 2025 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with corporate enabling services for the education portfolio. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimate hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds and estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas or in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has also resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligation under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear. Mobile phones should be turned off or switched to silent. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Regional Development, Assistant Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and Assistant Minister for Education, representing the Minister for Education. Also welcome representatives from the Department of Education, including the Secretary, Mr Tony Cook, PSM. Assistant Minister Chisholm, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Morning, Chair. No, thanks.
Mr Cook, would you like to make an opening statement? So I'll now go to corporate enabling. I'll go to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, Assistant Minister and Secretary. I wanted to start with this protest at Granville Boys High School, which is due to get underway again at 9 o'clock this morning. I want to confine my questions to matters concerning the regulation of the school and any action that the Minister has taken. Assistant Minister, to you first, have you... Minister, apologies. Could you just update the committee on what action the Minister has taken in relation to the importance of children attending school, and of course this proposed protest defies the obligation of students to be at school? If you could update the committee, please.
Thanks, Senator Henderson. Aware of the issues you've raised, obviously it's predominantly a matter for the New South Wales State Government, given that it's a state school in their system, but I do note that when protest issues of students has been raised historically, Minister Clare has been really strong that students belong in class.
And so what action has the Minister taken to ensure these students remain in class this morning?
Well, obviously it's a matter for the New South Wales Government to handle in terms of this, but the Minister's strong view consistently on any protest action is that during school hours, students belong in class.
Okay, he can have that view, but I'm asking what action he has taken. I note that the Education Minister in New South Wales, Prue Carr, has warned teachers at Granville Boys High School. They must perform their duties impartially and apolitically. Has Mr Clare made any similar statement or had any discussions with the Minister in relation to this matter?
I'd have to take on notice what discussions he has with Minister Carr, but I do know he has a good relationship with her. But as I've said, it is a matter for the New South Wales Government. Obviously, Minister Carr is handling that, but the Minister's strong and consistent view is that during school hours, students should be in class learning.
So can I take it from you, Minister, that Minister Clare has not taken any action or had any discussions? I note that you're taking that on notice in relation to any discussion with Minister Carr. But as far as you are aware, Minister Clare has not taken any action in relation to this matter, because these were pretty dramatic scenes yesterday where adults were actively encouraging children outside this school to protest after the New South Wales Department of Education took, I would put to you, legitimate action in removing this member of staff. So has Minister Clare done anything at all in relation to this matter?
Well, it's entirely a matter for the New South Wales State Government, and as you've just alluded to, that they're handling it appropriately.
Well, I don't know that at all. I've certainly suggested that the Minister in New South Wales has made some comments and raised concerns. I haven't seen any concerns raised. In fact, in the Australian, and I'm just waiting for a copy of that article to be brought up for tabling, the Minister was asked about what his response was, and he was not available to make any comment before deadline. So is there any update at all in relation to that?
Well, as I said, Senator Henderson, it's a matter for the New South Wales State Government. The Minister has been consistent when issues like this have been raised previously, that students belong in class during school hours.
Minister, there's jurisdictional responsibilities, I appreciate that, but this is also a leadership position that's required. And it wouldn't matter what jurisdiction you have. Surely the Minister could step up and condemn these actions.
Well, he's been consistent about when there are students during school hours, they belong in class learning. That's what he's been consistent about.
What's he said about
this
incident?
Well, I've taken on notice in terms of what discussions he's had with the New South Wales Minister, but he's been consistent and strong about during school hours, students belong in class learning.
So look, just if you could take that on notice, we appreciate that, but with an election about to be called, we're not confident that anything's going to come back on notice. So could you please get some urgent advice from his office and bring that back to the committee as soon as possible, please, because obviously they could... I'm sure someone from the...
I'm not quite sure if it's just that I'm having great difficulties in reading this. Can we get some more copies of this? Because I know your office printed them out, but they're blurry.
Okay,
I'm not saying that it isn't the article, but it is very hard to ask.
We can get you the
It's very hard.
URL and then
Maybe it's your...
It's hard to ask questions of witnesses if it's blurry.
I will arrange...
I'm sure that wasn't intentional.
Chair, I will arrange to distribute a better copy of the article. I can also distribute the link to the story which is running online.
That'd be a great deal of assistance.
Secretary, can I raise these concerns with you? And I just want to refer to the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies President David Ossip, who's quoted in the Australian article today, which is activism classes teachers lead students in Allahu Akbar protest at school gate. He says, these are incredibly troubling scenes. It is outrageous, scandalous and sad that children at a taxpayer-funded school were exploited as props at a divisive political rally. Serious questions need to be asked about how this was allowed to proceed. How were radicals allowed to stand outside the school gates and whip students into a fervour? How could any student or staff member who doesn't share the views of the demonstrators feel safe in that environment? Can I ask you to respond to those concerns, Secretary?
Sorry, Sandra, I don't understand the question. Respond about someone's view in regard to my own personal
I'm asking
opinion?
you to, if you could please respond. Have you got concerns, or do you share the concerns that have been raised, Secretary,
Sorry,
by the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies?
Senator, a few things. Chair, this is obviously corporate and enabling. I'm happy to take the question, but schools group are the group that would be responsible for this, and this is corporate and enabling. I will answer it myself, but I anticipate that my department that actually looks at issues in relation to this, our schools group, so outcome one, not corporate group. And my understanding is we will do what we would normally do, is that where an issue like this occurs, we would write to the approved authority, in this case it's the New South Wales Department of Education, and ask them to indicate to us or explain to us the actions that they have taken. That is what we do around non-government schools, that's what we do with government schools as well. My understanding is that's the intention of my regulatory team, which is not me, obviously, because it's independent, that they intend to do that today.
Okay, so you're going to be writing to the New South Wales Government seeking advice?
Not me personally, but the team that actually is
the regulatory, the
That's
authority.
right.
I understand
That's
that.
And that's our normal practice, Senator. We would
so
do that.
if you're going to be writing to the authority, the relevant authority, which of course is the New South Wales Government per se, when that letter is ready, could you please provide us with a copy of that letter?
Sure, happy
as
to
soon
take
as
that
it
on
goes?
Happy to take that on
What
notice.
time are you intending to send that letter, and do you have any sense about what concerns you will raise?
Senator, obviously we're tied up in estimates, so it'll be sometime today. I don't know what time it will be today.
As the Secretary of the Department, given this is routine business, to seek information about these sort of pretty alarming scenes, and this would alarm a lot of parents, a lot of families and a lot of teachers. Could you please explain the purpose for writing to the authority, to set out what you would be seeking?
So we would do what we would normally do, Senator. We would seek information about the actual event, so what's happening. We would seek information in relation to the apolitical nature, which I think Minister Carr herself has, I understand, said in this article.
Sorry?
So I'm just going to... This is an article from today. Is that correct, Senator? Yeah, today, 26th.
That's right, yes.
So my understanding is Minister Carr indicated that teachers should always be acting in an apolitical nature. So we would seek information in relation to that and policies in relation to that. So, sorry, not Minister Carr, sorry, my apologies. A spokesman for the New South Wales Department of Education said employees have been reminded of their duty to uphold the reputation of the department as apolitical and impartial. So we'll be seeking information on that, I would imagine. But in terms of other information, I really would defer to my school's deputy, who will be in here after corporate, because she'll have more detail around this.
We'll return to this issue
Sure.
further, so I'm happy to do that.
No, happy to do that.
Thanks very much, Secretary. Thanks, Chair. We have more questions in corporate, but I'm happy to share the call around.
No, we're happy to give you a bit more of a go. Doing so well.
Matt, yeah, okay. Jump in. Just a couple of quick ones from me. Can I go to the additional estimates statements, page 37, 47.
Sorry, Senator, 37 or 47?
37 and 47.
Oh, okay, sorry, yep.
And program 1.5, sorry, I don't have the page number for that, but I'm sure you've got it.
Program
there.
1.5, 37?
Yeah.
Yep.
So can I just get can you provide a full list of funded programs, including organisations which are funded under program 1.5 and 2.3?
A number of them are there, like life education. Sorry, 1.5 and what's the other one? Sorry, 2.3.
2.3, yeah.
Okay.
So 2.3 is on page 47.
So in 2.3, for example, every university would be part of that list, because every university would see some form of Indigenous Regional or OCS Attainment Fund.
Yep.
Is that the sort of information
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
after?
and keen on the organisations.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you're telling me it's every university, we can take that. But
Yep. In most of 2.3, it'll be universities, because that's funding for, like national institutes, for example, are based on national institutes are based in a number of universities.
Yep.
Central Coast Health and Wellbeing Precinct is part of a university program. The Disability Support Program, every university receives funding as part of DSP. So 2.3 would basically give you a list of universities.
so every university.
Not in
the
every
entire list?
Not in every case. So not everyone gets national institutes, for example. We've already given you the suburban university study hubs.
Okay, maybe let me rephrase the question then
Sure.
for efficiency.
Yeah, sure.
Would it be, is there any on that list that are not going to a university?
There will be some just between the two lists. Yes. So in 2.3,
Yep.
suburban university study hubs
Yep.
will be going to potentially local councils and things like that. We've already given you that list.
Yeah, okay.
Women in STEM, I'd have to take that on notice to see where that's actually going to, unless someone at the table knows more about me.
Senator Carolyn Shives, Assistant Secretary, External Budgets and Performance. Women in STEM in program 1.5 or 2.3.
Yeah.
Some of that funding may be going to some of the learned academies, but we'd have to take that on notice to get you a more definitive list.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well,
And
yep.
sorry, in terms of 1.5, which is early learning in
Yep.
schools,
Yes.
there will be some of those that actually are going to organisations. So life education, for example.
Yes.
Life education generally is the organisation. There will be other programs, National Teacher Workforce Action Plan. A number of that will be funding potentially for states in terms of some joint programs that we'll be doing for states. Aero, of course, is Aero.
Yeah.
And you'll have them later on. But we can go through each of these and provide you some information. That's happy.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could just, there we go. And obviously if it's, as you say, a collective.
Sure.
Like,
We'll just say
if
all
you can say
universities or
all,
something like
that's
that.
fine.
No
Yeah.
problems. Happy to do that.
But at specific organisations, that would be helpful.
Yep.
And now, just wanted to ask in relation to the, I love this acronym, the BITNES, the decisions taken yet,
But not yet announced.
but not yet announced. What's the total quantum of any decisions taken but not yet announced?
Relating to our portfolio, obviously. Is that what you mean? Relating to our portfolio,
Of
obviously.
course, yes, not the entire Commonwealth budget. No.
I'm not sure we've had that information.
Senator Craig Boyd, First Assistant Secretary, Financial Management Division. We don't actually have that information because they haven't been disclosed. The Department of Finance would have the
Okay,
details
so
of
it
those
sits with them
decisions.
until it's actually announced, and then it comes to you.
So it doesn't sit, hang on, it does not, that information doesn't sit with the
No, it
department?
always
You've
sits
got,
with finance.
Yeah.
Always sits with finance.
but no,
Always
you've got
has.
no information in relation to decisions not yet taken, but about to be announced in terms of the quantum of funds?
No, Senator. I can assure you we don't, and we never have. It's the way the budget operates. Finance always has that information rather than us.
It's a decision of government that, we're not then, we don't have the detail on.
But wouldn't you be liaising with finance in relation to the quantum of funds concerning decisions not yet taken?
We may be, but the final decision around that is not our decision, it's finance decision.
All right, could
and
you then
government's decision.
provide the information that you have, your department has, in relation to the quantum of funds relating to decisions not yet taken, please, Secretary?
We'll see what we can do, Senator. We're
Thank
happy to
you.
take it on notice.
If you can take it on notice, and could you bring it back as soon as possible? Because that's...
We'll do what we can.
Thank you.
Can I just go back to my previous question in relation to 2.3?
Yes, Senator, so I'm going to call.
Oh, thank you. I think in the letter you gave me, in relation to the suburban study hubs, I believe I was only provided information on the regional study hubs. So could I get the recipients of the suburban study hubs program grants?
We gave you both. No, we gave you both. So it's question 30. All 15 suburban university study hubs are in establishment phase. The first 10 suburban university study hubs are announced on the 16th of November. 5 additional study hubs announced on 14th of February. Have you got that one?
That's about the usage, is that right?
So it lists all of the hubs and the lead organisation.
Okay.
So Armidale University Study Hubs.
I might just go to
Armidale-
Senator Brockman. I'll have a quick look at that.
Okay,
and then,
sure.
And then
Yes,
I'll
Senator Brockman, if you...
I'll come back.
By all means.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator.
Mr Cook, Media and Communications team, is that a central unit or is that dispersed in your department?
No, it's a central unit.
Could I have a few questions for
Sure.
them, please?
We'll bring the relevant officer to the table.
Hello. If one of the senior ministers, Minister Clare or Minister Ali, or Minister Chisholm for that matter, does a transcript, what is the process by which the department and the Minister's office undertake that transcription?
Sure.
Thanks, Senator. Diana Radikowski, Assistant Secretary Communication. So yes, the media function, the media team within the communication branch undertake that activity. So if a minister undertakes a press conference or a media type interview and there is a transcript generated for that, on the request of the Minister's office, we would publish that transcript as long as it relates to portfolio related matters.
And what is the process of fact checking that is undertaken by the department?
When it's a transcript, in terms of that's a record of an actual statement made in public, we check that it is accurate in terms of delivery. We don't fact check transcripts. Okay,
so when on the 5th of December 2024, Minister Clare held a doorstop in Sydney and said, and I quote, "It's payday for hundreds of thousands of early educators right across the country." Then when the transcript appeared, it came out as, "It's payday for thousands of early educators right across the country." An error of magnitude difference. Who made that change?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have the transcript in front of me, and I'd have to check back what was actually provided. But again,
with due respect, you just said you don't change transcripts for accuracy, so that happened within the Minister's office?
No, I didn't say that we don't change transcripts. I said that we actually check them against delivery. So I'd have to take that on notice, actually check at what point what was provided. But the transcript is generated, we make checks against delivery, and then on the request of the Minister's office, we publish that transcript.
So do you indicate where there's been a significant change, and this is an order of magnitude change? Would you indicate on a transcript where an order of magnitude change of that nature had been made?
I think common practice would be, should there be an adjustment made, that a statement at the end of that transcript would be added. So if that's not the case on this occasion, I'd have to check. I don't have the transcript with me, Senator, and so I would have to check as to how that
have we got those ones?
Occurred.
Thank you very much.
It should be on the Minister's media website.
Senator, correct.
I mean, yeah, it's on the departmental
public
website. So,
yeah.
Obviously the video of the presser is still available online, so you can very easily compare the two. So you'll go back and check to see whether this is actually been changed without acknowledging the fact that the Minister got it wrong by an order of magnitude?
I can go back and check, Senator. I think important to note that our transcribing services are provided by a third party, so we use Stream for our media monitoring services. So we can go back and check the history in terms of original transcript or any amendments made, and if they were and where they were made. So but it's not a common practice to change transcripts.
On the 24th, well, it might not be common practice, but it seems to crop up a few times. On the 24th of January 2025, Minister Ali spoke to ABC Radio Sydney regarding the worker retention payment, where she said, and I quote, "This is why we backdated the grant, so they've got the right up until the end of this year to apply. When the transcript was issued, it was changed to, and I quote, this is why we backdated the grant, so they've got the right up until the end of the financial year to apply." I mean, that's 6 months difference. Again, in the first example, you've got an order of magnitude difference. In this one, you've got a full 6 months difference in the application date. Again, who made that change?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice. We don't have an exact record of who looks at what is a function of the media team. There is 5 members in that media team who undertake that task on any given day, so I'd have to go back and look at.
I mean, this is clearly on the departmental side and with departmental input, misleading without an acknowledgement of what was actually said, misleading the Australian public.
I said I'm not going to go that far in terms of the department misleading the Australian public. We take it on notice.
No.
We'll have to find the facts.
An order of magnitude change.
The Minister, I think the Minister was misleading.
Sorry. We will take on notice. We don't know the particulars of what you're raising there. You've explained it to us. Very happy to go back and look at both of those occasions, is what we've committed to do.
Minister, are your senior ministers across the details of their portfolios? These are pretty significant errors.
In my experience, Senator, they are. Certainly people who understand the complexities of their portfolio, and obviously we're implementing significant change given the what we inherited from 10 years of mess of your previous government. So there's a lot we've got to fix up. I acknowledge that may be complex for yourself and your coalition colleagues to get your head around, but we're a very thorough and detailed process, and I think that Minister Ali is doing an outstanding job fixing up the mess that she inherited from the previous government.
So you like talking about us a lot, Minister, but an order of magnitude is not an insignificant error, Minister.
Well, I think that's your characterisation of it.
Leaving a zero off is an order of magnitude.
It's very hard for me when I haven't seen any of what you're talking about, so it is often difficult to judge when you're talking about it. But the department have said they'd take on notice some of the issues that you've put to them, which I think is appropriate.
Can I draw your attention to a media release issued on the 19th of December 24 entitled, and I quote, "Peter Dutton's Liberal Party confirm that they will go to the next election cutting childcare funding." This was uploaded to the Department of Education's website but was then removed a few hours later. Why was it removed from the department's website?
Senator, we reviewed that. It was our decision that that was a political statement and that departments don't put political statements on their website. So it was an error on our behalf. We reviewed that. It was alerted within the media team, I understand, and therefore removed it. So it was our mistake.
So I don't want to name, but who made the error? At what level was the error made?
It was made in the communications division, the area that would upload these the press releases usually. When the senior officer responsible for that area identified it, they identified that we had made a mistake, and so we removed it.
So what would the process have been? Did one of the senior ministers instruct the department to upload this?
No, it would have been our usual process, I think, Senator, but I'll ask, which is that when media releases are issued, we generally upload them. In this case, I don't think there was sufficient due diligence on the headline, and that is our error, and I'll absolutely own that. And so when the senior officer in the comms area identified that, it was removed immediately, as it should be.
I mean, I read the headline. It's pretty obviously political without much analysis.
Accurate.
Political, Minister.
Accurate.
Political.
A mistake was made.
And I would have thought you would care about the independence of the public service, Minister.
Department took action.
We just probably.
Absolutely.
Sorry, can I just?
I've only got a few more questions, Chair.
How about if I just before you ask the questions, just remind everyone the practice we had yesterday, at least when I'm chairing, and I'm not complaining. I'm just making just a general observation. Just make sure that when questions are being asked, that you do ask for the chair's attention. I appreciate we were doing that yesterday. Just a reminder for us to do it today, because it's sort of like not rape a dope. And I'm more than happy to give you an extended time to finish off those questions.
Do you have a written policy on what? So can we have any communication from the Minister's office to the department about that particular media release? Or notice, obviously.
Sure, Senator. So in regards to that particular release, the media on-call officer on that day, that was an EL1 level, on-call did upload that, and when it was identified, it was immediately removed. Do we have a process and a standard practice? So on releases distributed by the Minister's office, we do wait for a request to come in to upload those materials generally, but at the same time we're also tracking them behind the scenes to ensure we can upload them as fast as possible.
So normally you would wait for a request, but in this case an officer just decided to upload this media release?
No, in this particular case the request was made. Can this be uploaded?
Oh, so there was a request.
Often it's the same time as, it's literally directly after a release is distributed. So there was a request, yes.
Could I, again, on notice, please, have communication from the Minister's office that requested this media release be uploaded and any other communication about this media release?
Question level 2.
On the 13th of February 2025, the Department uploaded a media release entitled Albanese Government Passes Legislation to Deliver Childcare 3-Day Guarantee. Now, obviously, it's not unusual for the government to issue a media release following the passage of legislation. However, this media release included a number of highly political lines, including, and I quote, "The Liberals have said the 3-day guarantee was not something the country can afford, but are happy for taxpayers to pay for bosses' lunches. Does the department think it's appropriate to be hosting media releases on their website of this nature?"
Senator, I'm not aware of that one. I'll have to look at it and see whether the full context of that release. I'm very happy to do that.
But is it appropriate?
Well, as I said, Senator, I'm happy to look into that because I haven't got the release. I haven't seen the full context of the release.
I've just read the
so I'm happy to
content.
look into
Surely
it.
can make a judgment as to whether
Senator,
that's a political statement.
Thank you. I've made my answer.
But can I just, the Secretary's answering the question. If you'd like to do a follow-up question, you are welcome, even though it's going into my time. Secretary.
Yeah, I'm happy. I haven't seen that release. I'm happy to look at it and see the context of it. As I said, our job is to ensure that there aren't political statements on our website. If we've erred in that case, we'll rectify it.
Chair, just to help you and assist you, Chair.
No, don't do it. Assist me. If you'd like to ask a question, then you are welcome to ask a question. As a follow-up to Senator Brockman, then I'll go straight to me after you're finished.
Okay, look, I just wanted to, Secretary, I wanted to ask, in terms of you taking these issues on notice, both in relation to that matter that Senator Brockman has just raised and that the previous media release, could you come back to the committee this morning or as soon as possible, please?
Senator, I'll do what I can.
This is all publicly available and obviously we can direct you to the right part of the website if need be, but if you could come back to us this morning, we'd be really grateful.
I'll see what I can do, Senator. As you know, there's nothing in standing orders that says that we have to take these back in a couple of hours, but we'll do what we can.
No, but I know that you're always trying to be very cooperative and helpful to the committee, Secretary.
The Secretary has responded. Thank you, Senator. I'll now go to asking some questions from Labor. Some questions to ask of the Secretary and the appropriate people in the department. I just want to there's always an opportunity also to look at the performance of the department and critical areas of policy that the government has been responsible for, but also critical questions about the efficiency and efficiency of the department. And I think this is probably a good opportunity to actually call out a very important piece of change that the department has taken forward. I just want to ask about the use of contractors, and I note that the previous government developed quite a reputation for the use of contractors. I remember in particular an article, and I've got it in front of me, about the Morrison government spending $20.8 billion on consultants and outsourcing in its final year, according to an audit in 2023. In actual fact, it had 54,000 full-time staff were employed as consultants, the equivalent of 37% of the 144,000 plus employee public service. So has the department reduced its use of contractors over the course of this term of government?
So, Senator, thanks for the question. Marcus Markovic, Deputy Secretary, Corporate Enabling Services. Senator, we've been doing a range of things in the contractor space. I might ask the CFO just to talk to the numbers, but just in terms of the work we've been doing, we've obviously been applying the government's new strategic commissioning framework, which is helping us to really understand what are the core roles that should be done by public servants and then what are the roles that should be appropriately outsourced. So we've been working through that pretty diligently. We have also, with the government's support, undertaken some contractor conversions, so roles that were previously contractors converted them into APS roles. The net effect of that is that there has been a reduction in the total number of contractors and the expenditure on contractors in the department since 1 July 2022, when this department in its current form came into formation. I don't have the exact numbers, but I might ask the CFO to...
And just before whilst the CFO is looking for those figures, might just make a point too, is that I'm not criticising the contractors themselves as people working in the department. I'm sure there's very committed contractors there as well, but this is about efficiency of the department and also people having security of employment, which I have a tendency to believe that it means that people are more engaged with the department. It does not reflect on the actual contractors themselves.
And Senator, perhaps I should have made the point, we still do use contractors for specific expertise that we don't, notwithstanding that commissioning framework I talked about, sometimes we'll need expertise to support our activities and short-term roles. On occasion we need people for 3 or 6 months, and we do use contractors for that as well. But
our contractor platform is incredibly small, which the CFO will take us
so I might let the CFO just talk to the numbers.
Less than 3% or something of our staff will be contractors, so...
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I probably do have a couple of numbers, just looking through my notes here. The time period Mr Markovich referred to, when the department started in its current form, 1 July 2022, we had 109 contractors at that point in time. I have a dollar figure, if you like, for the half year after that, $16.8 million those contractors cost, through to the half year at the end of December 2024, the department had 56 contractors with an expenditure of $6.1 million. So just to give a sense over that time period.
So that's to me sort of a notable reduction to some of those figures from that article more broadly across the public service on the use of contractors. Obviously, it's good to hear the reduction in contractors, but I know there's been a priority across government. How's the department achieved that? What's the processes you've applied to pull this off, and what's some of the engagement processes that you've found that have been helpful to the department?
Yeah, sorry, Senator. So the strategic commissioning framework has been particularly helpful. I think it has helped us understand and clarify roles that are essential kind of public service roles, and there are 8 roles defined in that space where the strong advice from government is that they should be done by public servants. So things like senior executive roles, those sorts of things. I can list those off if you like. We've also used that framework to work through what are the roles that we think that the department should probably be doing in-house rather than outsourcing. So I think it's provided a framework for just thinking more clearly about which roles should be sourced and how and why. We've then cascaded that out through the department. We've worked with each of the teams as part of their business planning. So when they do their business planning, they think about what are the activities they'll do, what's the workforce they need, and therefore what's the sourcing options that they need to adopt. We've also included some requirements as part of our procurement process to make sure that we test it each time so that people don't just race to the sort of the first and immediate solution in terms of sourcing. So a few change management activities, a few sort of planning and strategy, and then obviously just careful monitoring by the executive.
So that's sort of like agile and critical thinking about what's the best fit for the department, what works well, and how you get the best outcomes.
Yeah, I agree with that in the context of our workforce plan, and we're thinking about all the people we need to deliver the outcomes we've agreed to government. Yes, correct.
No, thanks, Dad. I think people would be stunned to know that the amount of people that were outsourced, under the Morrison government is just incredibly disappointing for the responsibilities that the departments have to make sure that there's that connection and arrangements. I also sort of find it, to hear that there's with the cuts that's been proposed in, maybe the Minister might want to make some comments, but the cuts have been proposed more generally across departments, which by the coalition, that will have a major impact on the efficiency and efficacy of many departments, but also pressure on every department. And I'm also extremely mindful that, particularly mindful of the fact that these people that were engaged as contractors because the previous government didn't want to put them on the public service list, just because there's not a logical bent rather than an efficiency bent. But Minister, maybe you have some observations to that.
I think you're right to identify that, Senator Chair, as a concern, and something that unfortunately the current opposition had formed in when they last came to government and cut heavily into education. That's obviously not something that we can afford to see again, given the investments that we've made and the trajectory that we've set early childhood schools and universities on is one that is at risk if there were to be a Dutton government. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you, Minister. Back to the Coalition.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on my earlier question in relation to the suburban hubs. So in my letter, I asked, and firstly, it was remiss of me not to acknowledge the receipt of that letter. Thank you for that. But I could also get you to table it for the benefit of the rest of the committee, if you've got it.
We sent it to the committee, so the committee.
Okay, so we'll table that through the Secretary. Thank you. So, just in relation to the suburban study hubs, you've said that they're in the establishment phase. So, the list I've got is the hub name and the lead organisation.
That's right.
Are you all? Can you not provide us the cost for each of those?
Senator, Higher Ed will be able to help more than I at the moment, but I think the issue is we're still under negotiation with them and the costs change based on they don't necessarily get what they ask for, so to speak. Okay. So I think we're still finalising contracts, so I think that might be the issue, because some of them were only announced on the 14th of February, as you can see, the 5. I'm not sure about the 16th of November ones, but Higher Ed will absolutely be able to...
Okay, so we'll read...
Not that one for you, yeah.
Okay, I'll just check with Senator Henderson. I think we're good to...
No, I've got some more questions.
From corporate?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, I just want to ask about the government's election commitment in relation to a 20% reduction of HECS. Can you... it's quite confusing whether this is an election commitment or not. It's in my EFO. Can you confirm?
So, Senator, I think it's a decision of government. If it's in my EFO, it's a decision of government.
So...
Otherwise, it wouldn't be reflected in my EFO.
Okay, so why has it been characterised as an election commitment then?
Senator, that would be a matter for the Minister, not for me. I don't talk about election commitments. That's
exactly right, and that's what I'm concerned about. The election commitments are not a matter for the department. So this is a decision of government. So why is the Minister saying that this will be delivered as an election commitment if Labor is re-elected?
So, Senator, that will be a matter for government rather than for me. You're asking me why a Minister is explaining it in a certain way. That's a matter for the Minister rather than the department. What I can say to you is it's a decision because it's reflected in the documentation.
Okay, so it's reflected in the documentation.
It's not my EFO, it's pay, so my correction.
So this is a one-off discount, is that right, Secretary?
That's right, it's a one-off, it says that, a one-off 20% reduction.
Yeah, so this won't... So when would this be proposed if the government was re-elected? When would this be proposed to come into effect?
So, as it says in the PFO statement, subject to legislation, it will apply to all outstanding loans as of the 1st of June 2025.
Okay, so for any students starting out this year, or new students, or for students who've paid off their debt, they won't get any discount, is that correct?
Sorry, Senator, can you just repeat the question?
For any students just starting out this year at university, or for future students, or for others who have paid off their HECS debt, there won't be any entitlement to the discount, is that right?
If they paid off their debt, then that's right, they don't have a debt. And so there's no debt for the 20% to apply for, so that would be correct. The first bit about students starting on the 1st of January already, the Higher Ed team will be able to help in that outcome because they're the experts. Happy to take that on notice, but I think the Higher Ed team will be able to help you with that question, Senator, later this afternoon.
But if it's a one-off discount, it won't be applied to future students, obviously, because it will only happen once?
Not beyond the 1st of June 2025.
Okay, can you just... and I will be addressing this more in the Higher Ed section, and
Sure.
So I'm not really going to the substantive issues about this, just as more just process. But could you just explain the status of the legislation being drafted for this proposed measure?
So... I'm trying to work out what the status is. I'd have to take that on notice. There's various categories of status of legislation drafting, Senator. I'm not sure whether we put together any drafting instructions or not, but Mr Markovich might be able to help.
So, Senator, we have requested this drafting for this, so it's in the process of. Again, I don't have the. You'll be familiar with the categories T and A and B. I'm just not familiar, Senator, with the category it's been assigned. But a request has gone from the department to commence drafting.
All right, could we get a copy can we get a copy of that request, please?
So that request,
could you table a copy of that request?
That request does go to a cabinet committee, which makes decisions.
No, this is not a cabinet document. So
well, it would be, Senator.
Sorry, just so I'm clear, the request is a standard process. Each government has a committee that decides on which are the bills that are going to go forward and in what order and priority. That is a subcommittee of cabinet.
I understand that, but that's not a cabinet document. So could we just please have a
We'll take on notice, Senator, and see what we can do there.
and could we please have a copy of that today, Secretary? That is.
Well, Senator, we'll see what we can do. Just to be clear, as you know, questions on notice are cleared by ministers.
Well, we've had a big problem with the Minister for Education clearing.
I'm just saying,
questions.
Senator, what I'm obliged to do is questions on notice are cleared by
I've
ministers.
been waiting
Senator.
more than a year for some documents to be returned to the committee, Secretary. In fact, 18 months.
I'll help what I can, Senator, but I'm just being clear in terms of what I'm responsible
frankly, I'm
for.
sick of this level of secrecy, not reflecting on your department, Secretary.
Sure, thank you,
I know
Senator.
that you answer this is furnished with the Minister, but I am fed up to the back teeth with the Minister not treating this committee with respect, providing documents we ask in breach of Senate rules, breaching OPDs. It is beyond a joke. Can I ask you about, again, to the process of your department? The department has an online estimator it has produced regarding this HEX discount.
That's correct.
Which doesn't make it clear that this particular measure is contingent on the government winning the next election. So I would put it to you, Secretary, that this is inappropriate to publish in the form that it has been published without making it clear it is contingent on Labor winning the election.
Senator, I'm not sure I agree with that. It's a decision that's been made by government, and if the decision's been made by government and is reflected in the budget documentation, which it is, then we operate in that way.
Well, except for the fact that there is published on your website, there is a calculator where people are invited to put in their HEX debt and to calculate their lower debt, but there's no suggestion that this is contingent on the government winning the election.
Well, Senator, as I said, the decision has been made, the decision's reflected in the budget papers. We operate off the decisions that have been made by government. That decision has been made. It's
but
clear
it's
in the budget
misleading.
papers.
There's no legislation that's been passed. It's misleading, Secretary. You've published this calculator on your website when the legislation hasn't been passed. And I recall when there's been previously contingent matters in relation to HEX debt, you've made it clear that it is contingent on legislation being passed. So why haven't you made that clear on this calculator that you've published on your website?
Senator, I don't agree with you. From my view, the decision's been made, the decision's reflected in the budget papers. We have implemented what's in a decision of government.
Well, could I ask you to review this, Secretary?
Sure,
Because
I'm
I
happy
would
to.
put to you, this is absolutely not good enough. This is highly political because it is incumbent on the department not to mislead Australians with information that you publish on your website. And there is a calculator that's been published which does not make it clear that Australians cannot currently access any discount. And it's completely contingent on Labor winning the election. And it's incumbent on the department to be transparent and not to mislead Australians. So could I ask you to come back to us on that, please?
Sure. And I will note that the website reflects the decisions of government.
No, I realise that. But
Sure.
as the department, as public servants, you are there to service the people of Australia.
Yep, and the government of the day, that's correct.
And of course, consistent with the requirements of the government of the day.
Sure.
And to enact their policy.
Yep.
But you are not there to mislead Australians about government measures. And when I look at, it says this tool is for illustrative purposes only. It is not a formal assessment it is not a formal estimate or assessment. I appreciate this, but throughout all of the explanation here, there is no information. Please be aware that this discount is not available currently and is contingent on legislation being passed. Now,
it says it really clearly on the website multiple times. I'm just looking at it now.
I'm looking at the calculator. So I'm looking at the calculator.
But you get to the calculator from this page.
When people go to the calculator, it is not made clear that it's contingent on legislation being passed.
But it does say on the page
Sorry,
when you get
Chair, I
to the
do have the
calculator.
call, so I'd ask that there be no interjections by any other senator.
But you're misleading this room. You are misleading people by saying
Chair.
that. I'm looking at this
me.
website online right now.
Could you draw the senator's attention to the behaviour codes that we've all been issued?
Can I just...
Senator, I'm very happy
You've
to
got a
respond.
few more minutes. We'll have a couple of minutes before 10, and I'm sure Senator Gregan will have a question to ask.
So I'm not talking about other parts of the website, Secretary.
So I've got the calculator up at the moment. Work out how much your compulsory help repayments could be reduced by, subject to the legislation passing.
I'm looking at this particular part of the calculator where that
I've got the full calculator in front of me, Senator.
Right.
So we may have different versions, but I've got clearly it says, subject to the legislation passing.
Okay, so could you please provide the committee with a copy of that full statement so we can look at it? Because when you punch up the
link right now.
calculator, when you punch up the calculator, that is not part of the narrative in the calculator.
We may have different calculators, but I've got a calculator right in front of me, which clearly says subject to legislation passing.
I appreciate it's on other parts of your website, but when you go to the calculator itself...
It's actually here. I can enter the data right now. I can calculate it right in front of me. I'm on the calculator and it says subject to legislation passing.
Okay, so when I look at the excerpts of your website, when I look at the actual calculator, so under help, debt reduction and repayment
estimators are on the same page. That's the heading of the page that I'm on currently. And it says, work out how much your compulsory 2025 help loan repayment could be reduced by subject to the legislation passing.
Yes. So I see that there, but when you go into the actual calculator and you read all of the disclaimers in relation to, there's no proper explanation about this, Secretary.
Okay.
There's no... I mean, the fact that you're publishing a calculator, the fact that you're even publishing a calculator, promising to give people a 20% discount when it doesn't even exist. I would put to you that there should be no calculator because it's misleading. Because it gives Australians the impression that when you go onto the calculator, that will be available to them, that discount. And we already know that new students or future students won't get a discount. People who've paid off their debt won't get a discount, and the biggest benefits will go to those with multiple degrees who've got very high debts. So I'm just concerned that even in publishing this calculator, it's misleading, Secretary, and that it's something that the department should not have done without the measure being passed and part of the government's policy.
I think what's become clear from this line of questioning is that those with the help debt will be $5,500 worse off if the coalition win. Because clearly you don't support this policy.
And every household will be $1,600 worse off because this is going to cost the bottom line $16 billion, Minister.
It's completely inaccurate.
I go back to the fact that my concern, Secretary, and this has been raised across the board, is that this is a politicisation of the department, that the department should not have published this in the first place. Because the fact that it is there, and I grant you, yes, there is a reference in one part of the calculator, but it's in very small print, and anyone going onto this would think, great, I can calculate my discount when in fact the legislation has not been passed, and it's completely contingent on Labor winning the election. And so I would put to you that it is a political use of the department's website that should not have occurred, Secretary. What do you say to that?
Thank you, Senator. I don't agree.
You don't agree? Could you...
In terms of their school funding calculators as well that have happened over previous governments, if that's the case, then no governments would put any information to people about things that they might be doing or proposing to do. I just don't agree. I think what we've got in there is a factual reflection of what's in the budget papers, and we've clearly outlined that it's subject to legislation. But I'm happy to take it on notice and review it even further if you wish.
I would be very grateful if you could do that,
Happy to do
because we don't... I think Australians need to be very clear. The department must be independent of government politicking.
Absolutely.
And I would put to you, Secretary, that this has overstepped the mark.
Thank you, Senator. I don't agree.
Thanks very much, Chair.
Good, thanks. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at that website now, and the first thing I see when I tip into the help debt reduction and repayment estimator screen, in the second line, it mentions that in doing this, it's subject to the legislation passing. It's literally the second line of text, and it's then repeated in every box. Can you just step out for us? Was there an intent to mislead people here?
No, Senator.
Okay. Is this common practice when there's a government policy? Because it's obviously an announced government policy. It's an intent of the government. But of course, we're very close to an election, so therefore legislation would need to be passed. Is putting this kind of information out a common over different governments? Is this a normal way of operating?
Senator, I can certainly talk from my own personal experience. Successive governments in school funding, for example, asked us to establish school funding calculators, estimators. Some of them were before policy decisions had been passed by legislation. And so it's not unusual for us to put some level of calculation information out there. It's usually in response to people wanting to know what it means for them. In the case of schools, every school in Australia can enter information on the website at the moment to get information about their approximate funding. In the case of students, it's not unusual for us, as in higher education students, it's not unusual for us to have put information in which talks about their entitlements or what might happen in this case in terms of help reduction. So I don't see this as being an unusual request for any government to ask a department to put factual information out, which is what all of this is.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Cook. Minister, do you feel that this is an appropriate way for the department to have put forward this information?
Absolutely, Senator Grogan. I think it's important that once governments make decisions, that people are able to understand what it means for them. I think that calculators in this instance is often used in education, is my understanding, is an important one, and it does identify that there'll be 3 million people who have some of their debt wiped across Australia. I think that's important. They'll be $5,500 off better off as a result, and that cuts around $680 a year off repayments for those with an average help debt. So I think it is, in circumstances like we face at the moment, an important measure from the government. We've been clear about it. The Prime Minister has been clear that it will be part of a re-elected Labor government that will deliver on this from a legislative point of view, and I think that the thing that should be concerning for Australians at the moment is it's clear that the opposition do not support this and that they will not support a 20% reduction in help debt for those people with one.
So that you're pretty confident the opposition would be against doing any of this kind of support for students? Seems
very clear from the unfortunate line of questioning we've seen today.
Thank you very much.
Minister, just one other question, slightly similar subject but separate. The opposition have announced a $350 billion reduction in services to Australians, and also they have an unfunded $600 billion of a nuclear energy policy, which is going to cost every taxpayer substantially more money for electricity. Are you concerned about the amount of money that? Are you concerned about the amount of money? You're concerned about the amount of money that is coming out of the government's, would come out of the education budget?
Chair,
Oh, yes, now I can hear you.
Point of order has been called.
A point of order, Chair, on your question. It's not relevant to the Department of Education. And also I would put
$350 billion cut, yeah.
No, and also that is quite false, and you should not be putting that sort of verbaling the opposition in that way. So I'd just ask that you not try and drag officials into your politicking.
Well, for the rest of the country that watched Insider some weeks ago, you would have seen that Peter Dunn made it very clear that he's not going to say where the cuts are. I am asking what the impact would be of a $350 billion reduction
point of order,
and
Chair.
how that would affect the
point
education.
Of order. Yeah, again, point of order.
And the answer
point of order, Chair.
would be no.
Chair.
Just let Sarah take it.
Chair, I would just ask, and you asked this of other senators, if that you could please ensure that your questions are relevant to this portfolio and that you don't drag officials into what are clearly untrue assertions about opposition policy, and just to get your clip up on your social media page. So please, could you please show the same respect to the standing orders that you ask of us?
Thank you. I am, and I give leeway to the opposition to ask a broad, probably broader than
you're
some.
Bound by the,
Excuse me, you're interrupting me when I'm speaking. Thank you.
You're interrupting me, Mr. Chair.
No. Well, all right. We're interrupting both. I'd just sort of like to try to minimise the sort of yes/no argument. I've ruled that I can ask that question, and I will be asking that question.
I would put that's a question of inherent bias.
And thank you. All right. Duly noted. A political question is being asked by the chair.
Be fair.
There's $350 billion that the opposition
out of order
have raised about cuts. What would be the impact plus the $600 million in the energy area on the nuclear? Can you stop yelling? Can you stop yelling over me?
In the final days
please?
of a dreadful 3 years. So would you stop using estimates in this way to run your false, untrue lines?
Chair, can I have the call?
You certainly may have the call.
Thank you.
I was actually seeking the call, Chair.
I'm finding Senator Henderson's behaviour really challenging here. I'm trying to not respond, but it's very difficult when on one hand she's making assertions that are political, and on the other hand you're making assertions and I'm making assertions that are political. You are allowing her to do so because in this estimates arena we know that this is what happens, yet every time I speak or you speak, she shouts over us in a really disrespectful manner, saying that it's okay, it's not okay for us to have a similar line of questioning as her own. And I wonder if this is going to be the day we're going to have. This is going to be really, really unpleasant because it's not sustainable, all this shouting over everyone every time they speak.
I'm now going to suspend and we're going to go into committee.
On the point of order,
and we're going into committee. Good, thanks everybody. Minister, there was an announcement, this is about policy and about the effect on budget and on education. There was an announcement made only a matter of weeks ago that $350 billion would be taken out of the budget, and there'd be a cost-cutting, service-cutting exercise that would be done after the election if the opposition was elected to government. Also, there are concerns raised in the public arena, and I certainly hold those concerns as well, is that over $600 billion will be spent on nuclear, whilst increasing electricity prices, but also that $600 billion and the $350 billion, nearly $1 trillion has to come out of somewhere. My concern is what the potential impact could be, and what could you forecast as potential impact in some of the scenarios that could be imagined of happening as a result of those sorts of policy cost-cutting, which destroys services across for the Australian public, and particularly in the education area.
Thanks, Chair, and I would say that was a wise ruling as Chair before as well. And I think it goes to the irresponsible nature of that announcement around the $350 billion cuts. The lack of detail around how that will apply, and the fact that they do have form as last time they came to government, where they said, at that stage they said there would be no cuts, and then came in and cut health and education. We know that the Leader of the Opposition was primarily responsible for health when it came to that, and the cuts that we saw in health and the devastating impact that they've had. The task for us when we came to government was to actually rebuild these services, which we've done in health, which we've had a strong agenda in education as well, early childhood, schools and higher ed, and they are at risk at this election campaign. We've made significant progress, but we know there's so much more to do. But it would be devastating to see an incoming coalition government revert to type and implement cuts that have a negative impact on school outcomes, early childhood outcomes, and also higher education as well. So there is a lot at stake at this election, and I think it is important that those issues are raised, and budget estimates is an appropriate time to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Allman-Payne, have you got something in corporate you'd like to ask?
Beg your pardon?
Do you have something in corporate you would like to ask?
No, nothing.
Thank you. Back to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just wanted to firstly just put on the record that I reject Senator Grogan's assertions that she made about me before. I'm actually very, very upset about that, because since estimates began at 9 o'clock, I think we've had a fairly courteous discussion. Yes, estimates is robust, but to be characterised in the way that Senator Grogan characterised me, I reject. I would ask her not to say that. We've got a Parliamentary Workplace Support Service and Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians on our desk that says that everyone's got to be treated with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect, and that includes me being able to do my job without having false allegations made about me. So I am upset, and I would ask that that not continue. Chair and Secretary, I want to go back to the publication of the HECS discount calculator on your website. You're aware of the guidance on caretaker conventions and the other guidance in relation to the restrictions on the public service about making political statements, Secretary?
Sure.
Given this, I understand that this commitment is in my info. Given this commitment has been very clearly characterised by the government as an election commitment, it's been made very, very clear that this will only be delivered if the government is re-elected. Then I would put to you that, consistent with your requirements, including looking at the guidance on caretaker conventions, it's not appropriate to be including ostensibly what are election commitments in the guise of something in which they're not. And for ministerial websites, and I look to the guidance for ministerial, and this is some advice that we've received from the Parliamentary Library on this matter, Secretary. For ministerial websites maintained by departments, it is agreed that only purely factual material should be added, and this is during the caretaker campaign, and no material about future policies, how to vote material, political speeches and media releases that criticise the opposition should be included on the department's website. In light of that, is it your view that this HEX calculator should be removed once the election is called during the caretaker?
Senator, thank you for the question. Our normal practice would be whenever a caretaker begins, we review our websites in relation to material on that website. I think we actually put a statement on the website generally as our practice, which talks about the fact that we are in caretaker, and the website itself will have minimal updating during that time. In relation to the actual calculator itself, sorry,
go on.
In relation to the actual calculator, I'll take advice on that, Senator. As I said, because it is a decision of government and is reflected in government budget documentation, I need to take some advice as to what that means, as opposed to the position you're putting to me, which is correct, is what you said. Government ministers talk about this being an election commitment. So I'll take advice on that and make my determination based on that advice.
So I'm looking particularly at the advice I've received about ministerial websites, and of course which are run by the department, and the guidance on agencies, and that is that agencies must not add material concerning future policies, election commitments and the like. And so I would put to you that this is really coming very close to crossing the line, because it clearly suggests to Australians that this discount will be delivered, and we know, of course, that it's very much contingent on the outcome of the election, and that the department should not be used in this way.
Thank you, Senator. I understand your point, which is why I'll take advice on the matter.
All right, if you could come back to us this afternoon, or as soon as you can.
I won't be doing it this afternoon, Senator. I'll do it as soon as I can. I need to full understanding, as I said. There's a budget document which clearly talks about a decision of government, and so I need advice in relation to the broad context that you've given me this morning. I'm at the table today. I won't be coming back to you today.
Because even when you look at the calculator, the subject to legislation is in very small print, and as a matter of consumer protection, the small print doesn't cut the mustard.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, and that's a very strong principle in terms of consumer protection, and on many occasions through our courts it's been held that the small print doesn't mean that someone gets out of jail for not misleading or deceiving.
Thank you.
So
I note that
I would put to you that the rider there is very small, it's inappropriate, it gives a very false impression, and it's very important for the department to be not caught up in the politics and to comply with all of the appropriate rules governing the public service.
I don't think that's an accurate reflection of the discussion or the website, Senator Henson. That's your political view. So I don't think that's an accurate reflection of the evidence from the department today. What we know and what's become clear is that you oppose this measure of the government that's going to leave people worse off as a result if Dutton was to be re-elected. I'd like to table your press release from 3 November 2024 about student debt, just to put on record that the opposition oppose it. I would like to point out one part did get my attention. There are no free lunches in economics. I imagine this went out before you had the free lunches for businesses as a result, because you've now your policy. But it is clear that there is a difference between what a Labor government would deliver compared to what the opposition would do, which would leave millions of Australians worse off as a result.
And to that point, it's really regrettable that you would characterise a critical measure for small business in the way that you have. It's just pathetic politics. But going to free lunches... No, sorry, Minister, I'm asking a question.
Who will be paying for
Please
that?
don't interrupt me when I'm asking a question and show respect. So my question to you is, you're talking about free lunches. What about the restaurant rorts that we saw with this department a year ago, when the minister was forced to change his code in relation to hospitality because meetings were being held in five-star restaurants? Complete rorts on the minister's watch. So I would ask you, Minister, Have there been any further restaurant rorts by this department on the Minister's watch?
You're the one with the free lunches policy, Senator.
I would ask you to address the question.
I just did.
No, you didn't. This department was brought into disrepute because the minister was running this place like, you know, every single official was enabled to go to a five-star restaurant at a time when so many Australians are struggling to put food on the table. And we had to highlight that in the previous estimates and say that was not right. So if you want to talk about free lunches, start at your own restaurant rorts. And I again ask you, Minister, have there been any further incidents in your department where officials have been having their meetings in five-star restaurants?
I'm deeply concerned with your misleading accusations there, Senator Henderson. I'm sure the department can provide an update on where they're at with those issues.
Secretary, can you provide an update on whether there's been any other incidents as to whether officials have been holding meetings in five-star restaurants?
Sure, Senator. Thank you very much for the question. Just a point of clarification, it wasn't the Minister's rules, it was the Secretary's rules in terms of determinations. You indicated it was the Minister's rules. The Minister isn't responsible for running the department, that's my job. And as you identified, there were a number of cases which I indicated were inappropriate, and we had this conversation 12 months or so ago.
That's right.
I changed then the determination, the Secretary's rules, if that's the right way to describe it, or the policy, that required that it could be no more than, I think, $76 or $78, consistent with ATO guidelines, which is consistent with parliamentarians as well. To the best of my knowledge, I have no reason to believe that any staff member has gone above that policy, and I've had no cases that I am concerned in that regard. I do remind my staff about this regularly. I can assure you, they can probably tell you, that I make this point to the SES, particularly in relation to this. The last point, I'll just raise the last point. The majority of those people in the past that benefited from that were not departmental staff. So it was official or business meetings, so it was external people that were involved in this, not necessarily department staff. But the department did pay for it, to pick up your point that you raised.
That's
before.
right, the department.
So, no, I am confident that we have addressed the issue that was raised by you 12 months or so ago. I'm very confident of that.
And more broadly, before we move on, have there been any other breaches of any rules in your department by any official, any member of the department, whether it be credit card use, whether it be other non-compliance with particular rules?
Sure.
Could you please run us through disciplinary breaches, any terminations for wrongful doing, or if you could just give us a snapshot, please, of the areas where members of the department or any members of the department have not complied with departmental rules?
Sure. Senator, there's quite a lot of rules. So you suggested a snapshot, so we'll do a snapshot because there's actually a lot of secretary rules in relation to the operations of the department. We'll go through the usual ones if that's okay. Grants, credit cards. We're happy to give you anything in relation to disciplinary practice. So we'll start there. Let's start with grants and credit cards. Yeah.
Yes, certainly. Senator, for the half financial year through to 31 December 2024, in relation to requirements in financial management and the kind of things you're asking about, there have been 44 breaches we've recorded. I can give you a quick breakup of those if you like. There were some examples mentioned a moment ago. In relation to reporting of procurements and Oz tender, delays in meeting the mandated timeframe, there were 13 breaches. In relation to reporting grants on Grant Connect, there are 11 breaches within the timeframe. It's not about the procurement itself or the grant itself, it's about the reporting of it. We had one breach.
That's a reduction from 400?
That's correct, right? Yes, the previous year, that's right, we were well over 400. I think we discussed at this committee, we'd focused on it to bring it down. We've had one breach in relation to maintaining records. There was some missing documentation from a previous procurement, so we recorded that as a breach. 16 instances of inadvertent credit card misuse. And
what was the total amount of monies involved in those 16 breaches?
Certainly, Senator. It was $813.95. All of that has been repaid. So once we detected the breach, we worked through it with the card holder, they were repaid. We've had one breach within that total I described of our general policy around procurement. It's more an internal process in the department, to go to part of your question, an internal process in the department around how we plan out procurements. We have procurement plans for procurements that are above a certain threshold. One wasn't completed prior to the procurement. And we've had two breaches in relation to the receipt of gifts and benefits, where officers had received gifts, not recorded them and declared them and recorded them in our system within our mandated time frame. So we have a rule. Unfortunately, they were a bit outside that rule.
Okay.
So
of
they
the
were
18
declared just late.
Of the $813 in misuse of credit cards, could you provide a breakdown? How many of those, or were any of those incidents involving expenditure in restaurants, either purchase of meals or alcohol?
So certainly not alcohol, Senator. I have no recollection any of those about alcohol.
Right.
Some of them are more the card holder. Just they may inadvertently, it's for things often like things like petrol or groceries. They pull the wrong card out of their phone or purse or wallet, kind of thing. They generally often, while we do look to detect those, people usually declare that pretty much straight away. The next day they'll come in and go, "Oh, sorry, I've used the wrong card." We do track in relation to those. Is it repeat offenders? So is it the same card holder?
Sorry, that's a big mistake to make. I understand this is not enormous amounts of money, but if you've got an official with a privilege of a Department of Education credit card and they go to the supermarket, how could they possibly pull out the wrong card? Surely that should be put to one side only for approved expenditure. I mean, isn't there a problem if just people are pulling out the wrong card and paying the groceries?
Just before you answer that, Senator Henderson, I'm not, but by all means, ask more questions on this subject matter if you wish. Just mindful, we're going to 10:30.
Thanks, Chair.
There's a couple of brief questions.
That's fine. I've only got a couple of questions.
And if it helps, I know you assisted me before with some evidence, but I've pulled out the wrong card in my life as well.
Well, you're not a Department of Education official.
But you have every right to ask questions you wish.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just worried about the fact that that's happening at all.
Yeah, no, so we agree. So we do inform people about the steps they should take, and we try and help them as part of the training they do before they're issued a credit card. Obviously, the individual circumstance, I'm not present, I don't know. One other we sometimes find is the use of apps, so things like Uber. So Uber can store multiple credit cards details. So it might be somebody's got details for a work trip, they've used the work credit card and their personal, and occasionally the use of the app can result in the wrong one being selected as well. So it's those kind of things. We do follow up. I think we've discussed previously the steps we take and provide information, the steps we take with card holders. We do track to make sure they're not repeat breaches by the same card holder. And we will continue to focus on trying to avoid these kind of inadvertent misuses happening.
Thanks, and I'll be very quick. But Secretary, I just want to go back to the publication of politicised media releases on your website. You are going to review this matter, but could I ask that you do that as a matter of urgency and bring to the attention of the committee any other matters about which you are concerned? Because while I appreciate that this does take a bit of time is of the essence. We are expecting an election to be called very soon. It's a very fraught period in the electoral cycle, within perhaps days of going to an election. So it is really, really important that the department is not used in this way. So could you perhaps, to the best of your endeavours, come back to us today to give us an update on this matter and what action that you may have taken? It's not rocket science. You can go through the media releases and pretty quickly see whether there's a media release there that's making inappropriate comments, particularly in the headline. So I'd just ask if you could urgently review that matter and come back to the best of your ability today.
We'll absolutely see what we can do, Senator.
Thanks very much, Secretary. Thanks, Chair.
There was a brief question. I just want to, just before I go to Senator O'Sullivan, I just want to just say on the record to Mr Boyd and Mr Cook, just appreciation of actually getting the amount of money, which is, any amount of money is important, but in such a large budget, with so much money going through different responsibilities, to be able to identify as at $836, and to take particularly appropriate action. I think it's actually a credit to the systems you've put in place.
It's a credit to staff as well, Chair, because they come within an hour almost sometimes when I can't say shit. They say, "Gee, I've just done this, and I want to tell you I've done it, and I want to pay it back straight away. How do I do it?" Is what we generally get out of almost every single staff member.
Yeah. No, thanks very much, and thanks to the staff as well. Senator O'Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you for making the commitment to review the calculator issue that Senator Henderson's raising. I just want to add a supplementary point for your consideration, particularly given that this is legislation that's not even on the notice paper, and the timing and where we're at. Obviously, the election is, as Senator Henderson is saying, is at any time. But even if it was still weeks away, it's very unlikely that we could actually, given that sitting calendar that is scheduled, that there would even be the opportunity to have it placed on the notice paper. So if you could just have that in your consideration, particularly when you're reviewing any past practice. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Then we'll now suspend for a break, and we'll come back with outcome 1.
The corporate stuff.
Corporate stuff is completed.
Chair, can I just
Thanks very much, Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask firstly about Education Ministers' meetings. What type of matters are decided at the Education Ministers' meetings? Can I call them EMMs? Is that...
Senator, all sorts of things depending on what is brought to the actual meeting. Sometimes state ministers will bring issues to the meeting. Sometimes it's issues around things like common issues of concern. Examples of things like artificial intelligence was an issue that was raised and discussed at education ministers, and decisions made to then formulate a national position on AI in schools. Mobile phones, thank you. Vaping, all the sort of the contextual things that relate to what all ministers would benefit from. Sometimes ministers bring examples of what's happening in their states and they share some of that stuff as well with other ministers. They're the sort of things that happen depending on the agenda of the actual meeting itself.
And it's so that you get consistency across the country. Yep. So why are decisions made at that level rather than just at the local jurisdictional level? At
the education minister's level rather than the school level? Is that what sorry,
at the education minister's level, just within their...
Oh, okay. So because I think that, well, as you said, really, I think you might have answered the question for me, because it's issues that are of a national level. It's issues in relation to, if you take, for example, mobile phones, if every minister in every state made their own decision, which they're entitled to do, of course, I think there's a great benefit, however, in us sharing that information so it's consistent across the country, particularly for those families, for example, that are moving between states and territories as well.
Are you able to provide a list of all shared decision-making which is required by the education ministers' meetings or between Commonwealth and state and territory ministers in the education portfolio?
I don't think I could do that, Senator. The scope of that would be, it's really contextual and depends on the issue of the day. There's no articulated list of these things must be only agreed from a education minister's perspective. Every agenda is dependent on what any education minister might want to discuss.
Ad hoc in that sense.
Whether I call it ad hoc or whether it's issues that they wish to discuss, it's more about that.
Can you tell me how many education ministers' meetings were held in 2024?
Okay, I'll help someone else will help me on that one.
Senator, there were 3 education ministers' meetings held in 2024, but there are quite a number of the matters of national collaboration and papers that were dealt with out of session by all education ministers.
Can I have the dates of those meetings?
They were held on the 23rd of February 2024, the 26th of April 2024 and the 7th of June 2024.
So you mentioned there were out-of-session papers that were circulated and then agreed. How many were there?
Jessica Moore, First Assistant Secretary, National Reform. I don't have the number with me. We could take that on notice if that's of interest, but there is an out-of-session process monthly, so that occurs every month of the year, where there is an opportunity for out-of-session papers to proceed to education ministers. They're often matters that are more routine and don't often require a conversation of ministers.
And under the terms of reference of the education ministers' meeting, how many times per year are the ministers supposed to convene?
I don't have the operating protocols with me, Senator, but I believe it is traditionally around 4 in-person meetings a year.
Yes, and there were only 3 last year.
Yes, Senator.
We do generally try to avoid education minister meetings when there are elections occurring, because obviously the state...
So even if there's one minister that might be caught up in that?
Then what that means is the council cannot make decisions, because decisions have to be, what's the word I'm after? Universal? Consensus? So if the meeting met and, for example, last year when the Queensland election was on, there wouldn't have been a Queensland minister at that meeting, no decisions at that meeting could actually be verified, because it has to be consensus. They're the rules that have been long-standing in education ministers' meeting.
So, Senator, I would note that in the second half of the year there was 3 jurisdictional elections, which causes difficulties with terms of scheduling.
So can you confirm that the terms of reference include that the final meeting of the year focuses on the priorities for the next 12-month period?
So, Senator, yes, we develop a plan which is considered by ministers. We did that late last year.
Yep. So I believe that's still going through its processes of sign-off. Yep.
That's correct. So generally, the ministerial meeting is required to provide to National Cabinet, I think, basically their plan and their priorities for the next 12 months. We undertook that process towards the end of last year, and I think it's being finalised with ministers at the moment.
I didn't write fast enough the 3 dates. What was the final date that you gave us?
7th of June 2024.
Right. So if that was the final meeting of the year, which was 6 months before the end of the year, how does that work out in terms of deciding on the...
Because, again, we do a lot of those things through out of session. And it can be done through officials, so I don't want to bore you with bureaucracy, but Ms Brighton is part of what's called the Strategic Policy Group, which is the group that often begins the process in relation to ministerial papers and also begin the drafting of the priorities for ministers. That will then come to the group that I chair, which is ASOC, which is the national group of all secretaries of education across the country. We'll consider that, and then we usually provide feedback, endorse it, and then it goes to ministers. So this process is done out of session, and so that's what we've done, and it's now gone to ministers for consideration. I just check that's correct.
It's in the. I'm not 100% sure if it's gone to ministers yet, but it's certainly in the process of being provided to ministers.
So from basically what you're telling me, it's not yet quite signed off yet?
No, it's not.
No.
So for 2025, we're 2 months in already.
Well, I'd say the work has been done at an officials level to develop the priorities for 2025. There's been significant discussions at both the deputies and the secretaries level. It's now going through the out of session process, which is pretty standard for a document like this.
Are you concerned at all at a national level about whether or not you're able to meet as often as you should?
No, Senator. Ministers personally talk all the time, I know that, both individually and collectively. Sometimes state ministers talk without the Commonwealth. Officials talk all the time. So any matters that may need national attention, I have no concern at all about them being addressed appropriately.
Okay. Moving on to a different topic now. How am I going for time, Chair? Oh, yeah, still right. Can I just go to schools funding? Funding for non-government schools. So I want to go to the modelling used to inform the budget on page 35 and 37 to project national support funding over the forward estimates for government and non-government schools. Do the figures in the 24-25 budget represent any change in growth trajectories compared to previous years? So the different trajectories of growth in both government and non-government?
Yes, and there will be in terms of our models. It won't just be trajectory of growth, it'll also be trajectory in terms of particular groups of students. I.e. students with disability, and it may also be about the differences between the sectors of schooling, i.e. non-government and government. But I'll ask Mr. Dalman, you can get into it.
Yes, so that's right. There has been a variation in... Sorry, I should start by saying Chris Davin, Assistant Secretary of School Funding. There has been a variation for non-government and government recurrent school funding as of MyEFO 2024-25.
Okay, so MyEFO updated it off the budget then. Can you just take us through that?
Certainly. As of MyEFO 24-25, there was a $3.6 billion change over 2024-25 to 2027-28. To break that $3.6 billion down, there was a $1.6 billion increase for government schools, and there was a $2 billion increase for non-government schools.
And what about, were there any assumption changes in relation to the enrolments and the enrolment split between government and non-government?
So there were thank you. So there were no changes to assumptions regarding enrolments, but there have been changes to the. We did receive enrolment reports for 2024, so there were changes to actual enrolments in non-government and government.
Can you provide that to us?
Certainly. Just bear with me for 1 second. Sorry, I've got it here, I think. So for government schools, of the $1.6 billion, $0.5 billion, there was a $0.5 billion increase for 2024 enrolments. I should say enrolments includes not just FTE, but also, as in student numbers, but also the characteristics of students. And that $0.5 billion was driven by the student with disability, higher than expected numbers of students attracting the student with disability loading.
Yeah. So keen to understand actual FTE though of students. More than just the dollar figure.
Yeah, I've got those figures with me.
Yeah,
If that's helpful.
thanks.
Just bear with me for 1 second. So in 2024, the government school census data reported a decrease in total government enrolments by 2,800 FTE, which is a 0.1% decrease from 2023. And on the non-government side, total non-government enrolments grew by 40,000 FTE, or 2.7% from 2023 to 2024.
Okay. Can you, happy for the, I mean, notwithstanding we might have an election, but happy to receive this on notice, just a breakdown by state and territory of those figures as well. How has net overseas migration influenced student enrolment projections?
You're going to have to take that question on notice.
I think it would be very insignificant.
Marginal. Yeah, very marginal.
Because from a school student perspective, it's a marginal component of enrolment.
So it's not a major consideration.
I don't even know whether we'd have that data, do we? No. We'll take it on notice, Senator, but I don't think we've got that data. No.
And in doing so, and taking on notice, can you come back to me with what modelling's been done to predict the demand for new schools and additional infrastructure in high growth areas due to migration?
We would not have that data, Senator. So states plan for new schools, not the Commonwealth.
So does the government's funding model ever factor in increased education costs for schools in areas with high migration populations?
No, Senator. It's characteristics of the student, and those characteristics are based on the Gonski model.
And so it's just a general
disability,
population.
language other than English is a component of one of our models, so that would be factoring in it.
Okay.
But that is all driven by the formula that's in the Act.
On this shift in relation to government and non-government schools, we've seen an increase in non-government, a decrease in government schools. Sorry, an increase in non-government, a decrease in government schools. What trends has the government identified in this movement from government to non-government schools over the past decade? Is this a recent phenomenon, if we like, or is this something that's been developing over some time?
Fabian Harding, First Assistant Secretary, Funding and Data Collection Division. We actually saw quite a big step change actually following COVID. That's where we saw a big change in how we predicted enrolments in that space. So there was, following the COVID, we had an increase in the growth in the non-government school sector.
Yeah, and what's the underlying contributors to that, do you believe?
That we were unable to identify what exactly they were because it varied per state and per sector as to how that worked. We were unable to conclude what it was, but we thought there was again, we weren't able to conclude what it was.
We haven't done any research on it, Senator, so state and territories might have done that individually, I'm not sure. But from a Commonwealth perspective, we've noted the change, as Mr Harding said, particularly after COVID, but we haven't asked parents why.
Do you ever do surveys across the non-government school sector as to why parents are choosing to send their children?
No. Some states have, I know, in the past.
So it'd be up to the states. Would you have the jurisdictional ability to be able to do that? Or?
Not really. Short of doing research and having funding research where we ask parents about their choice in schooling, it's generally done by both the states but also by the sector. So the non-government sector, I'm sure, does their own surveys and have questions about why parents are choosing their schools.
Yeah. What impact does growth in non-government schools have on the budget bottom line?
Perhaps Meg Brighton, Deputy Secretary of Schools. So, Senator, in terms of our projections, we do forecasting across both sectors, and that forecasting and the predictions is then reflected in the forward estimates, and that's reflected in both the non-government schooling lines as well as the government schooling lines.
So my question is really about if there's an increase in non-government schools, does it have a positive or does it increase the Commonwealth expenditure or does it decrease the Commonwealth expenditure?
Yeah, so if there's an increase in students, because we fund on a student basis, then there changes what's in the bottom line of the budget, and there's an estimates variation on that. And every year when we look at the assessments of actual students, because we might forecast, but actually we pay on students in schools, and there are adjustments to the budget both up and down depending on what's happening across the sectors.
But does growth in non-government schools, I mean, obviously you've got an increase in enrolment across both sectors, or all sectors, but if there's a higher growth in government schools compared to non-government, or the other way around, what impact does that have on the overall expenditure that goes into schools?
So under the Gonski model, the Australian government contributes to 80% of the SRS funding for non-government schools, and jurisdictions 20%, and then the inverse for the public schooling sector. So the adjustments to the budget reflect the fundamental principles of the Gonski funding model. Mr Davin can work you through the detail of what those ups and downs look like, if you like, on the most recent, maybe Mayfell budget period.
Yep.
Yeah, well, the figures I mentioned to you earlier describe the difference between budget 24-25 and MyEFO 25-26, and part of that, one of the key, that's right. Yeah. Perhaps it might be helpful just to note the per-student funding that the Commonwealth provides, and just reflective of what Ms Brighton just mentioned. So because per-student funding for non-government schools is $12,516 on average. From 2024 to 2028. Yeah. Pardon me. Yes, that's right. Whereas for government schools, it's $4,606 on average.
That's the Commonwealth
and just to clarify, those figures I just quoted you are for 2025.
Yeah, and to clarify, that's also just the Commonwealth contribution.
That's just the Commonwealth contribution.
Not from the states. It would be indirectly funded through the e-agreements.
Yeah. So it's the funding that we provide, that's right, through the Australian Education Act.
And Senator, just for clarity, all Australian government funding goes to states and territories, and then they distribute on our behalf that funding to jurisdictions. If I could also just add, with the Australian government funding to the non-government sector, the base school resource standard, that is discounted by the parents' capacity to contribute in the non-government sector, and we can go into detail about that.
I'm familiar with that. I'm going to share the call in a second, so I just wanted to ask, has the government done any modelling on what would happen if funding for non-government schools was significantly reduced?
I'm not aware of any of that happening, Senator, no. That's a hypothetical that I no.
No, Senator, the funding for public schools and the non-government school sector is embedded in the Australian Education Act, and it's been one of the core principles underpinning that Act for quite some time.
Would there be what would be the cost to taxpayers if there was a push? If thousands of students were pushed back into the public system out of the non-government system?
That's a fairly broad question, Senator. We'd have to have parameters.
But it would have but it would be quite a material impact on the budget, wouldn't it?
Sorry,
If the viability of the non-government school system was impacted by a shift out of the non-government into the government school system, what sort of impact would that have on the budget? Is it a material impact or would it be?
Well, it depends on the number of students. As we indicated, the Commonwealth pays effectively more for a non-government student than they do for a government student. And so if a non-government student suddenly becomes a government student, then the Commonwealth is paying less for that student.
The Commonwealth is, but taxpayers pay tax everywhere, across all jurisdictions.
I don't think it has a taxpayer implication. The implication would be for states, not for the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Because the states are the majority funders of government schools, and the states would then
and
be...
so, could the... I know it's probably hypothetical.
Yeah,
probably
it might be.
Hypothetical. Yeah, no, I won't ask hypothetical, but...
Thank you, Senator.
Should we move on to...
Final question. Does the government acknowledge that non-government schools ultimately save taxpayers billions annually by educating students with significantly less public funding per student than government schools? Across the entire system, not just the Commonwealth?
Sorry, Senator, you're asking me a question of government. I can't respond on behalf of government.
Minister?
Sorry, what was the question?
Does the government acknowledge that non-government schools ultimately save taxpayers billions annually by educating students with significantly less public funding per student than government schools?
Well, I think it'd be fair to say that it's been long acknowledged that they play an important part in the education system. There was obviously, I'm sure you understand the history of these things as well as I do, Senator O'Sullivan. That debate was settled, in my view, a long time ago, and they play an important role in enabling parents to choose what they think is best for their child.
Unfortunately, not everyone agrees. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome to my world. Over to Senator Orland Payne and everybody else's.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to go to Brindabella Christian College. We saw an article in the news yesterday about staff going to Fair Work. Can you tell me what actions the department has taken, either on its own or in concert with the ATO, to further investigate Brindabella for its non-payment of staff?
Sure. Thank you. Senator, I'll ask Ms Brighton. She's totally across this issue.
Thank you, Secretary. So, Senator, specifically on the non-payment of wages, if I go to that in the first instance, we were alerted on Sunday, this past Sunday, of the non-payment of wages reported for Brindabella Christian Education Limited staff. We contacted on Sunday Department of Employment. I reached out to my colleague, and then first thing Monday morning, officials from my department met with both Department of Employment Workplace Relations as well as the Fair Work Ombudsman about those concerns. We also wrote to the school about the non-payment of wages and particularly emphasised the importance of not only paying staff but also reminding the approved authority that their obligation was to ensure that the Australian government funding was spent on that which it has been provided for, which is not litigation matters, yep. And that they should be prioritising the payment of their wages. So we wrote to the school on the Monday, we met with those agencies on the Monday, we've continued to engage with the Fair Work Ombudsman about those concerns. And we are also aware the ACT government have set up a hotline for students, families yep. and staff in response. Since the ATO announcement was their winding up action was made public, we also have written to the school, and in writing to the school we have laid out our clear expectations that they would be providing supports to staff, students yep. and their families during these really quite uncertain times.
All right, thank you. Does the department consider it a risk that it has a lack of oversight over private schools and whether they're meeting their obligations to staff, considering they're the majority public funder of that sector?
Senator, we have an expectation that every single non-government school and government school meets their obligations to their employees as they're required to do by law. Our Act and regulations is really quite express about the expectations about how Australian government recurrent funding will be used, and certainly salaries of staff is a priority in that.
I note that the principal of Brindabella has posted numerous times on social media calling the Canberra Times and other news outlets fake news. He's referred to Donald Trump and he's posted a really bizarre series of videos. Is the department comfortable with continuing to provide taxpayer money to an organisation like this? And I guess I say this in the context that a public school would never get away with that kind of behaviour.
Senator, can I just clarify? The principal's female. I think you're referring to the chair of the board?
Yes, my apologies.
Sorry.
Yes.
I was
going
to
Thank you for the correction. Don't want to assert that someone's doing something they're not.
Sure.
Yes, Senator. So in 2021, the department made a decision in regards to the schools, or the approved authority is what we call them, the approved authority's fitness to receive Australian government funding. I think I've given testimony at this hearing previously about that. We then went to the AAT over that matter, and then in 2023 the AAT imposed a large range of specific conditions on the school. So our compliance action with the school has been going on for quite some time. I am aware from the media commentary that there has been concern raised about Australian government timing of its payments to the school and the school's ability to meet its obligations. The standard way we pay all non-government schools is we pay them 3 payments a year. We pay 50% of their funding in January, 25% of their funding in July, and the balance in October. So that's the usual for the majority of matters in the country. In 2020, the approved authority, Brindabella's approved authority, we shifted them from that payment schedule 3 times a year to quarterly. And then in 2022, we moved them to monthly. And so when Australian government pays a school its monthly, it takes its annual payment and it divides it by 12. So this particular entity, they're receiving the order of $10 million for their funding. So our last payment to them was on the 13th of February, and we paid just over $900,000.
Maybe this is a question for the Minister. Given this context, and it's not the first time we've seen a school that's receiving significant amounts of public money not meeting its obligations, will the government consider further action to ensure better reporting and accountability for private schools that are receiving public funds?
Thanks, Senator Payne. And just in regards to this issue, I know that Minister Clare has been aware and has been working closely with the department on it, and is concerned about the impact on students and families and staff as well. In terms of the broader issue that you've talked about, I know that it's something that you've been raising here at Estimates for a while. I know the department have been diligently answering those questions. I know that we want to ensure that the money that is spent from a federal point of view, the Minister line, I think, has been consistently that it glows in the dark, and we actually see that it is having the impact that we need it to be. I know that that's what he's been desiring to deliver as part of the agreement with states and territories that we're signing up around the country. So that is the expectation of the Minister when it comes to the use of money in education.
We had a conversation at last Estimates about bullying in schools and putting in place reporting mechanisms. And if I think back to when we were talking about Cranbrook, you know, the biggest issue was that the document they had outstanding was in fact their current bullying and harassment policy. I'm continuing to hear from private school parents about bullying, about a lack of transparency, and also the difficulty of withdrawing their kids when they're getting slugged with fees, even though they need to withdraw on that basis. Has the department, since we last spoke, given any consideration to what policies should be in place at private schools to ensure that parents and kids facing these circumstances are not penalised with fees or unduly shut out of decision making?
Senator, thank you for the question. And certainly bullying and cyberbullying, you know, they have significant impacts not only on students, but their families and the rest of the school community. And I mean, we're seeing that across the country. So, Minister, you would have seen that Minister Clare and the PM have announced a review into bullying. Minister Clare has written to his colleagues around that review, and part of what that review will look at, it will look at what are the policies, practices and systems in schools, and that's independent schools, it's Catholic schools and it's public schools, and they will provide advice to education ministers about what could a national standard look like. At an individual school level, if families do run into concerns and are having issues, we would expect schools to work with those families to bring resolution to not only the issue, but particularly if the parents were looking at moving their child to a different school, we would expect that the school would work that through in a constructive way with the families.
I appreciate that you would expect that. I guess, again, the Australian government is handing over extraordinary amounts of money to private institutions. They are the majority funder of those institutions. I think it's fair to say that the accountability and standards that public schools are held to are much higher when it comes to bullying, harassment, and their levels of accountability. And you know, it's rightly so, they're receiving public funds. The concern isn't the level of accountability they have, it's the lack of accountability that many schools in the private sector seem to have, and yet they're receiving public money. So I guess it's a question for the Minister. Is the government of the view that if you're receiving public money, you should be held to the same stringent standards that the public sector is expected to meet in order to protect staff and students?
Well, they obviously operate under a different operating environment in terms of there. I think the Deputy Secretary has talked through what their responsibilities are. This is a really important issue, I accept that, and I know the genuineness with which you bring the concern, and I think it's reflected with the approach of the government in terms of Minister Clare announcing the review that will be undertaken. So I expect that if there's recommendations that come out of that go to the point that you're making, I'm sure that Minister Clare would be open to those, but it isn't something that is before us at the moment, I suppose, Senator Allman-Payne.
Just when you say it's a different operating environment, do you mean that means that standards can be lower?
No, I wouldn't say that standards can be lower, but obviously the states have responsibilities in terms of how those schools are administered.
Okay. So notwithstanding that the feds are by far the majority funder, you're still happy for the states to have the responsibility as to whether they're being accountable?
Senator, if I can respond to that. So all non-government schools operate with a dual regulatory model. So there's the role of the Australian government by way of is that entity a fit and proper entity? Are they financially viable? Are they not-for-profit? The state is the one that registers that entity to provide schooling, and that state registration process goes through the standards for curriculum, the standards for safety, the standards for operations of the school. So for any entity to receive Australian government funding, they have to be registered in the jurisdiction. So we have those two regulatory regimes work in tandem, but it's the jurisdiction registration.
I understand that.
Process.
I guess my question goes to, as a matter of policy, does the federal government think, I understand how it operates now, the question is, given that you are handing over such significant sums, and as Senator O'Sullivan has alluded to in his question, it's an increasing amount, because the more that we see people moving to private schools, because that's where the resourcing is, the more the feds are going to be on the hook to fund them. So should there not be an increased level of accountability given the number of students that we're seeing in private schools and the fact that, you know, the level of protection, as we've seen, is not necessarily up to scratch?
Yeah, thanks, Senator Allman-Payne. And I suppose I'd reiterate the answer to the first question around what Minister Clare has done in terms of driving the reforms and what we hope to see. I understand you're going more specifically to the issue of bullying. All I can point to is that the Minister has announced that review. I'm sure if they came back with recommendations that go to the concerns that you raised, that he would be open to those.
All right. Just one last question, Chair, I think, and then I'll let you move on, I'll come back. Over the past 20 years, private school fees have risen at over double the rate of inflation. And in 2025, we've seen even more rises. According to EdStart, fees are up around 6% this year nationally, including 5.6% in the regions. The average private school fee for Year 12 is now about $21,000 in Victoria. It's $16,000 in New South Wales. And the highest fee private schools are now charging over $50,000 a year. The Australian government continues to give $51 million per day to private schools. Minister, do you think that taxpayers or indeed parents of private school kids are getting a fair deal?
Well, obviously that's up for individual parents to assist and caregivers in terms of where they want to send their children to school. We obviously want to ensure that all schools are adequately funded and that they do, no matter what people choose, they do get the best possible education that they can. I understand that some parents may want to choose to send their children to private school. That is absolutely their right, and it's important that government respect that and fund those schools appropriately. But I'd reiterate the concern, and what the Minister has been focused on is ensuring that all schools are funded adequately and that we get the best possible educational outcomes as a result of that.
Does the government have concerns at the level of fee rises in private schools, that they're massively outstripping inflation? I mean, you're saying parents have choice. The question we're asking is the parents who are making those choices, is it right that private schools are increasing fees at the rate that they are?
Well, it'd obviously be up to those individual schools to justify those to the parents and those people who are paying the fees to send their children or their people they've got caregiving responsibilities to. So that it would be a matter for those people to resolve that and make the best decision for them and their family.
I note that one of the reasons that the government, John Howard, introduced the Choice and Affordability Fund was to put downward pressure on private schools' fees. Do you think that's worked?
Well, it's well before my time, Senator Allman-Payne, but all I can do is reiterate what the purpose of Minister Clare and the reforms that he's driving is to ensure that all schools are adequately resourced and that we're achieving the best possible results because of that.
Thank you. I'll leave it there for that block, Chair. Thanks.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I was just want to follow up with some questions on Brindabella Christian College. You told Senator Allman-Payne that the department wrote to the school. Sorry, I'll wait for you. Told Senator Allman-Payne that the department wrote to the school. I'd like to know if there's been any contact from the Minister's office or the department directly with staff and parents at the school about any or all of the events underway, ATO wind-up, staff non-payment. Has any advice been provided to staff and parents?
Senator, you're asking whether any advice has been provided by the Department of Education to staff and parents?
Yes.
We have asked the Brindabella board to reach out to the school community to reassure them and offer them the necessary supports to families, staff and community, as well as we've asked them to continue to prioritise learning. And then that's what we did the day the ATO winding up order was announced. Then we followed up with the board on Monday of this week after we became known to us about the non-payment of wages to reiterate our concerns, reiterate the position around use of Australian government funding and reiterate that message of us requesting that the board reach out to the school community and offering them their support. Minister Clare has made it very clear to the department his expectation about the prioritising of learning and support to the school. So we have written to the school. We're also working with ACT Government, and as I said to Senator Allman-Payne, ACT Government have set up their phone line. It's not, the department doesn't have a mechanism to be communicating directly with staff, hence why we went to the board and set out a very clear expectations of what they would be doing.
Are you satisfied that the board has done that? Have you seen communications to...
We've not been furnished with any communications, nor have we had a response from the board to that correspondence.
In that case, would it be possible to table the letter to the board, given that teachers and parents seem to not have received that information?
We can certainly take that on notice. And just for clarity, Senator, it was an email rather than a letter.
Email's fine, thank you. And you also told Senator Ormond-Payne that you made a payment to the school in February. Can I confirm it was $900,000 on the 13th of February?
Yeah, $927,370 inclusive of GST. We make the payment to ACT Government, and then ACT Government makes the payment to the school, and I understand the payment went to the school on the 13th of February.
Thank you. And so your understanding is that the school received the $927,000 on Feb, and then a week later couldn't afford to pay staff on Friday the 21st of February.
That's what we understand from the media reports, yes. And the information that the Independent Education Union has also made public.
Do you have any concerns about how funds provided by the department have been spent by the school, given the multi-million-dollar tax debt that the ATO alleges has been accrued, and the apparent admission from the board chair in correspondence to staff and parents yesterday that they are, and I quote, approximately $1 million short for the month of February?
Senator, there are a number of things that concern us about that. That's why we have written to the board around to remind them that Commonwealth recurrent funding can't be used for litigation. We are concerned that they cannot. They are reporting not to be able to meet their obligations. You'd be aware from my testimony previously that we have compliance action afoot from the Australian Government. That compliance action continues to proceed, and we have consistently expressed a concern about the entity, particularly around governance, matters of fit and proper persons, and their failure to meet their reporting obligations to us.
Have any matters regarding the school or its board been referred to the AFP?
Not from the Department of Education that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you or any other regulatory body have the power to appoint an administrator to take over control of the school's finances on an interim basis, or otherwise install more responsible governance arrangements?
There are a number of regulators involved with the school at the moment. Those regulators are operating independently based on the information that is available to them. Certainly, if a regulator has available to them the opportunity to appoint an administrator, then that's something that would be available to them. It's not something that usually the Department of Education would exercise. We have written to the school in January with an update on our views about our compliance action, and we're awaiting a response from the school to that correspondence.
Will a forensic audit of the school's finances be undertaken?
Senator, because the school has not furnished us with updated financial reports, that would usually form part of our action, but our delegate, they will make a decision based on the information available to them, and if they're satisfied that information gives them the information they need to make a decision by way of affirming a sanction or taking a different sanction, then that's what they will do.
And what's the timeline for that? I guess one of the things I hear from parents is that they're incredibly frustrated about, there's been concerns raised for, I think, about a decade. For 5 years, the department has been involved. Your parents who love the school want to keep sending their children to the school, and yet there's a glacial pace at which things seem to move. What's the hold-up here?
So, Senator, I absolutely appreciate the impact that uncertainty has had on the school community and the staff. In January, our delegate issued a notice to the school of their intention to commence a revocation of the approved authority status. So what that means is the delegate was of a mind that They had a preliminary review that the school has not complied with their requirements under the Act, and as a result they were proposing to make a decision to revoke the school's approved authority status. That correspondence with the school, we have asked them to respond by early March. I think it's the 7th of March. The school has come back to us and sought an extension. The delegate's considering whether they will provide an extension to that. So I hear what you're saying about the time it's taken. I absolutely appreciate the impact and the uncertainty, but our delegate has moved to the next step.
Thank you. And given the uncertainty, apart from sending a letter, an email to the board asking them to relay things to the parents and teachers, what steps have been taken to ensure the safety and continuity of education for students at the school?
So we've engaged with the ACT Education Directorate, specifically around that. Ms Mitchell, who is our head of compliance in the department, she has been engaging with the head of compliance in the ACT. I've had a number of discussions with the Director General of the Education Directorate about this very issue to ensure, I think it's clear certainly from the two education departments at the forefront of our mind is about the continuity of education.
Mm-hmm. Do you know if the ACT Directorate has the ability to contact teachers and parents directly?
Senator, I'm not aware what they would have available to them.
Okay.
I mean, they could ask the school to distribute that on their behalf.
As you have?
So Senator, just for clarity, what I did is I asked them to provide supports and reach out. I did not provide them with communication and asked them to distribute that communication.
Okay, thank you.
That is something that we could consider.
And is it correct that there can be a way to access emergency funding from the department to support a school in distress? Is that correct?
So, Senator, we have a range of mechanisms available to us. One of them is special circumstances funding. Each one of those, we would look at the merits of the individual case. This school receives from the Australian Government $10 million a year. Schools of similar size have had no issues meeting their obligations to both staff, but also to ensure a high quality education is delivered.
If there was a circumstance where there was an interim board or a liquidator arrangement, could the department step in to help pay wages and keep the school running?
We would, Senator, we would look at what we had available to us. I think the guiding principle for us is continuity of education for those students. So we would look at whatever flexibility and options we had available to us, as I'm sure the ACT government would as well. And we'll work through, if such a circumstance were to arise, that's exactly what we'd work through.
Thank you. I really appreciate your work on this, and I just want to put on the record how many concerned members of the school community I've heard from who just really want this resolved. I think there's been some fairly wild allegations about school takeovers and the like. I think that the focus very much has to be on continuity of education, ensuring that the school can continue with good governance and good financial management. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. Thanks very much. Senator Little.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question about Woods Great Schools. Thank you. Could you provide me with the attendance rate for, I think it's 20 schools participating in that particular program?
Did you say, Senator, the attendance rate?
Yeah, the attendance rate.
Senator, I don't have that information. We can take that on notice and see what we can get around that.
Okay.
We'd have to get that from the state, I think.
We have to get that from the state, yeah.
So you can't just give me a general statement about whether you know that the attendance rate has improved across all schools within that program?
We'd have to get onto probably my school and analyse it from my school. We just haven't got the data with us, Senator, I'm sorry.
So let me give you an example of one my school statistic see if we can work on that one. So in Hopevale in 2019, the attendance rate was 47%. Then there's a subsequent years. but in 2024 it's 23%. There was some funding given, I think it was by NIAA, it was $150,000 to improve school attendance, specifically in the good to great schools.
Right.
I recognise that's NIAA giving the funding.
Sure.
I'm not sure what the engagement level was between you and NIAA on that, but do you have any indication on whether the money that was given in 2023 for improving school attendance, what that's actually done, given these statistics from my school?
Senator, no, not with me today. But what we can do is we can engage with the Queensland Department of Education. My school has sort of, as the Secretary said, the attendance rates, but in terms of that school, my recollection was it was sort of in the order of 64% were First Nations students, and they had around, last time I checked, around 175 students. So we can take that on notice and check, and we'll also engage with our NIAA colleagues. We can come back to that in cross-portfolio tomorrow.
I'm interested to understand at what point and how the various Commonwealth agencies intervene when there is clearly an issue. In my home state of South Australia, in the APY lands, we've seen a similar trajectory in a couple of those schools, where essentially I think it's there's 3% of children attending school 90% of the time, and it's even less in one of the communities that's closest to the bitumen, to the main highway. So I'm trying to understand at what point and who intervenes to go, well, we might have to have a closer look at what's actually going on in that school, in that community.
Senator, we do have a evaluation underway at the moment, and the Good to Great work is part of the evaluation. We have received a first interim report. I think we're getting a second interim report in the next 2 months, with the final report next year. I don't have the interim report with me, so I'm not sure whether it gives us a line of sight on the impact of that. I think that given the attendance statistics that you've referred to, it does make me wonder, which we would have to take away and look at, of what they would be if those programs weren't operating in the schools. But we can take that on notice.
Because Good to Great doesn't operate in the APY lands, and we've still got this issue. That's why I'm trying to understand. Given you've got NIAA giving out money for programs, and there are issues in other areas, who intervenes and who makes those decisions about that? Seems to be a bit of a disconnect.
Yeah, Senator, it generally is the states. I mean, the money that we provide goes to the state, and the state then administers that money, and the state's responsible for school attendance. The issue you've raised then is the conversations that we might have with the state about what they're doing to ensure that the strategies are working in their schools, or what they're implementing, or how that money's being used. Because we as a Commonwealth wouldn't go into a particular individual school. That's not our role. That's the role of the state. But I hear the concern that you're raising, and we might have a conversation more broadly about that, and see if there's been any conversations around some of those things with our state colleagues as well. And touching base with NIAA, but as Ms Brighton said, we can perhaps have a bit more detail tomorrow in cross-portfolio if you want to continue that line of questioning.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Senator Henderson.
Thanks very much, I just wanted to, Secretary, ask about school funding. Under the previous coalition government, annual school funding nearly doubled from $13 billion per annum in 2013 to $25.3 billion in 2022. And the greatest growth was in government schools. I just want to add where Commonwealth funding grew by 58.4% per student in real terms between 2013 and 2022. Are you able to provide a breakdown of that funding on a year-on-year basis? I appreciate it's in the previous government, but do you have that to hand at all, Secretary?
No, Senator, not past. We've got future rather than past, I think. I'll just check with my team. Yeah, I'm sorry, we'll take that on notice. We can get out the budget papers, but we'll take it on notice.
But do you have any information at all about that increase in funding over that term at all?
Not in the past, Senator, no.
So no one has any...
No, we wouldn't normally come and have past figures. We have future figures. We've got budget figures from 24, 25 through to 27, 28.
Okay. So I'm just wondering whether the department fact checks the minister's media releases before they're published?
If we're asked to. If we're asked to fact check, I'm not sure we actually as a Sorry,
don't you check them to make... You don't check them at all?
Sometimes
don't
we
you draft
see
them?
ministerial, not necessarily.
No.
So what happens is we put together information. The Minister's office drafts their own media releases, Senator.
So I just want to ask about whether the department fact-checked the media release of the 30th of January 2025, which is entitled "New Data Shows More People Applying to Become Teachers."
So we would have provided the data in relation to that.
And was there a fact check of the media release? Do you know, or is there someone who could give us advice on that?
Is there a particular, in terms of the data itself?
Well, just in terms of the entire media release.
I'm not sure, Senator. I don't know whether...
Okay.
I certainly didn't see it before it was released, I'm sorry. But we would have provided the data.
Yeah, my particular concern is that the Minister made the false claim that the Liberals ripped the guts out of public school funding. I'm concerned that is being hosted, obviously, on the Minister's website. Did the department fact-check this statement at all?
I wouldn't have thought that statement would have come to us, Senator, but I will have to take it on notice. I'm sorry, because I literally don't know. I can assure you that the department wouldn't have provided that information to the Minister's office in the way that you've described it. The information we provided was the factual data information which talked about the 14 and the 7%, I think it was. That's in that press release, but I can assure you we wouldn't have provided.
Does that concern you that those sorts of claims are being made? Again, I appreciate, I'm not asking for an opinion, but just based on the facts of the matter in relation to school funding, does that raise concerns for you at all, Secretary?
Well, it is a fact that you did rip money out of public schools when you came to government in 2014.
Could I just, sorry, Minister, could I just continue my questioning of the Secretary?
And I'm happy to provide answers.
Well, I'm just asking the Secretary.
And I'm happy to provide answers.
The Minister, just under the rules, the Minister can take the question. The Minister's taking the question.
Are you, sorry, just going back to that question, Secretary, were you in a position to fact-check that claim, or have you provided any advice in relation to that claim?
Senator, again, I'm pretty sure we haven't. We can take it on notice in terms of checking. It's a broad statement. I'm sorry.
Okay. So just in terms of this being prosecuted, it was again prosecuted by the Minister in a speech he gave at Universities Australia, the Solutions Summit the other night. Is the department aware, and I'm just making you aware, that is a complete and utter misleading and misrepresentation of the facts, and this has been well and truly debunked, including by RMIT ABC Fact Check in 2019 when, and I've got a copy which I can table in a minute, when it was determined that claim was misleading.
Well, I disagree with that, and I think the benefit of what Minister Clare did last night, I've got his speech in front of me, which I'm happy to table, is billions have been ripped out of public schools, and if you doubt me, let me point you to the 2014 budget overview, page 7. There it is in black and white.
So thanks, Minister. I will, in a moment when I finish using the document, table this particular article where it's been made quite clear that this is a misleading representation, that in fact annual school funding increased year on year, and in fact it was, you might recall that even the Victorian Education Minister Ben Carroll said that the Liberals, prior to the agreement being reached with the Victorian Government, that the Liberals did a better job for public schools than the current Albanese government. Now, I'm just being very careful with that quote.
I didn't know you were such a big fan of the Victorian State Labor government there, Senator Henderson. I'm surprised by that.
You're right. I'm generally not a fan. You're right about that. But in relation to Mr Carroll's comments, he made it very clear that the Liberals did a better job for public schools funding. But I would just, I will table this determination that these claims are false and misleading. And I would say to you, Secretary, to the extent that they appear on any departmental website, if you could please review the department website and make any appropriate corrections, because demonstrably based on the facts,
there's no corrections to be made.
This is clearly untrue and another Labor lie.
There's no corrections to be made. You should withdraw that. And I'm also happy to table the excellent speech from the Minister to the Universities Australia dinner, where he outlines and actually provides the detail. And if you doubt me, let me point you to the 2014 budget overview, page 7. There it is in black and white.
Yes, and I have got that document before me. But as has been made very clear, long-term so-called projections that were published in that 2014 document were completely misleading. They didn't reflect, they were just a line on a graph that the government produced. They did not reflect anything other than a vague and very...
I'm very surprised that you are coming in here and justifying your future cuts already. That is a remarkable political strategy.
What are you talking about?
Well, we know the $350 billion in cuts.
Minister, we've made it...
You're coming in here and trying to justify it now. It's extraordinary.
So here is the assessment with a big red cross, misleading. This claim is misleading. One of the reasons the Australian public have lost trust in Labor is because you continue to tell lies. And I would say, not to you, Minister, because I don't have any faith in you telling the accurate facts in relation to school funding under our government, but I'm simply asking the Secretary, could you please review your website, and in relation to this claim, which is false and misleading, could you please come back to the committee and advise us if there are any other such claims that I would ask would have to be corrected?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. Happy to do that.
Thank you very much. I would also now want to turn, please, to any other information that you have in relation to some of the complaints that have been made about certain teachers in any part of the country, Secretary. We've got I raised the situation with the school protest this morning. Do you have any update in relation to that?
And Ms Brayton can help with that, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, referring to the matters that you discussed this morning, it is the department's usual practice that when we are made aware of a situation that might impact an approved authority's status, that we would write to the relevant entities. So, we've written to Western Australia recently about a matter in a public school over there. We have written today to New South Wales Department of Education, as is our practice, drawing attention to the media, seeking a meeting with them to talk through the issues. I do note from the media statement that New South Wales have already acted on that matter. But that's our usual practice, Minister. Senator, that's what we would do. And that's what we have done.
So on the 15th and 18th of February of this year, it was reported that a teacher belonging to John Curtin College in Fremantle was on leave after it emerged this person had displayed a pro-Hamas tribute in their classroom. Is that the matter to which you're referring?
Just before you answer the question, it's the last question. We'll need to rotate after this question. Then we'll come back to, obviously, to the coalition.
John Curtin College, Senator, that's
yes.
the one we're talking about.
Yep.
Yes, that's correct.
And what's the result of the concerns that you have raised in relation to that matter?
Senator, the department has written to the Department of Education Western Australia. We have asked for some information and we have sought a meeting with them. That that matter came to our attention in February. That letter went earlier this week. So I believe we're in the process of setting up a meeting with department to see what happened, where they are and what they've worked through, and then we will determine whether we're satisfied with that.
I am going to finish up now because the Chair wants me to move the call around, but could you please provide those two letters on notice?
Sure.
Oh, sorry, can you put back to the committee now, please, as soon as possible?
As soon as possible, absolutely.
Thank you.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Now, in 2018, the coalition government created the activity test. Is that correct?
That's early childhood, Senator. We're still in schools.
Oh, right.
It's the next outcome, or the next bit.
Do you want to start?
That's okay. You can do. Go. Yep. Well, Senator Brown, maybe. Oh, sorry, schools.
All right. Maybe let's stick with teacher workforce.
Sure.
How are the teacher numbers and the student-to-teacher ratios looking?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I'll step back.
I'm just going to lean aside from the Secretary. Senator, thank you very much for the question. You'll remember we've given testimony at estimates previously about too few people becoming teachers and too many teachers leaving the profession. In 2022, all education ministers came together and determined a way forward after consultation and a round table and developed the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan. So the most recent data that has been released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics just this month is showing that the number of teachers in Australia has increased. It has shown that the teacher ratios have also decreased. The ratio is how many teachers to a single student. That has decreased as well, and certainly decreased since 2019 from 13.7 to 12.9 students to a teacher, which is a significant improvement. We've made quite a lot of progress on the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, if you'd like us to...
I was going to go there next, actually. Yeah. Do you want to tell us how that's progressing?
So the Teacher Workforce Action Plan focused on increasing the supply, so the number of teachers. It talked also about strengthening initial teacher education. How do we keep the teachers we already have, because we were seeing a number of teachers leaving, and how do we increase the esteem of the profession? And what we have seen, and I think what Minister Clare has also released, is 2 years on from that body of work starting. The preliminary results from the tertiary admission centres just released is showing a 7% increase in applications to become a teacher and a 14% increase in offers. So that's at the aggregate level, but Queensland, ACU, Brisbane campus have been out talking in the media around a 41% increase in applications. I think New South Wales, Minister Carr, I believe that might have been last week or the week before, talking about a 28% increase in the number of individuals wanting to become a teacher. So all of those signs are really positive, and we're really pleased in what we're seeing that. But perhaps I will have Ms Birmingham talk a little bit about the initial teacher education and what we've been doing to strengthen up that body of work.
Sure. This really goes to a body of work that's been in train for some time. And the Teacher Education Expert Panel, chaired by Mark Scott, was tasked with considering how do we think about improving visibility of the performance of teacher education courses. And that gave rise to a number of recommendations. One was to mandate some core content requirements for initial teacher education. Ministers agreed to adopt those recommendations, and that's now a requirement for all universities to amend their course content so that they cover particular important things that teachers need to know in their careers. So that goes to things like the brain and learning, pedagogical approaches, how to maintain effective classroom environments and manage behaviour, as well as teach to diversity. So all universities are now working on amending their courses to have those new requirements built in by the end of this year. But in addition to that, there's a new board that's overseeing the work around performance, and that's will result in a new performance framework around initial teacher education. That'll be a way for ministers and the public to see how education courses are performing on important things like that.
That's great. Thank you. So the future's looking quite bright in terms of that pipeline of people going into and staying within the education, as teachers.
That's right, and I think so. Early days, I think we would still emphasise that's preliminary data that has been reported, but we're hoping that will translate into a solid increase in the number of commencements this year. And then the work is also in the space of making sure people can complete their degrees. So things like the prac payments announcement the government made last year, that will help ensure that people have some money to support them when they're doing their pracs and don't drop out for those sorts of financial reasons, for example. So improving completion rates of IT will be part of the work as well.
Excellent. Minister, what do you think would happen here if these kind of reforms that obviously an awful lot of work and thought have gone into to improve the education system across Australia, if these kind of reforms were cut, what would be the impact?
Yeah, I think it's something that Minister Cleary has been really strong on in terms of the reforms that he's been trying to achieve through the schools agreement, have been ones that actually go to improving outcomes for students. That's where that glow-in-the-dark comment that he's been referencing over a long period of time has been important, and I think when you see the outcomes of what he's been delivering with agreements with the states, it goes to that. So for those things to be at risk, given the form of the previous coalition government when it comes to education and the cuts that they were responsible for, that's not something we can afford. We want to take this country
Point of order,
forward.
Chair. Point of order, Chair.
That's just completely
Sorry, excuse me, there is a point of order before the chair, so I'd like to hear the point of order. Thank you, Senator Grogan.
Chair, I, at your request, have listened quietly to a whole range of assertions that I fundamentally disagree with from Senator Henderson and not interrupted her at any point over the last session out of respect for you and respect for her. I've listened to what I believe to be completely untrue assertions from her and political point scoring, and we've discussed this. However, I am asking a question of the Minister and I should be allowed to continue without Senator Henderson speaking over me and interrupting in that rude manner.
Can I just ask everybody just to share the same courtesy to each other? The questions be asked, answers be given, and just do it in an orderly fashion. I appreciate there's little breakouts now and again. May have done it myself occasionally, but let's just get it back on track. So, Senator Grogan.
Thank you.
Could I just speak on the point of order, please, Chair?
Are you making a point of order, are you?
I'm just responding on point of order.
Well, if you're making a point of order...
Just to given that this is before the Chair.
What's the point of order about?
Well, I'm just on the point of order.
No, not on the point of order. Are you making a point of order or not?
No,
well, you're out of order.
I'm just speaking to the point of order before the Chair at the
Senator
moment.
Grogan, your
Thank
question.
you, Chair. Minister, so obviously we've seen the performance of the coalition government when they were in for the best part of 10 years. We've seen the impact on the school system. We've now seen some significant gains and some significant positive changes in terms of educating Australian children across this country. And now we know that the coalition, should they be returned to government at some point, are going to make some significant cuts.
That is just completely false. We've made it clear we guarantee the school funding agreements.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order, Chair.
There is a point of order. There's a point of order.
Well, I'm sorry. This is completely out of order.
Can we just...
We have
we will
guaranteed
suspend. Can we please suspend?
We've made that very clear.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Minister, I think you know where I was going with my question. I do have deep concerns about any future that might include a coalition government within it. And I wonder if you could just step out for us what you think those risks are.
Yeah, there's no doubt that there is a lot at stake at this election when it comes to education reform. We know about the cuts that they brought in when they won in 2013 and the damage that did, but also the fact that we've actually set up reforms that are going to make a difference. That's actually what's going to be at risk at this election campaign. So there is a lot at stake, and I would point to, I mentioned the budget overview. This is what it says on page 7 from 2014. In this budget, the government is adopting sensible indexation arrangements for schools from 2018 and hospitals from 2017-18 and removing funding guarantees for public hospitals. These measures will achieve cumulative savings of over $80 billion by 24-25. So that's in their own budget papers when it comes to cuts to education and health for that matter, that we have been talking about here. So that is their record. And we in Australia cannot afford to go back to that at this election.
I couldn't agree with you more, Minister.
No, you can't ask a question. It's not your... Sorry. The call is with Senator Grogan. Please.
Not schools.
Please, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions or when it's your block. And I will be going to Senator Allman-Payne after this.
I'm finding this whole process extraordinarily frustrating. Not being able to ask my questions without being consistently interrupted. I will pass on the call.
And Senator Brown wants to take some more of that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wanted to ask some questions around integrity measures to do with the government's announced range of new measures to ensure the early education system is on strong foundations for the future. Have I got the...
So this is still schools, Senator.
Yeah.
So the early childhood team are on after lunch. So the measures you're asking for are in childcare integrity measures. So we have school integrity measures we can talk about if that helps, but they're different to the childcare integrity measures.
Maybe we could go to...
So Senator Allman-Payne, we'll go to you while we just sort this out.
All right, thanks, Chair. Moving away from accountability of private schools over to more in the funding area, just wanting an update on any inquiry into the in relation to the capacity to contribute methodology. Yep. In the wake of the review into Presbyterian Ladies College, has the department done any further work to assess whether CTC is fit for purpose?
Senator, thank you for the question. You recall that the capacity to contribute, that's what we call it now, is one of the recommendations from Gonski to look at a mechanism to have an appropriate funding for the non-government sector. So as we've given testimony previously on PLC, I think it was PLC Burwood, we've looked into that and we're confident with the value that it was presenting. We are constantly looking at the settings, ways to improve the settings, are the settings achieving the policy intent and outcome, and that's part of our cycle of continuous improvement that we're doing in the department. So even just this year we have been looking at timing of CCC, when we release the figures, is that used to strengthen that? We're looking at the inputs to it, how do we continue to strengthen the system? Further and deeper parts of that examination of the policy intent would be something that the government would need to take a decision on in terms of further detailed reviews.
Yeah. Minister, does the government have any plans in that space to review that?
I'd have to take on notice, Senator Allman-Payne. I don't really have anything to add to what the Deputy Secretary said in regards to the issue.
Senator, the one thing I would add to that is under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, we have reforms and we have targets and measures, but we also have what we call national enabling initiatives. And those national enabling initiatives are the the more technical components that help a schooling system run. One of those national enabling initiatives is a review of the SRS. And I expect as part of the discussions when we get to scoping that, that the non-government sector will be interested in having a look at is the CTC settings efficient and effective and delivering what they're intended to do.
Yeah. Can you just refresh my memory what the time frame is for the review into the SRS?
I think that we were planning to scope it this year and have it complete, I'll turn to Ms Moore, by 2027. Because the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement is a 10-year agreement, and we've got a midpoint review of that agreement, and that's when a second tier of bilaterals will be done. So intention was to do the SRS review by 2027 in order that that could inform the second half of the agreement.
So I guess one of the concerns that I have is if, you know, as we increasingly see some students moving out of public schools into private schools, we're seeing a much greater concentration of disadvantage in public schools. And I think there's a question around, you know, is there a tipping point where the level of complexity actually requires significantly more support than what it would? You know, there's a big difference between 20 kids in your class all needing additional support and 5, for example.
Yes, and Senator, one of the other national enabling initiatives is specifically to look at socioeconomic concentrations of disadvantage and a range of other elements like that to see where national collaborative policy action can occur. And that's to Senator O'Sullivan's comments earlier, that goes exactly to the national collaboration to affect policy change. Oh, sorry, if I can just correct, the Secretary has highlighted that I've given incorrect evidence where the review is to be completed by mid-2029, but we would be scoping it over the next little while, and that we would start it no later than mid-2027. My apologies.
Things move slow in education funding. Okay. Just in I guess in light of the fact that we've had more bilateral agreements signed since last estimates, are you able to provide an updated Commonwealth and state and territory contributions each year to 2034, what that now looks like?
Senator, so the figures that Mr Davin went through earlier on were reflective of the agreements, the bilateral agreements that had been signed up until MyIFO, and as new bilateral agreements are settled and signed, because it's the bilateral that sets the trajectory, then those figures would be updated in the following budget or MyIFO period, depending on the sequence.
Have those latest bilateral agreements been published now?
So we're still working through the negotiations with states and territories on the Better and Fairer Full and Fair Funding Agreement. So the heads of agreement have been signed in a number of jurisdictions, and we're still working through the detail of the bilateral arrangements, and then once they are settled and signed, consistent with our usual practice, we will publish those.
So when do you think it will be that I'll be able to go to the website and see those agreements?
Well, Senator, we have been working very hard with our colleagues in the states and territories that have signed the head agreement. So we're working through, we're trying to sort of expedite resolution.
Does an imminent election impact those agreements?
Like
what happens if an agreement isn't all done and dusted before an election?
Well, we're still, like we've got with Caretaker in WA at the moment, our discussions on the bilateral agreement have paused while they're in Caretaker, and then when they're back from Caretaker, then we will reconvene those discussions.
Okay.
Yeah, and we will, during
so all
Caretaker...
discussions, so essentially it's not signed, sealed and delivered until everyone's signed on the bottom line?
The heads of agreement on the Better and Fairer Full and Fair Funding Agreement with Western Australia, South Australia and Victoria has been signed.
Okay. All right. So what's everyone still discussing now?
So the
just for clarity, that's all.
So the bilateral agreement is the underpinning agreement, and that's when we negotiate with the states and territories what are the reforms that will be implemented in that jurisdiction. So you'll recall Minister Clare had taken a very strong position that it's not just additional money. That money absolutely has to be tied to reforms, and the reforms are very contextual to the jurisdictions, but have to be based in evidence-based teaching, small group tutoring, early interventions. So in each jurisdiction, that looks and feels a little bit different depending on the jurisdiction. So that's what we negotiate in the bilaterals, and we also negotiate what's the trajectory for the funding for that jurisdiction.
Can you just explain that last bit to me? So when you say you have to... So is it the case then that the quantum is locked in?
So the government announced some of those quantums, so the extra $1 billion for South Australia. I think it was an extra $2.4 billion for Victoria. And now part of the work that we would normally do as officials is then work out what that looks like over the term of the agreement, the 10 years of the agreement.
So does that mean there isn't agreement yet on whether it's front-loaded, for example?
So we're working through that trajectory, as Ms. Brighton said.
Right, so when you say the heads of agreement are signed, I just want to make sure I understand this.
Sure.
So the heads of agreement say, let's say you're WA, they say you'll get however much it is?
Yep.
Over what time period?
10 years.
10 years,
Yep.
okay. So that's what's agreed now. What's still being negotiated is when that money flows across the 10 years?
That's the discussion that's happening.
Okay.
So the dollars aren't in the heads of agreement, but the press release is where the dollars have been announced, which is why you know about the $1 billion for South Australia and the $2.4 billion for Victoria. The funding details, as they always are actually in the bilateral agreement.
Right.
So
And
the current
they're not
bilateral
signed
agreement, if you've seen them, they've said what Queensland, for example, what their trajectory was from 2018 to 2025. That's all clear. We are finalising those bilateral agreements with the states and territories at the moment.
So I guess my question is, if an election got called tomorrow, we'd be in a situation where there's been an announcement for a chunk of money over a decade, but nothing's locked in terms of when that money flows.
The bilateral hasn't been agreed before a election is called. Then the signing of that bilateral will happen after the election.
Yeah. So can you just refresh my memory then on, because there's so many and I've lost track,
Sure.
which bilaterals are already locked in?
So the bilaterals for Tasmania, Northern Territory and the ACT are already confirmed. There was a bilateral already in place for Western Australia, but Western Australia has also signed the full and fair funding agreement. And we're negotiating with Western Australia and, with South Australia and Victoria on their bilateral, and then once Western Australian government is settled, we'll recommence negotiations on theirs. Because it's not just actually the Commonwealth funding, jurisdictions also have to put their funding in, so that's part of the discussion because of the trajectory that jurisdiction needs to keep.
I just think given how imminent an election is, it's good to know what the lay of the land is. And where are we at with Queensland and New South Wales?
And the negotiations are still ongoing with both those jurisdictions.
All right.
Sorry to be really confusing, but they have bilaterals agreed and published based on the current heads of agreement that they've signed.
So this what you've just told me, I think possibly impacts the next question.
Sure.
Because my question was going to be, can you provide details of when states and territories will cease use of that 4% loophole? Because we saw in the latest agreements that that's come out, which is very welcome. Or if it's a transition over time, are you able to detail the transition period and its interaction with the state share and the SRS?
Senator, you're exactly right that the negotiations on the bilateral not only includes what is the additional funding the state is putting in, but also what is their trajectory to reduce that 4%, as was the commitment.
All right, so do we have any agreements signed yet of those states that have signed agreements? Is the 4% out of those agreements? Or it's just the...
So the heads of agreement articulate the intent and the commitment and all the reforms. The bilateral for the 4% will detail what is the trajectory of that 4% being reduced to zero over the term of the agreement.
Yeah, and that 4%, sorry, I just want to clarify, sorry to interrupt. That 4% coming out only showed up in the latest iteration of the agreements.
The full and fair funding agreement, that's right.
So does that mean that the three who you told me had already locked in, Northern Territory, I should have written them down.
Northern Territory, ACT and Tasmania.
So in terms of those, do those agreements have the removal of the 4%, or is that subsequent and that's only in the agreements that are happening since and the renegotiated WA?
So the Better and Fairer Schools agreement that Northern Territory, Tasmania and the ACT have signed still has the 4%. It's worthy of note that the ACT doesn't access or use the 4%. And in the full and fair funding agreement, which is the one that West Australia, South Australia and Victoria have signed, there is a clause under the funding arrangements in the head of agreement that talks about reducing the 4% indirect school expenditure attributed to their total SRS share for government to zero. So there's a clause expressly in the head agreement that captures it. Those jurisdictions have signed that head agreement, and then it's what is the pace of that reduction that we're negotiating with them at the moment.
Yeah. So it really is a case of we're all over the shop now, aren't we? I feel like it's every state for themselves now. That's okay. My last question is, can you provide the expected dollar amounts under the above timelines each year from both Commonwealth and states and territories for each jurisdiction? Are you in a position to give that information yet, or is that only the case for NT, ACT and TAS?
Yeah, not until we finish the negotiations of those bilateral agreements will we have that locked in.
Yes, but it is locked in for NT, ACT and TAS?
And Tasmania, yes.
Is it possible to get that on notice for those three jurisdictions,
Yes.
given that that's locked in?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'm done, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Let's check on lunch. Are we going longer? That's okay. All right, sure,
we are aiming to get outcome one completed.
Schools part.
Schools part. Before 1:45.
Okay.
So that's the aim. My apologies, you mentioned that a bit earlier.
That's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Secretary, I just wanted to firstly turn to the school funding agreements that are outstanding. So the Victorian bilateral agreement has been agreed, is that correct?
The Victorian heads of agreement has been agreed,
Sorry?
Senator. The heads of agreement has.
Right.
There's a bilateral agreement that's attached to a heads of agreement. That hasn't been signed yet.
And the heads of agreement, has that been published?
Yes, it's on the website, yeah.
And I did seek from you, and we've also obviously got an order for the production of documents, draft the correspondence and the draft agreement for Victoria, Queensland and New South Wales. Do you have those documents that we've sought?
No, Senator. I understand the Minister put in a public interest immunity claim in relation to those documents through the order of production.
And that was rejected by the Senate. So the order remains, so there is no public interest immunity claim. So on that basis, could you please provide those documents?
Well, that'll be a matter for the Minister, Senator, because I think he has continued to make a public interest immunity claim.
Well, but it's not been upheld, Secretary.
That's
so, Minister, to you,
the claim for public interest immunity was rejected by the Senate. So that order remains that those documents relating to the negotiations, the draft agreements between Queensland and New South Wales, and also the correspondence with Victoria. Can you please furnish us with those documents that have been requested?
My understanding is the PII claim has been maintained.
Well, no, it hasn't, Minister. So that's been lost because the Senate has rejected the PII claim. So on that basis, there is no PII claim. Can you therefore present those documents?
The Minister's maintained the PII claim, Senator Henderson.
The Minister's not an island. The Senate has rejected the Minister's claim. The order of the Senate prevails and has been made. So this is just a big cover-up, is it? Despite the rules of the Senate. This is a blatant abuse of the
powers of the Senate which requires that those documents be produced.
I wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator Henderson. I think the department have talked through the process that we're up to with negotiating, and I understand you'll use any tactic that's available to you to avoid answering the questions about the cuts that you'll make in education.
Well, Minister, firstly to the PIA claim, this is a shocking abuse of the rules of the Senate. I want to put that on notice. The Senate rejected the Minister's PII claim. These school funding agreements are very important. More than 1.3 million students in New South Wales and Queensland do not have the benefit of this additional funding. We are days away, perhaps days or weeks away from going to a federal election. There is enormous uncertainty, and the Senate has rejected the claim of public interest immunity because this is a matter that's deeply in the public interest. So I would ask that you confer with the Minister's office and come back after lunch, please. Minister, I understand you're not the responsible minister, but could you please confer with the Minister's office and provide us with those documents after lunch, because we will not tolerate a blatant abuse of the Senate's orders and the rules. To your continual misrepresentation and untrue statements, I wish to make it very clear on the public record that the Coalition has announced that we will match the school funding agreements dollar for dollar. And that has also been announced by Mr Dutton. So any claim that we will not do so is completely untrue. Completely untrue, Minister. And I would ask you not to continue to prosecute these lies, frankly. They are untrue. We've made it very clear that we are matching the Commonwealth school funding agreements dollar for dollar. But what we are concerned about is that there is so much uncertainty.
I think the Australian people will remember what Mr Abbott said before he became Prime Minister too, and then what he did in government. I'd also point to further to the point I made before around the budget overview that I read out, but there's also the evidence from the Economics Legislation Committee's in Senate estimates on the 4th of June 2014, where Senator Wong was asking questions of the department.
You're just digging, you're going down rabbit holes. It's pathetic.
Can you confirm that? I'd like to provide my answer.
I am not, that wasn't my question.
Excuse me, Chair.
I'm talking about the school funding agreements.
I haven't finished providing my answer. I know Senator Henderson doesn't want to hear about their record in government.
That is so
pathetic.
There's a point of order before me. There is a point of order before me. Senator Chisholm.
I'd just like to be able to finish my answer. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm.
So where Senator Wong asked the department, can you confirm that
point of order,
with
Chair?
that figure,
point
broadly
of order, sorry,
you're looking at around 30...
There's a point of order.
There's a point of order before the Chair. I'll take the point of
Chair,
order.
on direct relevance, I was asking the Minister about the current school funding agreements, and we've made it very clear we've guaranteed those dollar for dollar. And I would ask the Minister to turn to the substance of my question, not something that was said in 2014. We are talking about the current school funding agreements.
Can I just, I'll rule on it, and that is that it's no point of order, because in actual fact you raised all those questions in your preamble to this matter. So,
I didn't,
Senator
Chair.
Chisholm.
I didn't. I was asking about the school funding, the current school funding agreements.
Thanks, Chair.
And the bilateral agreements.
So this was the question from Senator Wong. Can you confirm that with that figure, broadly, you are looking at around $30 billion for schools and $50 billion for hospitals? The officer answered, it is a little bit under $30 billion for schools and a bit over $50 billion for hospitals. So that was the evidence that was provided in Senate estimates in the Economics Legislation Committee on the 4th of June 2014. So they are the facts on their record when they were in government.
So, Chair, if I can continue.
Questions are back to you,
Thank
Senator
you,
Henderson.
Chair. So, Minister, this is complete and utter rubbish. We've already made it very clear. The ABC has completely, the ABC RMAT fact check has completely discredited this claim. Independently, school funding under our government over 9 years went up from $13 billion per year to $25.3 billion year on year. So I would ask you to stop, please, prosecuting what are Labor lies in relation to this matter, and I return to the current school funding agreements. Secretary, could you please explain what is the what is the barrier to concluding an agreement with New South Wales and Queensland? What are the particular issues of concern that are before you at the moment?
Senator, I'm not aware of any barriers. It is the normal process that we have conversations with state and territory departments, in this case also with ministers having conversations with each other, and that is happening and that is continuing.
So, can I ask you, is the quantum of funds been agreed? I am going to, you are, if you know the answer, Secretary, I'm asking you if you could please address my question.
I don't know the answer, Senator.
You don't know?
I'm not involved in the negotiations, Senator. The Minister and First Ministers, in many cases, Premiers' departments and Prime Minister's
departments. It's a pretty big issue. Wouldn't you be across that?
No, Senator. It's not unusual. When I did negotiations previously, a lot of it was done through First Ministers. So it was done through Premiers' departments and Prime Minister's departments, and I went and spoke to those First Ministers, but it was First Minister conversations rather than Department of Education conversations.
And Ms Brighton, as the Deputy Secretary responsible for schools, are you able to give the committee any information as to why there is still no agreement with New South Wales and Queensland, and what are the particular issues that are holding up the finalisation of the agreement?
Well, Senator, as the Secretary said, we're working through with those jurisdictions. We met as recently as last week with Queensland. Was that Monday?
That was this week.
Oh, sorry. As recently as this week with Queensland officials to talk through the negotiations. So we're working very collaboratively with those jurisdictions.
No, I understand that, Ms Brighton, but I am actually asking for information about what are the particular issues. Is it the quantum of funding? Are there other issues in relation to some of the school reforms? Could you please provide, and if you know the answer, I am obviously asking if you could please respond.
We're obviously
what are the, sorry, I'm just in the middle of a question, Minister.
Sure.
To Ms Brighton, what are the particular issues of concern that are holding up finalisation of these agreements?
As the Department have said, those negotiations are still ongoing, Senator Henderson. It's not appropriate to do those negotiations through Senate estimates.
Well, it is. Senate estimates is a very important process, Minister.
It is.
Whereby if the department has the answers, then we would ask for those questions to be answered and provided to the committee. So there's no exemption from answering those questions, just like there's no exemption from providing draft agreements. So is there anything more that you can say, Ms Brighton?
So, Senator, we're continuing to work with those jurisdictions, and it covers everything from what trajectories could look like, what does the 4% coming down to zero look like in the jurisdictions, what are the types of reforms that would need to be included in the bilateral. Both those jurisdictions signed the interim agreement last year, so it will take us a little bit of time to work through with them what does the jurisdictional implementation look like on the reform directions that we've got in the agreement, because the rollover agreement that they signed last year was a reasonably high level in terms of the reforms.
Could I ask, and I'm going to try and move through these questions quickly because I know we're trying to finish off before lunch. Secretary, I did, through the Senator O'Sullivan, he sought correspondence, briefing notes and file notes held by the Department or the Minister's Office in relation to the investigation of the conduct of the principal of Medina College.
Sure.
So this was the principal who made some improper comments.
Sure. I think we've actually got that.
Could you please provide us with an update and just...
Yeah, we can probably table something.
Could you please table any of the correspondence? We would be.
And similar, like you asked us for Western Australia, how about after lunch we just get them together and we can table them after lunch? Is that helpful?
That's fine.
Okay.
Well, Senator O'Sullivan, you haven't got any of those documents now?
Well, I do, but I think they're back to back with other documents and stuff like that. So we'll just make sure that they're easy to table, and we'll do it that way.
Okay. Well, the only problem is I may want to ask questions about.
Well, let's talk about what we've done, and you might have questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So, Senator, you asked about new Medina College in Young.
That's right.
School? Yeah, just so I'm clear on the school. So we wrote to the school So the Minister contacted the department and asked us to assure ourselves that the school and staff were operating within the requirements of the Australian Education Act. We wrote to the school on the same day, so that's the approved authority, seeking information by the 14th of February, which was, only 10 days ago. The sorts of things we were asking for was information on their governance decision-making processes for appointing board members, as well as their practices for dealing with issues when office holders make inappropriate comments. The approved authority has given us some information that we've asked for, and they've asked for an extension to provide the rest of the information. That residual information should be with us tomorrow. That's correct, isn't it? Yep. The 28th?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So this is a principal of a school who made shocking anti-Semitic comments. Now,
that's correct.
I did call for the principal to be stood down. Is the principal still... What's the status of the principal's employment?
So the principal's employment is a matter for the board. So we've written to the approved authority, which is the board. To the best of my knowledge, I believe that the principal is still there. But the information that the school furnished with us just recently is being assessed by the department, and we'll get further information from them tomorrow with the remaining questions that we have. Then we will assess that and we'll make a determination whether there's any action that the department need to make.
So this principal said Zionists should burn in the pits of hellfire. And I won't go into other comments that were made, but they were equally horrific. Why should someone in a school keep their job when they make those sorts of hate-filled comments? I mean, we have an anti-Semitism crisis in this country. Why should this principal still be entitled to work in a school?
Senator, they're the questions that we really asked the board. It's the board's responsibility. The Commonwealth can't unilaterally go in and remove a principal from a school, but we do ask the board about issues around fit and proper, and if we determine that in relation to fit and proper, comments like that don't meet the definition of fit and proper, then we can take action in relation to that approved authority.
So have you made a determination whether this person is a fit and proper person to remain at this school or any school?
Sure, thank you, Senator. Sorry, Ms.
So,
Brayden.
Senator, the information that we asked the approved authority for has only just come in on the 14th, I think it was, and we're getting further information tomorrow. Once we have all the information, the team will make an assessment, and they will, if they determine that they need to apply sanctions to the approved authority, they will apply sanctions.
But isn't this a matter of urgency? I mean, these are horrific comments. If the information has come in, aren't you in a position to make a determination?
Well, Senator, there's more information still coming in. We have to operate under the law in terms of what we're allowed to do. We have sought that information. We wrote to that school quickly. They provided some, but there's more information coming. Once that information is through, then we can determine that, and we'll do it quickly. We're happy to furnish the letter that we sent to the school to you, and we'll do that.
And the responses too, please.
Sure, I'll take that on notice because there'll be stuff that we'll have to redact, and they've only come in yesterday, so I had to do that. But we can give you today the letter that we sent, but we'll take on notice the responses.
And any
like
of the other correspondence as well, please. Are there any other
for this school? Sorry,
that's right.
Yeah, sure.
As Senator O'Sullivan asked for.
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
It is disappointing that this is going to be further assessed tomorrow, and so that we are not in a position to learn the outcome of this investigation in estimates today, given you set a deadline of the 14th of February for all information to be returned. And these children are in their school. This person, in my view, based on what has been reported, is not a fit and proper person to be in any school with those sorts of hate-filled comments. Minister, do you believe this person should just be terminated from his position as principal of this school?
Look, I won't prejudge the work that the department are doing, but I do know that when this issue was raised, Minister Clare said that there is no place for the poison of anti-Semitism and this sort of hate, plain and simple, in regards to the comments that the principal have made. He asked the department to undertake the work that they've been doing, and he was really strong in his comments about this type of language, and it's inappropriate and abhorrent.
Well, he didn't say anything for the first 2 days, so there was zero silence from the minister when this first happened.
I don't have the timeline in front of me. I do know what he said in regards to this issue, though, Senator Henderson.
Secretary, are there any other investigations of hate speech by any teacher or principal in any other school in this country underway?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll refer to Ms. Brighton.
So, Senator, the Secretary referred to, and you referred to earlier on, the school in Western Australia. We also have follow-up that we have done regarding a school, Al Sayed College. And Al Sayed College, there was an article in the Sydney Morning Herald in October last year that raised matters in relation to governance and fit and proper persons. So we have followed up on that, and that matter is active for us at the moment, and we're happy to furnish that letter to you as well, if you would like. We could table that.
Okay, would it be possible to provide that information now, because I did seek it on give advanced warning through Senator O'Sullivan of this information, and if we're going to move out of schools, there won't be an opportunity for me to ask any questions.
So we'll get them printed out, Senator.
Thank you. If we could, and I would be really grateful. Just want to ask, Senator O'Sullivan also asked about correspondence, briefing notes and file notes held by the department or the Minister's office in relation to the development of a national schools anti-bullying code. Are you able to provide those documents?
Senator, the work that the Minister Clare has commissioned is a review into bullying and an anti-bullying review. Those reviewers have just been appointed and the review has commenced. The terms of reference in the process have been settled, and Minister Clare has written to his Education Minister colleagues across the country. So the language of code, what we are looking at with the reviewers is they will do research and consultation and provide advice back to ministers, education ministers, on what a national standard could look like about how to deal with bullying. So that work has only just recently commenced.
Yes, thank you.
So it's not a code as such.
I did ask for the correspondence and documents. Are you able to provide those to the committee?
Sorry, I don't want to be technical, but there is no code. So we have no documents that exist in relation to a code. It's a review of bullying.
In relation to the code?
There is no code.
I know there's no code.
That's what you've asked for.
No, I didn't. I said...
You did say code.
I said in relation to the code and the development of the code. I know there's no code. In fact, I'm concerned about the timeline in developing the code, but are you able to provide any documents like the letter to which Ms Brighton just referred? Could we please have that tabled and any other relevant documents in relation to this work?
Happy to take it on notice, but we're not developing a code. And that's what you asked for. That's why I'm a bit lost.
So what do you mean you're not developing a code?
We're undertaking an anti-bullying rapid review, but nowhere has it been announced, to the best of my knowledge, unless I get corrected, that results in a code, national code being developed.
No. We are looking...
Yeah, the Minister has made that clear. He's made that announcement. Yeah,
Can you
absolutely.
find that? Can you publish, make that available to me?
I'm not going to do your work, that work.
Well, sorry, Senator, you have
it's
told me
just that
something.
he made a reference earlier in the year to a code, a national code. And so anyway, I'm just asking, in relation to this work and the consultation, could you please provide
we'll see what we can find
those documents to the committee? Chair, I am trying to move through this as quickly as possible. Could I also go to the funding of free tutoring? How many hours of free tutoring is the Commonwealth Government funding per school child under the new school funding agreements?
Senator, thanks for the question. It's not how the agreements are constructed to look at a per student value around that. What we have done is, through the agreement, the Australian Government has provided additional funding to those jurisdictions. As part of the arrangements, those jurisdictions have to, with that funding comes reforms, and in those reforms, They sit across 3 domains: excellence and equity, wellbeing for learning, as well as workforce. Under excellence and equity, that is all focused on improving learning outcomes for students, which includes small group tutoring, it includes numeracy, it includes phonics.
Yes.
So we haven't costed at an individual level. We've looked at what's the global package of the offer, and then as we've negotiated with states and territories on their bilateral agreements, we have worked through them. What is the reforms that they will be implementing that, with the premise of using their own funding models, funding going to the most disadvantaged schools first for these sorts of reforms.
Ms Brighton, what I'm concerned about is the Minister has frequently referred to small group tutoring as a key part of the Commonwealth's reforms, and yet when you dig into the detail, the bilateral agreement with the Northern Territory, there's a commitment to tutoring, and there's even reference to the guidelines and supports relating to tutoring. But there's no, my understanding is there's no specific commitment in relation to tutoring with any other state or territory. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not correct. In the Western Australian bilateral agreement, small group tutoring will be provided to primary and secondary students in Western Australia who are most in need.
So how will that be delivered? Because in the Northern Territory Agreement there's a specific range of commitments in relation to small group tutoring, but while there's a reference in the heads of agreement, it appears to be very vague. So can you, just going back to my question, how many hours of how many hours of group tutoring are being provided in each state and territory?
Senator...
Sorry, Ms Brighton, before you answer that, we were trying to do a hard marker at 1:45, and there's a brief question that Senator Brown needs to ask.
I'll just be as quick as I can,
So
Chair.
is that like the next 2 minutes?
Yeah, in the next few minutes I'll be absolutely as quick as I can.
Well, at 1:45 we'll either go on a break and bring them back, or we finish in a few minutes.
I'll only need a few more minutes, I think. Thank you. I'll just be as quick. Oh, look, and I particularly referred to some of the comments that the Minister has made about small group tutoring, and my concern is that while there's been some high-level references to small group tutoring, what's the actual obligation on the states and territories? Because I can see it in the Northern Territory Agreement, but it's not clear in relation to any other state or territory.
Senator, the Productivity Commission, we've taken a lot of learnings from their review of the NSRA, and when they did their review of the NSRA, they pointed to the lack of nexus between targets, outcomes, measures and reporting. So in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, we've been very minded to attend to those, and so part of the reporting that states and territories are obligated to provide to us is on their implementation of the reforms, and particularly with the additional Commonwealth Government money, where is that funding going to, the sorts of initiatives it's going to. So when the reporting starts from the states and territories, that's when we will start to see some more information about the particulars of the implementation. But those bilateral agreements do step out in quite a lot more specificity than the NSRA about what the jurisdictions will be doing with the additional funding.
Well, we haven't seen them all, including, of course, the Victorian bilateral agreement. As I say, I point to what's been agreed in the Northern Territory. Are you able to detail whether there's a minimum guarantee or a minimum number of hours in each state or territory or each school? Because it's, as I say, it's a very, very vague reference without any compliance details. It doesn't. There's no. In other words, there's no requirement on the state or territory to deliver any minimum number of hours of small group tutoring.
Senator, the heads of agreement that have been signed by the jurisdictions is actually incredibly specific as to what the obligation is. That they will build on existing efforts in the areas of equity and excellence through a whole of system or whole of school approach that identifies student needs early. So this is an obligation. Identify student needs early, provide tiered and targeted supports, intensive supports, in line with evidence-based teaching and a multi-tiered system of supports. So the obligation is actually incredibly specific, How that manifests in quite a number of the jurisdictions, it will be small group tutoring. That's been a key feature of the discussions and the negotiations. The detail of what that looks like in the schools, in the reporting, that will come back as jurisdictions start to commence their reporting.
I guess from a parent's point of view, though, I would say to you that that's very high level. I understand that you can't go to each school and make different arrangements in such an agreement in relation to every school. But it is a very high-level obligation. So when parents hear about small group tutoring, if their child is falling behind in reading or writing or maths or whatever it might be, what will be the minimum obligations for that school in relation to providing small group tutoring?
Senator, the obligation under this agreement is that systems, jurisdictions, non-government sectors are identifying the students and providing those students with the supports that they need to thrive. This agreement is far more specific than the National School Reform Agreement on the types of reforms and the types of outcomes that we're expecting. And specifically so that at the heart of this is actually about improving student outcomes systematically and for the long term. I don't know if Ms Moore has anything she wanted to add to that.
No, I think you've covered that.
So do you have any, is there any agreements as to how many tutors would be engaged by each school system?
That's a matter for the jurisdictions, but we're confident that certainly Western Australia and Northern Territory have identified small group tutoring as a key feature, and as we're continuing the negotiations with those other jurisdictions, that I'm expecting quite a number of them will be featuring small group tutoring because they have found it to be an effective strategy to improve student outcomes.
All right, well look, just before we, look, do you want to hand over to, I'm happy to hand over to Senator Brown.
I'm really wanting to go on a break.
Yes, I know. I just wanted to find out whether those documents have come back.
All right, if you
just while I have a quick look at them.
Ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just in case I've got any questions about them.
So we've got the Young Muslim Association Incorporated, which was the school
at New Medina College.
Is it possible if I could just look at
the Al-Saad College? We've also got the New South Wales letter we sent today, Senator, and also the letter we sent to the WA Department of Education as well, with obviously the personal information redacted as appropriate.
Yeah, I've never seen. I'm sorry, come to me first.
Chair, look, I'm happy to just finish up, but could we do a bit of a deal? If I do have any questions just on this matter, could I just raise them with the Secretary straight after lunch so I don't hold things up now?
Well, why don't we?
Or I can quickly.
If I go to
yeah, sure.
Senator Brown,
I only need a couple of minutes.
Sure,
okay.
And then do it that way. That way we can let schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
And thanks for everyone else's indulgence as well. Appreciate it.
Need a bathroom break, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Try not.
Drinking too much tea.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I wanted to go to the Productivity Commission's review of the Coalition's National School Reform Agreement. Mm-hmm. So what did the Productivity Commission's review say about the National School Reform Agreement's impact, particularly on the impact of improving student outcomes?
Senator, thanks for the question. Perhaps I'll go to Ms Moore to talk about some of the detail. At a really global level, I think as I mentioned when I was responding to Senator Henderson, the Productivity Commission really, one of their key elements was they talked about the nexus between the targets, outcomes, sub-outcomes and the national priority initiatives and found that that nexus was often really tenuous. So we've been really minded to that as we've been negotiating a new agreement. But Ms Moore, perhaps you can unpack that a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. So I would say, reflecting on the PC's report, that there were kind of three areas for improvement they identified in the next for the next intergov agreement. There was the reforms, that they needed to be more specific and really focused on driving student outcomes, that there needed to be targets that were better directed and addressed, directly connected to the reform priorities, and improved transparency and accountability for the general public in terms of funding being spent under the agreement. The Better and Fairer Schools agreement has done a lot of work considering the PC's recommendations to seek improvements in terms of its operation. I'll take you through each of the areas individually, but at a very high level, the reform area, the PC was very clear that the next report needed to focus on actions to reduce the proportion of students who do not meet basic levels of literacy and numeracy. It also needed to have a real focus on student wellbeing, and that has been
I would have thought that was obvious.
And as Ms Brighton has stated, those are really key areas of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. There is one of the national reform directions is very much focused on equity and excellence, and we've talked about multi-tiered systems of support, small group tutoring, phonics checks. There is also a section of the agreement that is very focused on reforms addressing wellbeing, like more school counsellors, psychologists, work to improve attendance and engagement. So that has been advanced in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. The targets have been designed to directly connect to those three priority areas. So looking at Year 12 certification and attainment, looking at attendance as a bit of a proxy for engagement, noting it's not the best proxy, but there is also a commitment under the agreement to look at, is there a better way we can think about engagement? And also the workforce, for the really setting targets for what we want in terms of the workforce. That's ITE related, but also First Nations and ITE, initial teacher education, so making sure the workforce is representative of the community. So having those targets directly lined up with the reforms, and then a significant amount of work around accountability. So Ms Brighton's talked about the reporting from the states and territories being improved under the BFSA, more specific, more directly related to the reforms, their cost and their impact. But also there is now going to be an annual report to Parliament that formed part of the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill last year. So that is a legislated requirement that will look at the intergovernmental agreement, how it has been progressed and future intergovernmental agreements. There's also a commitment to do a reporting dashboard to increase transparency. So, and that is made in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. So together, the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement has taken a look at the PC recommendations and sought to make a step change in terms of the agreement.
Right, okay, well thanks for that. So from what I get from that, it's fair to conclude that the PC report that the Coalition's National School Reform Agreement had weak targets from academic achievement and lacked reforms to improve student outcomes and lacked transparent reporting mechanisms. Would that be correct?
I think, so I can go through and quote the PC, but they certainly had, they had 16 recommendations for improvement in terms of what we could do in the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Now, Ms Bright, forgive me if you've answered this question, and I'll put on record, I did this, I think, back in November. I'm Tasmanian, so we have our agreement in place. Both the Tasmanian Minister and the Federal Minister came down to my old school in Warrane Primary, and I think I did say that in November as well, so we were really pleased, the state government was really pleased to get such a comprehensive agreement in place. And I know there's been a lot of work done to ensure that the Better and Fairer Schools make significant improvements on the previous school funding agreement. Can you please describe some of the practical reforms included and what they intend to do, what they're intended to do?
Certainly, Senator. Perhaps if I can go to Tasmania.
Please do.
So each of the jurisdictions who've signed the agreement, as I've said previously today, they have a bilateral agreement with us, and that bilateral agreement sets out in quite some specificity what they will be doing under this agreement. Productivity Commission, the strength of their feedback was previous reforms were so high level they were not going to contribute to student outcomes. So with the Tasmanian bilateral agreement, we've got things in that. So Tasmania are going to take a structured evidence-based approach to their literacy education, so a deep investment into literacy. They're going to focus on accelerating the implementation of their, I think it's the Lifting Literacy Implementation Plan, was the work that they were doing. They were also looking at implementing more timely and consistent screening and assessment of children and young people, so that those children and young people were getting access to the sorts of support they needed around literacy instruction. So that's what it was looking like in Tasmania. Say, the Northern Territory, they were very specifically looking at implementing in full the recommendations from their senior secondary review, and that was a requirement of the funding. They were also implementing strategies about improving the transitions between different stages of schooling. That's a key weakness, and where you're at risk of students disengaging from school when you're moving. Western Australia are looking at trialling a full service school model in at least 4 Western Australian public schools, which means that they will provide the sort of breadth of services that students and their families need in order to be able to really engage with education, allied health, nurses, community services support into the school. So you'll see, even just from those examples, a diversity of approaches across the country to really deliver the sorts of outcomes we're expecting under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement.
Thanks for that. That is really welcome news. And you've made it clear the positive impact these reforms will have on students and families. So I say to the Minister, if I could turn to you, what could Australian families expect to happen to these positive reforms if the Labor government isn't re-elected?
Thanks, Senator Brown, and it's an important question, and I'll have a shout out to all those important public schools in Tasmania, as my mum was taught at Sprent Public School and my dad at Ulverston High as well, and I'm sure your old primary school was happy to have you back and very proud of your achievements as well. They are important reforms that we've put forward, and I'd go back to the points I was making earlier about the cuts the Coalition brought in when they were last in government, which were devastating, but it also goes to the lack of ambition they actually had in achieving reforms as well. So when you add those two things together based on what their record was, that is something that should be deeply concerning to Australians that care about our education system. So I think it is important we highlight what our objectives are in trying to achieve the new school reform agreement and what it will deliver for students and families. But it's also important that we highlight what is at stake at this election, and I think that you've done that in an eloquent way with those questions.
I agree, Minister.
Thank you very much.
I understand just a very brief couple of minutes. Just, Chair, in relation to the current school funding agreements, the Coalition has made it very clear that our focus is on getting back to basics and driving explicit instruction and other evidence-based teaching methods in every classroom. So we want to see greater school reforms than in the current agreement, and the Minister, your representation of our position is completely false.
Well, it's actually
highlighting your record. We are very, very focused
highlighting your record in government
on driving explicit instruction and evidence-based teaching in every single classroom.
Except you have a record in government that points otherwise.
I do go back to just go back to this correspondence that you've provided, Secretary, on these 2 Islamic schools.
Sure.
So was there also a letter?
Do you have 4 letters there, Senator?
Yeah. Are you able to furnish the responses to those letters?
We'll take that on notice. We'll just have to redact some things, but very happy to take that on notice, Senator. Noting that there's still some more responses coming through.
Okay, so the responses you have received, obviously you need to redact the signatures, and I understand the
Happy to take that on notice.
But could we please have a copy of those this afternoon?
I will take it on notice, Senator.
If at all possible. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chair.
Good, thanks, everybody. We'll now break until 2 o'clock, and we'll come back with the Australian Education Research Organisation.
So schools is dismissed, is that the word I'm after?
Yes, schools are dismissed, and we're still in outcome 1 after.
Sure, and we'll get the...
Yeah, later today. Representatives from the Australian Education Research Organisation, and good to see you again, Dr. Jennifer Donovan. Dr. Donovan, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, and I promise to keep it short. In previous appearances, I've reflected on the work AERO has done in its short existence and the impact AERO has had on extending evidence-based practice in education in Australia. So today I take the chance to update the committee on AERO's proposed work plan for 2025 and give you an overview of what new research, resources and analysis I will be able to tell you about in future appearances. The education ministers across the country through their senior officers have agreed on 3 priorities to focus on in our research in 2025, namely First Nations, equity and disability and inclusion. Accordingly, AERO will begin to identify and document approaches that are successfully supporting First Nations students to achieve their education goals, drawing out common features that can inform policy and program development. AERO will research how inequity, particularly concentrations of socioeconomic disadvantage, impacts outcomes, opportunities and experiences in education. We will investigate the school and system levers that hold the greatest promise for strengthening equity in Australian education, and we will explore education outcomes of children with disability and gather evidence for effective inclusive practices for those students. Some of the work we will be doing this year is a continuation and expansion of work begun in previous years. We are continuing our work on the implementation of evidence-based practices in early childhood education and care and schools, examining intentional teaching and assessment practices. We're also refreshing a program of work drawing on early childhood data to provide insights to policymakers on complex questions such as the impact of quality education and care on children with vulnerability, patterns of participation in ECEC, including children with disability, and analysis of the characteristics that predict workforce retention in early childhood education and care. As I have assured the committee before, there is clear, robust and extensive evidence base on the teaching practices that best support all students to learn. AERO has brought these practices together in its learning and teaching model. We will expand the suite of resources that assist teachers and school leaders to implement these practices and continue to support the efforts of systems to implement these practices across the country. So thank you for this chance to preview the year ahead.
Good, thanks very much. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. So just in relation to your 2025 work plan, have you got a copy of that? Can we get that?
I don't have a copy of it available to share at the moment. It's with the ministers for their final endorsement. As soon as we receive that, it'll be published on our website and I'll provide it to you.
Okay. Has there been any delays at all or is this consistent with the normal time frame?
This is slightly later than
end
previous.
Of February already?
Yeah, that's true. This is a little bit later than previously. The senior officials of all of the departments offered to have greater input into the way the research priorities were scoped, and so we took some time in January. We ran 3 workshops with the jurisdictions and stakeholders, and we took that time to make sure that the research agenda that ministers are in the process of now approving is consistent with the important questions and relevant to everybody's work.
And have there been any specific directions or instructions that have come out of the Education Ministers' meetings?
No, other than to highlight the priorities. The ministers, according to our constitution, don't give specific direction or instruction to AERO. They want us to be able to operate with independence so that the research can be regarded as having credibility and integrity. So they set the priorities and they invite and we invite the jurisdictions to share with us what are the relative important questions, what is the relevant work that might be happening in their jurisdictions currently, so we can take that into account.
How do you decide on those the three priorities that you've come to?
It comes from the ministers. I talk with the ministers and their heads of departments for this purpose, but at least annually, to get a sense of what are the relative priorities across the country. I bring them then to the senior officers meeting in the first instance to say, here's a long list of things that people are really interested in. Help me prioritise the ones that we'll be able to accommodate in our work plan for this year. That happened, I think, in August of last year, and there's been a process then to refine the questions ready for the work plan to be sent round to ministers.
And so then in terms of shortlisting it and reducing it down to the three that you've chosen, what goes into the decision to do that?
We prepare a paper for the senior officers to consider that says there are, of this long list, there are some that have really a lot of backing. There's a lot of commonality across the jurisdictions to say these are important. Then there might be a shorter list provided to them for their consideration. We will give them any advice about work that is currently in place that could form the foundation for future work, the directions that it could take, and it's a conversation among them, representing their ministers, about what should be finally identified as the priorities for the work we do.
Can you provide us a list? Can you provide us that paper that goes into informing it?
I honestly don't know. Can I check with the Deputy Secretary? I'd suggest you take that on notice. Take it on notice.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
What work is Aero currently undertaking of its own initiative?
All of the work we do is work that has been authorised by the Minister's priority setting. Okay. So I mentioned in my opening remarks that... Have you got the autonomy to be able to select your own? We don't select our own so much as under the umbrella of a priority like embedding effective practices, we would then pursue research into aspects of effective practices in early childhood or teaching settings. So, as I said, the ministers don't give direction as to how we go about it, what questions do we ask. They give us those high-level priorities, and then we have quite a bit of flexibility then to identify the way we carry out that work. And some of it has been of such importance that it's carried over years. We have an annual research agenda, but some of the work on that research agenda is work that has been begun in previous years and will carry forward because it's important and there's much to do.
Okay. Can you provide us with data on the usage of your resources? As in, are you fully utilising the resources you provided with? What sort of data can you provide us on that?
I can share, I'll take it on notice, but I can provide information like hits on websites, downloads, that kind of thing. I'd caution though, because I don't know that that necessarily gives a full picture of the extent of the use of the resources and the research that we're making available.
Is that because there might be one user that actually accesses it and then it's distributed? Exactly.
The other thing...
In multiple ways, yeah.
That's right. The other thing that we are aware of is in some jurisdictions, the system has decided, this is great, we're going to take it, we're going to package it up and distribute it and make sure all of our teachers have it in their hot little hands, or they have a version of it that is, marked as being done by Aero, but in collaboration with their jurisdiction. So there are various ways that our work gets disseminated, not all of which will be visible through website hits.
Do you see having that feedback has been a vital way to measure the effectiveness of the work you're doing? And that uptake of your resources could indicate any number of things, couldn't it?
Yes, it is difficult.
So is it something you can give consideration to, how you could better track that?
Yes.
Other than just website hits?
And we are at the moment. We've developed an outcomes and impact measurement plan, which is trying to get beyond, if we want to be confident about this work having impact, what are the ways that we can go about understanding better how it's being used in jurisdictions, in systems and sectors, etc. So we have a program of work that we're initiating this year which will go to trying to answer some of those questions. It's never going to be so simple as Aero did a piece of research and now Australia's top of the PISA rankings. There's so much that happens between what we do and the outcomes for students.
Let's get there though.
But, but we're trying. But we think we have some ways that we can go about being able to report more clearly about the kind of extent of awareness of the material, the teachers' attitudes towards it, the number of jurisdictions that are choosing to disseminate it widely, etc.
Okay. How many publications has Aero produced, or how many in 2024?
That is
you can take that on notice if you
excellent question. I will take it on notice. I do have it here, but I don't want to rifle through all the papers. I can probably give it to you at the end of my remarks.
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, if we can get it today, that'd be good. And your current staffing profile?
We have a staffing profile of around 140 FTE at the moment. This is more staffing than we would ordinarily have. We are calibrating the staffing profile over the longer term to make sure that we can afford the people. We know how much our core funding will be, and what we've had the luxury of this year is a bit of an underspend from previous years. So in this year we have more people than we expect to have in the future.
So you've got a bit of a surge.
Which means, exactly, we're trying to deliver a lot of material and activity over the course of this year with more people available to us to do that, but we will be scaling back the staffing profile after mid-2026.
Thank you. I always enjoy our chats. Chair, I think Senator Henderson.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr Donovan, great to see you again. Thank you very much for your attendance, and can I say congratulations on the outstanding work that you are doing, which is all about driving evidence-based teaching into classrooms and supporting teachers with the very best materials and education research. I want to ask you about your report last year on a knowledge-rich approach to curriculum design. Can I ask what your key findings were from that report?
The report that we published last year was one that was commissioned by the New South Wales Education Standards Authority, and it provided an overview of the evidence regarding a knowledge-rich curriculum. It explains that knowledge-rich curriculum is a common feature of educationally high-performing countries, that knowledge-rich curriculum provides the foundation for excellence and equity in the education system by prioritising and explicitly outlining the essential knowledge and related skills that students should be taught and develop at each stage of their schooling.
And when you look at a knowledge-rich curriculum, could you just explain what that means and where the Australian curriculum is not consistent with the principles of a knowledge-rich curriculum?
I'd preface that by saying Aero hasn't done analysis of the Australian curriculum. Others have, but we have not. Mm-hmm. But I can tell you the features of a knowledge-rich curriculum is that it aligns with the science about how students learn. So we often talk about explicit teaching practice. By that we mean teachers can break down the knowledge and the new concepts that we want students to learn in ways that they are manageable, that they can be related to previous learning. They're sequenced carefully so that the new knowledge gets built on a foundation that's related and relevant. It's assessed routinely and regularly, and it's designed for students' mastery. Teachers can be very confident that the students have learned what they've been taught. A knowledge-rich curriculum provides that kind of content for teachers. It leaves them in no doubt as to what is core that they need to be teaching, what is the sequence for it, the approach to it, and the assessments that will demonstrate the students have learned.
And did you do an assessment of other countries with a knowledge-rich curriculum?
We have begun to look at that. We haven't completed that piece of work at the moment. We are interested in that. For the NESA report, we did note that high-performing countries have knowledge-rich curriculum. We've begun a piece of work looking at those high-performing countries and the characteristics of their curriculum, which is still in progress.
And can you provide a bit more detail about that? What other countries are you looking at, and which countries in particular would you regard as being high-performing with a knowledge-rich curriculum?
There are two that have been of particular interest to us. The UK is one. There's been quite a lot of change to their curriculum in order to make it a knowledge-rich curriculum in the last decade, really. It's been a long process. The other one we looked at was Portugal because, harking back to my reference to PISA results earlier, Portugal showed a very interesting and dramatic improvement, and it was strongly correlated to a shift to knowledge-rich curriculum in Portugal at the time. Now, since then, the Portuguese department has shifted away from knowledge-rich curriculum, and the PISA results no longer look quite as good as they did. But it was enough to pique our interest about, okay, there's a relationship here. So we have been looking closely at theirs as well.
Are you able to provide on notice some of your work that you're currently undertaking, including your analysis of the Portuguese and UK curricula?
Yes, I can take on notice. I can safely agreed to provide the outline of the work that we undertook. The analysis itself is not in a stage that it's ready to be shared yet, but I'm very happy to let you know as soon as it is.
All right, well, look, to the extent that you've got information or documents that you hold that have provide an overview of the work that you've done to date, that would be very much appreciated. When are you due to report on this latest piece of work?
We have not locked in a time frame for this. It's not been one of our top priorities, so it's been work that's been undertaken over a period of time, but at a fairly low level of resourcing. I would anticipate it would be finalised by the end of this year.
And, sorry, who commissioned this current piece of work?
This is a piece of work that we undertook to do in order to inform the work that we've done for ministers about effective teaching practice. One aspect of effective teaching practice is what you're working with. What is it that you're teaching? What is the enacted curriculum that the teachers need to be delivering and ensuring they're learning? So we took a path into knowledge-based curriculum. The NESA piece of work that we did gave us the opportunity to see there was a line of inquiry that was worth following. Sometimes with research, you do not know what the end is going to be when you start out. You begin investigating a question and you let the question and the answers to that question take you to the next step. So where we are at the moment came from what is it that teachers need to be able to do, and has taken us to they need to know how to deliver a curriculum. A curriculum can be designed in a way that enables them to be very effective practitioners.
And are you able to draw any conclusions between a knowledge-rich curriculum and the current Australian curriculum, which is not, by definition, knowledge-rich?
As I said, we haven't done any analysis of the Australian curriculum in its current form.
You can't draw any parallels or make any observations about the difference between a knowledge-rich curriculum and the current Australian curriculum?
Look, I would say that the CEO of ACARA is really interested in the work that we're doing, and that I am keeping him in the loop on what our plans are and the design of the work that we're doing. I would also observe that NESA has commissioned this piece of work from us because they were interested in going a bit further with their own state-based syllabuses towards making them more useful for teachers in terms of the amount of direction they contain.
So just to be clear, a knowledge-rich curriculum essentially outlines the achievement standards or the various learning outcomes for each subject and each year level. So Year 7 maths, this is what we would be anticipating to teach students in that given year. Can you just elaborate a bit more on what it means in practice? So, for instance, the Australian curriculum has the 8 subject or learning areas, then it has the 7 general capabilities and the 3 cross-curriculum priorities. So by a knowledge-rich curriculum, that means that it just sets out essentially each learning area for each subject in each year level. Is that correct?
Yes, it gives a very clear sense of what is the core knowledge that needs to be learned over the period of time available to the teacher. And it also gives advice about assessment. How do you know that that learning has happened? So rather than outcomes that can be quite high level, they're very definitive. The students will be able to do this. They will be able to demonstrate this. So it gives a bit more clarity to teachers to understand what it is that needs to be addressed in what sequence over what period of time and to what and how their achievement will be demonstrated.
So is Aero advocating for a knowledge-rich curriculum based on your findings?
Yes.
And just can you explain the basis why you are advocating for a knowledge-rich curriculum?
As I said, it's because a knowledge-rich curriculum takes into account the way we know students learn. So the more precisely the curriculum can outline for teachers the work that they need to do, then the more likely a successful learning outcome. So if the curriculum can help the teachers by breaking down, by chunking down the new knowledge, the concepts, by being very clear about the sequence, by offering insight into the assessments that could be used, then the teacher's task is made clearer and straightforward, and it matches the practice that we know will be most effective.
And that leads to higher levels of student achievement based on your research?
Better learning.
That's what it's all about, isn't it, Dr.
That is
Donovan?
what it's all about. It's the learning.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. I have no further questions.
A quick follow-up, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, just in relation to the research and looking at those other countries, the UK and Portugal, did you examine the impact on teacher workload and any change in any difference in the workload of teachers that are applying knowledge-rich?
I'll have to take that on notice. We certainly looked at the impact.
I've had some pushback that, sorry to cut you off, but I've had some pushback when these matters are discussed, people saying, oh, it's putting the burden on teachers.
Yes, but in both cases, what is evident is the amount of professional learning that was provided. So there was space and time and resourcing made available to make sure that the teachers knew what the changes were about.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jonathan. Thanks for joining us. It's always a pleasure hearing your views and the evidence you give the committee. So have a really good afternoon.
Thank you.
Now invite the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership Limited to the desk. Just have a... We can just go straight away, can't we? Yeah. We'll go straight to you guys. Senator Henderson, over to
Thank you
you.
very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your attendance today. I want to ask about your work on teacher supply and demand. And I refer back to previous estimates where the Coalition has repeatedly asked for the teacher workforce supply and demand projection data. Now, on notice, ATSL provided that these projections would be due for completion in December 2024. Has this work been completed?
Yes, Senator, and thank you for that question. We have prepared the disaggregated projections for workforce and also for ITE graduate supply. You might recall that ATSL doesn't own that data set. It's actually owned by ministers. So we're now in a position where we're waiting to put that through ASOC and EMM and looking for publication and approval in 2025.
Okay, so I'm not concerned about who owns it. I'm concerned about the information that you have and your obligation as part of Senate estimates to provide information if it's requested. So are you able to provide the committee a copy of the work that you've done to date?
Senator, that is information that needs to go through EMM and be agreed for publication.
Well, that's a matter for you, but this is Senate estimates. And so I'm seeking that information now, and it is a requirement to provide any document, unless you want to take a public interest immunity claim, any document that we seek as part of Senate estimates.
So, Senator, I don't have that information here. We can take that on notice and then we can work with the Australian Government around the appropriate mechanism for providing that to you.
Well, I'm sorry, it's not a matter for the Australian Government. This is a matter for this committee. So can I ask that you maybe ask some of your colleagues now to...
Mr Bullock's taken it on notice, Senator Henderson.
No, I know, but the comment was made, Mr Bullard made the comment that he will work with the Australian Government. Now, you're an independent agency and therefore there's requirements in Senate estimates to furnish that material if it's requested of you.
Senator,
So
I understand your question. I have undertaken to take that question on notice, which I will do. The reason that I've referred to the Australian Government is it is an Education Minister's document. It is their data. ATSL is the, if you like, data processor. So that's why I've referred to the Australian Government. We'll take it on notice and we'll make our best endeavours to give you what you've requested, but we will need to work with the Australian Government on that.
Well, that is of great concern because you've been commissioned to do this very important work. There seems to be continuing problems with seeing the results of your work. It was due for completion in December 24. I understand that there's a process. So surely there wouldn't be an issue. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether there's an issue or not with making this public. It's a requirement that if we're seeking a document, the document exists. If the information exists, then we're asking for that information now.
And thank you, Senator. And I have said I understand your question and I'm taking that question on notice.
Can you provide any information about what you do know about your findings? So can you provide some without... I understand you've taken my question on notice about the documents, but what can you tell us about your work which was finished in December 2024?
So, Senator, there is already a wealth of information that's available through the ATWD dashboard regarding data in relation to initial teacher education and also teacher supply. The purpose of the projections was to bring some of those data sets together and look at both the historical pattern but also project forward, I think, till 2036 and to look at where we thought there would be demand for additional teachers based on the demographic projections that we know and also what we think the supply of the teachers would be looking at projected ITE commencements and completions. So a lot of that data already exists. The purpose of the disaggregated projections was to bring that workforce and IT graduate supply data together to provide that modelling for EMM. And what we know is this is a really important workforce planning piece of information that workforce planners in states, territories and systems need to make predictions about what supply and demand needs to look like into the future for specific regions, states. And so we have taken the role that we were given very seriously. And as I said, that December 2024 was our deliverable, and we have delivered what we were requested, but it needs to go through an intergovernmental process.
Yes, I appreciate that. So again, I go back to my question. What can you tell us about your findings that have been finalised in December 2024 on teacher workforce?
So, Minister, as I've said, we'll take that question on notice.
No, that was a different question you took on notice. So that was about the documents that I was seeking. I appreciate that. But I'm just wondering, going back to my previous question, what can you tell us about, at a high level, about your findings? I mean, do you have any way of quantifying the teacher shortage in this country?
So, Senator, it will give you projections moving forward, but there's no headline in that. What it does is it shows year on year the difference in supply and demand in particular regions based on the data that's gone into the model.
Okay, so what can you tell us at the moment about the supply and demand situation in this country with teachers? I mean, you're a taxpayer-funded agency, there to do a job. You've been commissioned to do this work, and you're now before this committee, so we are seeking this information, please.
Maybe we're best to take that on notice unless Mr Mission has...
Senator, I'm not sure how helpful this will be, but I might just say a bit about the nature of these projections. So as Mr Bullard says, they don't give a sort of single national number on the projection, on the shortage or surplus in the teacher workforce, and that's partly because there are some extra factors that you'd have to model and make assumptions about there that we don't have data on. For example, the number of teachers coming in from overseas and how likely they are to end up in the workforce and so on. What the projections do is for each geographical area in Australia and each subject area in secondary schooling, they will show the number of graduates we're projecting, the number of teachers who are in the workforce in 2023, and the number of those who are likely to be retained over time. And then we also use population projections to show how many teachers are going to be required. This is assuming all else is equal, right?
Okay.
So class sizes.
Okay, so look, there's a lot
there's a lot.
There's a lot that you're not telling me at the moment. I'm sorry. I just want to be very plain speaking. And I would just take issue with the fact that the dashboard is not directly relevant to your work in December, that you were meant to finalise in December 24. But what can you say, for instance, about the shortage of maths teachers in this country?
Yeah. So again, Senator, the data that we have, and I'd have to take the detail on notice about maths, the data that we have would tell you those things I've just outlined about maths teachers. There would be some other factors you'd have to make assumptions about to simply say
that's fine.
There is a shortage.
Okay, but I'm asking for that information now. What can you tell us about the shortage of maths teachers in this country?
And again, Senator, I don't have that information to hand. We can take it on notice. As I say, it's part of there are hundreds of variables that go into this.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is good enough. One of the core functions of your organisation is to assess teacher supply and demand. That work was finished in December 2024. And I'm just hearing no substantive answer at all. I'd just want you to be very plain speaking. What can you tell this committee about teacher shortages in this country and I'm asking specifically also about math teachers.
Well, Senator, as we've explained, that needs to go through an intergovernmental process. I understand that we're in Senate estimates and you're requesting that, but
you're required to answer the question.
Senator, can I just say that the variable, as Mr. Mission's outlined, the variables are multiple, and the way in which this will be displayed will be on a dashboard where you will select. You'll see a picture of Australia and you'll be able to see by region, having selected various variables, various year and time series, what the prediction
I understand
would
the
be.
nature of an interactive table and how you can, how a user might use an interactive table, but what I'm asking again is what is the situation with the teacher shortage in this country? You've done extensive work, you've received a very substantial amount of funding to do this work, and we're just simply asking for an overview of your findings.
And we will take that on notice because we need, well, Senator, we need to work through the complexities of it.
That doesn't comply with the rules of the Senate, and I don't want to have to say that again. I understand you've got your own internal measures, but it doesn't comply. We are seeking these questions, answers to these questions, and we're seeking them now.
And no disrespect to any questions you wanted to ask Mr. Bullard, so that he'll take it on notice, and I appreciate you've made your point, so you're right. But Mr. Bullard said he'll take it on notice.
What can you tell me about your work on teacher standards?
In what regard, Senator?
Could you give me the latest on your work in updating teacher standards for this country?
So I think that you know, Senator, from the question on notice that you asked in November last year, that we have made a number of approaches to various ministers through various governments for those standards to be updated, and as it stands at the moment, there has not been an agreement for that work to proceed. What I can indicate, though, is that we are absolutely attuned to the evidence, for example, that's coming through from Aero, and we are thinking about the ways in which we would need to make those standards more contemporary. And in fact, we were given a really unique opportunity through partnering with the Queensland Government around middle leader standards to test some of that thinking, and those standards have now been published by Queensland on their website. And I think they give you a sense of what a more contemporary set of the teacher standards would look like. I also think that the work that we did in relation to bringing those standards together, the research and the consultation provides us with a really good starting point for looking at a review of the teacher standards once there is agreement that that should proceed.
Now, this is no reflection on your agency. I appreciate that this needs to be agreed by the state, territory and Commonwealth education ministers. When was the last time that these standards were updated?
Oh, well, it would have been when they were originally agreed in 2010, Senator.
I mean, we are desperately trying to raise school standards in this country. 1 in 3 children is effectively failing NAPLAN. Teachers are operating in a vacuum without the best teaching standards. A lot has changed in 15 years. It just is incredible that in this country that teachers are operating under standards that are 15 years old. I'm not directing my deep concern at AUSPAR personally, but it is a shocking situation. Do you have any guarantees or any sense as to when the states and the territories and the Commonwealth will work together to upgrade and update these standards? Because if teachers are operating on outdated standards which don't reflect the evidence, I mean, how do they have a chance, let alone more than 4 million young Australians who go to school every year?
Senator, perhaps I can attend to some of that question, if I may.
Thank you.
So you'll recall the recommendations from the Quiet Review that spoke to around initial teacher education, and the TEEP report that we spoke in our earlier evidence today about addressing the core content for initial teacher education. So that's in flight, and I appreciate you might be wondering how is that related to standards. That is about making sure...
No, it's very much related to standards. It's a different issue though.
But that is about making sure that those who go to university are better equipped. What we have in place under the new Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, under the NTWAP, the National Teacher Workforce Action Plan, is a very strong focus about lifting the quality of teaching, supports for teachers, evidence-based practices. It's throughout the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. And as we do that work, that will give the ministers collectively across the country an opportunity to look at what else do they need to do in terms of the systems. Nothing recently has gone to ministers making proposals about amendments to the standards, but once the agreement is settled, I'm sure that's something that education ministers might want to be turning their minds to.
Ms Brighton, thank you very much for that. But look, this is an agency that's got limited responsibilities, including in relation to teacher workforce, including in relation to teacher standards. And it is deeply concerning. I mean, you talk about the Better and Fairer Agreement. More than half of Australia's public schools don't have any finalised Better and Fairer Agreement. It's been nearly 3 years under this government, and I go back to the deep concern that I have about the fact that these teaching standards are 15 years old. It just seems to me that this system is absolutely broken. Can you provide a copy of the teaching standards that you are seeking to implement across this country? Do you have a copy with you?
Are you talking about revised teacher standards?
Yes, that's right.
We don't have a set that we're trying to implement. What we are doing is, what we want to do is to work with governments, but also the teaching profession and learners around what those contemporary standards should be.
So you haven't done that, you haven't got anything in draft as to what you would like to see?
Well, Senator, we did do a stock take. I think it was 2020. A stock take was undertaken, and I believe that through a question on notice you have received a copy of that stock take that gave some areas of focus. But we would need to revisit that. And what we know is that the evidence in teaching and the great work coming out of Aero is giving a really strong indication about some of the things that should change. And as I said previously, if you do look at the middle leader standards, which are available on our website, you can see some of the more contemporary things that we would want to see in a set of teacher standards. And if I give an example,
sorry, apologies for just cutting in, but I just want to clarify. So if I was, a minister sitting around the table, whether it's state, territory, or the Commonwealth Minister, if anyone asked, well, look, could you give me a copy of the standards that you believe should be in Australian schools supporting Australian teachers, have you done that work?
We have done the stock take document, and we would be looking to update that given that time has moved on.
Sorry, that was 2020. So you haven't done any work since. There's been no further work on that?
Well, I have indicated that we have prepared the middle leader standards, which sit between teachers and school leaders.
Yeah.
And we believe that a lot of the work that's gone into that would inform the teacher standards. And if I give an example, I think two things that have been discussed today. One is around knowledge-rich curriculum. You will see in the middle leader standards that middle leaders must support teachers to develop units and programs that reflect a knowledge-rich, high expectation curriculum. So there's a much higher level of specificity based on the evidence of what we know. Again, in terms of pedagogy, it has to be evidence-based pedagogy. The teacher standards at the moment refer to, for example, including a range of teaching strategies. So we're not coming from a standing start. But what we know is that the teacher standards inform every aspect of a teacher's career. So they are used as a basis for initial teacher education. They are used as a basis for proficient registration, highly accomplished and lead teachers. And that means that there are a whole lot of partners and stakeholders that are impacted by changes in those standards. ITE providers, systems, sectors, schools, principals and learners will all need to come along on that journey. So it's disrespectful for us to go in with the answer when we know that the best information that we can get is from teachers themselves, school leaders and learners. And so we've got a really great basis in the middle leaders standards. The work that we've done we can use to inform the teacher standards, but it would not be respectful of us to rewrite the teacher standards without consulting registration bodies, ITE providers, system sectors, but most importantly the profession.
Well, I would agree with you that you need to do that consultation, of course. But the last time you updated, or according to your stock take, as you call it, was 2020. So haven't you done that work, consulted with the experts, with Aero, with the various teaching bodies to bring together a set of draft standards that you believe should apply in this country, so that teachers have the very best chance of thriving and excelling in the classroom?
As I've said, our energy and effort has been going into the middle leader standards and also a range of other projects that we have been funded to undertake. We have not got a stream of funding at the moment to undertake a review or update the stock take of the teacher standards, but I think you've heard from me that it is a priority, it is something that we want to do, and it's something that we've brought to Ministers' attention on a number of occasions.
Look, obviously, I appreciate that. So how often have you taken this to the Minister for Education and raised your concerns with the Minister about the fact that the teaching standards in this country are 15 years old? Can you detail your meetings and your representations to the Minister about this very important issue?
So, Senator, I think you've got that in the answer to the question on notice. Number 001405. So the attachment there details the times we've advocated to the ministers collectively, and also in some cases.
Okay, so that was the last estimate. I'm asking for the number of meetings since for the entire period, please.
I don't.
Have you met with the Minister?
No, well...
Have you met with the Minister since your last response? And has the Minister indicated any interest in improving the teacher standards? Ms. Brighton?
I was going to say, Senator, if the agency isn't, doesn't have that information available, I was just going to suggest that they take that on notice.
Sure, no, that's fine. But my next question is, has the Minister indicated any interest to you as the agency Chief Executive Officer in improving the teacher standards?
Well, I think if you see the actions of the Minister and what he's been doing, the support for teachers has been a real integral part of what he's been doing as Minister since he came here. And I remember in one of his first speeches he talked about the impact of one of the public teachers had on his life, and also his passion for around the project that we had around lifting the standard, the public recognition of teaching in this country as well. In terms of the work the Education Ministers have been focused on, they've been focused on reforming the initial teacher education component, of which they've been doing, and obviously the reforming practice through the Better Fairer School Funding Agreement, which the Deputy Secretary has talked through as well. But the Minister understands, he doesn't see this as job done. He understands that we want to continue to push and achieve better and support teachers as best we can. Obviously, we inherited a real mess when it came to the future teacher workforce, and there was a spiralling vacancy rate that we've had to contend with, which is why that initial focus has gone on initial teacher education and supporting getting more people wanting to study to become teachers to start with.
So, Minister...
Before, can you just give me an indication how long you're going to be? I know there's another... We've got more...
I might need another...
questions.
5 or 10 minutes, Chair.
If you could do 5, it would be greatly appreciated.
I'll try and keep it to 5. So a lot of the work that was done by this government minister, and I'll direct my question back to Mr Bullard though, but just to make very clear, was the work that we had done when we were in government, identifying that many university courses are deficient with their teacher training, and that work, yes, was picked up by your government, but a lot of the hard yards were done when we were in government. And so we identified deep concerns about the deficient university teaching courses. Mr Bullard, on that point, and noting that the government is seeking the core curriculum to be introduced in every teaching course, what work have you done, or have you done any work to assess that progress, the core curriculum in university courses? Because in some respects, if you've got the very best teaching courses in this country and you've got teachers graduating, that should give you a fair degree of confidence as to the competence of teachers, if they're being taught correctly. But the problem in this country has been that they haven't been taught correctly, that they have been subjected to many university teaching courses which have failed them, including on the teaching of phonics, on basic concepts like understanding cognitive load theory and the other really important parts of evidence-based teaching which are integral for a teacher to succeed. So have you looked at the progress of the core curriculum work that's been done in initial teacher education in this country?
Senator, if I could respond to that, the oversight of the implementation of the core curriculum work has been done by the Quality Assurance Board that is oversighting universities on the implementation of that core curriculum. That's the same, the Quality Assurance Oversight Board is also working on the transparent indicators for initial teacher education. So we're happy to take some information on notice to give you an update on the progress of implementation. All universities have till the end of this year to implement, and you might recall that they're supported with a fund to help with that.
That's right, and I am aware of that. Thanks, Ms Brighton. But Mr Bullard did mention the core curriculum and that the importance of that work in terms of informing your work. So I'm just wondering whether you've assessed the core curriculum and the work that's been done.
Well, it's not our role to assess the implementation of that curriculum. As Ms Brighton said, that is the work of the Quality Assurance Oversight Board. We do support that board, and as Ms Brighton also said, that it is the end of this year, that is the date by which all ITE courses need to reflect that core curriculum. And I understand that there's work currently underway around how the evaluation will be undertaken in partnership with the teacher registration authorities who accredit the courses to ensure that that is embedded in every ITE course in Australia.
So going back to my earlier question, has the Minister, directly to you, Mr Bullard, and your agency, has the Minister shown a direct interest or written to you or raised these specific concerns about improving teacher standards? Have you had direct meetings or representations from him at all in relation to the... Because I think this is a really urgent issue. I'm alarmed that teachers in this country are operating on 15-year-old teaching standards. Has the Minister expressed those concerns to you?
No, he has not expressed those concerns to me personally, Senator.
Well, that's really disappointing.
But recognising that I have only been in that role since the end of October last year.
Thank you very much, Mr Bullard. I'll leave it at that, Chair, and I think Senator Davies got some questions. But
absolutely, Senator Davey.
Thank you. I don't have many questions. I'm just I'm interested about World Teachers' Day, and I thank you for the response you provided us on questions on notice, specifically SQ 24 000564 about World Teachers' Day, and we were asking about research and what you'd done about communications campaign for World Teachers' Day. And in your response, you identified that as part of your communications campaign, you had used 2 social media influencers to help promote World Teachers' Day. Courtney Adamo and a social media website, Mama Knows Melbourne. I like social media. I get into it a bit. I'm just wondering how you landed on those two influences.
So I would need to seek some advice from our team about how we chose those two influences. What we did have as our objective, though, this year was maximum reach. So World Teachers' Day is a core part of the work that AITSL undertakes because, as you're aware, part of what our role is to celebrate the profession, and the campaign was really grounded in schools and school communities this year. We wanted to reach parents in schools and carers and encourage them to be posting on social media a celebration either of a teacher that they had themselves or to celebrate a teacher that their child or young person had in a school. So part of what we know is that the world has moved on in terms of being able to put an ad in a newspaper, that social media is where it's at, and influencers were another avenue that we wanted to explore to see whether that actually increased our reach. And my cursory glance at both Courtney and Mama Knows Melbourne, Courtney does target parents, so I sort of get it. I didn't look at how many followers she had. Mama Knows Melbourne is a bit geographically specific when it's a national campaign, and so I'm really interested, about why they were chosen and whether this went to tender and so these were the successful tenderers, or whether someone just did a scrape of social media and went, oh, these people have a lot of followers. I'm certainly very happy to take that on notice so that we can get that information to you. And what was the contract value and what was the expectation of the contract? How long were they engaged in? Again, we would need to get that information. I understand that it was leading up to and on the day itself that they were used, but if you would like to, I'm happy to get the number of days or on what basis they were contracted. It might have been posts, not days.
Yeah, it would be interesting because I know some influencers, and I know when they enter agreements with brands, it's a post on this day or so many posts and so many mentions of the brand. So it would be really good to know, and the value. And have you evaluated the impact, the reach, and how many interactions each post or influencer might have got?
I understand that data was being pulled together, so we can certainly see what we can provide in terms of that information.
And I just note that while they are targeted at parents, they're not necessarily teachers, or so are we sure we're getting the teacher engagement and the positive response for teachers? As you say, World Teachers' Day is about recognising the amazing work of our teachers. Thank you, Mrs. Hunter. You did a great job with my children.
What I can say is that our connection to teachers is incredibly strong. So we actually pride ourselves on the scope of connection that we have to teachers. So this was really trying to get a broader cohort. We know that if we go out on LinkedIn or we go out on Facebook, that we do reach a large number of teachers just because of the number of individuals that we connected to. I think, for example, if you look at our Facebook followers, 42,000, Instagram or LinkedIn, 63,000. We know a lot of those are teachers, but also too, through our AUSParliamentLive Mail, 207,000 people subscribe to AUSParliamentLive Mail and, in schools. So we don't have a lot of trouble reaching the profession. We find that we know how to do that, but what we want is for teachers to feel valued by people that are not in their own profession, by people in their school communities. And I think over time we've found that sometimes people forget to say, you're doing a great job.
Is there any concern that maybe these particular influencers were target parents of a younger audience, so pre-primary parents?
Again, I think it's probably useful if we find some information on the basis on which they were chosen. So I don't want to speculate about what we knew about them and why we chose them, but we can come back with that.
That would be much appreciated. Thank you. Got no chair?
Anyone else seeking the call? No? Okay, we'll let you go. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Just before they leave, I just wanted to mention that it's Mr Misson's last estimates appearance, and after, I think it's almost 15 years at AUSParliamentLive, is off to work at the OECD, is my understanding. That's right. But just on behalf of the government, and I'm sure all senators in the room, we just want to wish you all the best and thank you for your leadership in particular at AUSParliamentLive over a long period of time. The country really appreciates it.
Thank you, and thank you, senators. I've always found this an interesting and enjoyable part of the job. Believe it or not.
On behalf of the chair, he's back. Thank you. We extend our thanks from the committee. And give our best to Matthias Coleman. I will. Oh yes. So run. I know. I was just going to say, you go.
I was just going to say on behalf of the opposition, thank you for all your service over a very long period of time, and very much wishing you all the very best in your very exciting new role.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
And also, as the chair, I think it's appropriate also, my apologies, I had to step out for one moment. And I'm sure the Deputy Chair said it very eloquently, but I'll do a lesser good job, but I just want to say thank you very much. I say this with a great deal of sincerity. I know everybody here does highly prize the public service and all the roles that people play here, and you've played a very important role that makes this country a better place. So I very much appreciate your service for the country, and congratulations.
Oh, terrific. Thank you, all senators. Thank you.
Okay, we'll now go to Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority. Good, thanks very much. Just before we start, we just want to remind everybody in the room and for the proceedings that under Senate Resolution 3 concerning the Broadcasting Committee proceedings, that in the room that permission to take photographs during the hearing, or rather audio, etc., during the hearing should be sought from the committee prior to taking photos. This permission can be revoked at any time to individuals should they follow direction, if they fail to follow the direction of the Secretariat staff. Remind people that they are not able to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or of the audience. I'll now go to Senator Sullivan.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick ones from me. We heard earlier today from the department that the Education Ministers meeting, the last one was held in June 2024. Are there any decision items or matters from ACARA which have not been progressed because of the infrequency of these EMMs?
Probably defer to the department around the last dates, just to double check that first, and then happy to come back to the question.
Thanks, Mr Ganil. The last dates that we provided this morning's evidence was June 2024. What we did outline to the committee is we have an out-of-session process for Education Ministers' meetings so that decisions can be circulated to Education Ministers for their consideration and determination.
So there's nothing outstanding for us, no.
Okay, so it hasn't impacted upon ACARA being able to get decisions made?
As Brian said, there is still the out-of-session process that is available to ACARA and I think other agencies as well. And so we use that where appropriate. It's always good to have discussions with ministers in the room when that's possible. As senators will imagine, we understand there are challenges around that at different times.
Is ACARA's current work plan dependent on any directions or instructions from the Education Ministers' meetings?
There are certain things, yes, that we put up through ministers for decision, but the lack of face-to-face meetings doesn't impact on that because we have that out-of-session process should we need it.
Is the time for decisions appropriate? Do you find you have to wait?
Well, it's on a cycle of the out-of-session monthly meetings, so we just work within those bounds. They're well established, well known. We work within those as we're expected to do. Yeah.
Do you have any papers or projects that are waiting on sign-off at all from the EMM?
No.
Okay, thank you. Senator Henderson, Chair.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Mr Ganil. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
and
Senator.
Mr Dyer. I wanted to ask you, speaking of Dyer, of the dire state of civics education in this country. You released a report just over 10 days, some 10 days ago, which found that there was a failing number of students, only I think 1 in 3 or less than 1 in 3 Year 10 students who had proficiency in civics and citizenship education. This is obviously pretty alarming. Can you give us more information about that and what action you're taking as a result of your findings?
Thanks, Senator. If you wouldn't mind, Senator, we did have an opening statement to provide, so I'm happy just to send that around if I can, just as background for people. I'm not sure if the message came through appropriately, but if people have... I'll go straight to your question, Senator, but I thought before I get into it, we'll table it, if that's okay.
Sure. Do you want to give that opening statement?
If you could table it. If you'd like to speak to it, you...
Look, I'm happy to go to the Senator's question and I can come back to just maybe a brief sort of overview. It's really just talking to you about...
Why don't you do that first? In fairness to the Senator, Senator may, in light of what you say, the Senator may want to change the question or ask something additional, but it won't.
I think maybe if we could start with an opening statement.
Yeah, I think that's...
Sorry, Chair. I didn't go there.
Yep.
Great.
We've got a copy of it, though, that we can have a look at.
Yes, there should be one being circulated now, Senator. Thank you. So I won't take much time either, Senator. I know you've obviously got other questions to ask, but I did want to give a brief update about the delivery of ACARA since the last estimates hearing, which of course was in November. And of course that's in line with our work plan agreed by all ministers. You'll understand that we're in the throngs at the moment. I didn't use that word on the written version, but I'll use that now, preparing for NAPLAN 2025. That is a significant undertaking. It requires many partners across the country. The 1.3 million students undertaking those tests across that 2-week period takes a lot of effort and a lot of skill to implement. And those assessments really to check in on the development of fundamental literacy and numeracy skills, of which I think we all agree are needed for success throughout our lives. ACARA has those experts in curriculum, content, measurement, assessment, development and psychometrics who oversee that assessment process. But importantly, we work with technology providers and others right through to our schools, our teachers, our students, of course, to deliver those assessments. In terms of reporting, Senator, you just mentioned one of the reports that's been made available last week. We do continue to provide that up-to-date information as well. You may recall the last hearing and possibly before that as well, I've talked about that we don't wait until we have the full pack anymore. We release that data as it's made available. And that's been happening now for the last couple of years as we've been doing that. And the other one, of course, a key responsibility for ACARA is the publication of the Data on My School website, which was updated in December last year. New profile information on schools and that latest NAPLAN level data as well. Last month, as part of the National Report on Schooling in Australia, we also released the latest information on school education sector, covering matters including student attendance, attainment and statistics, statistics relating to participation in education, training and work, and that always gets a lot of interest when we put out of our reports as well. The members of the committee will also be aware, as the Senator raised, that we published the 2024 National Assessment Program, sample assessment in civics and citizenship, the report on that. And as the Senators raised, there is some concerning decline in civics and citizenship knowledge amongst our representative sample of Year 6 and 10 students across Australia. And results have fallen since the last assessment undertaken in 2019 and to the lowest level since the assessment began. The other side of that assessment is a survey of students' feelings about our civics, our democracy, etc. And it is really encouraging to see that students still rate those citizenship behaviours, such as learning about Australia's history and civics institutions, as really important. I think to preempt some of the answer I'll give, Senator, the results show that it is vital for all students to get a strong grounding with civics education, to feel engaged with social and political issues so they can make a valuable contribution as society's future stewards. As the recent report from the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters inquiry into civics education reaffirmed, there's a clear expectation when it comes to civics and citizenship education within the Australian curriculum, as there always has been, with content within the humanities and social sciences learning area. The inquiry and the latest report highlight how we need to continue to support our teachers, and I know this committee has spoken at length about this, with high quality training resources, to really help them to effectively deliver engaging civics and citizenship education in classrooms across our country. And ACARA will continue to play an important role in this really important issue. Of note, we've just released a new online course to help teachers with their lesson planning, with students with a range of learning abilities and interests, so every student achieves their potential, a really important part of the goals for schooling. And this went live in November last year. There are now 210 work samples published on the Australian Curriculum website. Those are continuing to be published. I'd like to also take this opportunity, I'll probably come to this as some of the questions come as well, and we've already had some of the conversation with Dr Donovan, who I appreciated mentioning our work together, that the mandatory content in the curriculum approved by all ministers in 2022 are those achievement standards and the content descriptions. And this provides the essential knowledge, understanding and skills we want all young people to have. I'll probably leave it there. You've got a couple more paragraphs there, but I'm happy to take questions.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. So going back to my question about civics and citizenship education, and I am pleased that in contrast to some of your previous statements about concerning results, Mr Ganil, you've been very upfront in your opening statement, making it clear there is a concerning decline in civics and citizenship knowledge among a representative sample of Years 6 and 10 students, and results have fallen since the last assessment undertaken in 2019. So in light of these pretty dire results, so only 4 in 10 Year 6 students meet the proficiency standard, and less than 3 in 10 students, so under 30%, are meeting the proficiency standard in Year 10, which is pretty alarming, not just for this education, but of course Civics and citizenship education provides a fundamental education about our democracy and our democratic systems and institutions, which is very important for our country. What action is ACARA taking as a result of these findings?
So, Senator, just to reinforce that I share your views about the importance of these matters, and they're clearly a part and an important part of the Australian curriculum and the breadth of learning that we expect for our young people, and we charge our teachers in our schools with that implementation to make sure that that occurs. In terms of ACARA's role, we continue to have the 3 yearly cycle of these assessments to check in where that's what's happening there. You'll notice that the 2019 is slightly longer than 3 years ago from 2024. We had a break in that from COVID. Despite this, Minister, you're right in that I called out the facts of the matter, that those results have fallen since 2019. I was interested, Senator, in whether we saw a more significant decline since, or a drop just from 2019, but you'll see that's across the board from when this was first instituted. Again, reinforcing that ministers, when they set these sample assessments up, saw civics and citizenship of one of only 3 sample assessments across the curriculum. So it is clearly an important part of the curriculum. It is clearly in the curriculum, and as I spoke in my opening statement, the Senate, the committee has clearly pointed to the things that need to be continued to be done. Some of that's within education, but the future stewards of our society and our lives as we age are those children that are in our families, they're in our community areas. We all need to take some responsibility for making sure we lift those results, including, dare I say it, Senator, our politicians and senators around the tables.
And including our curriculum regulator, which of course is yourself. So again, I go back to my question, Mr. Ganil. What action is ACARA taking after these results were released?
Yeah, just a point of clarification, Senator. I do want to be clear that we're not a regulator. I think that is important for this committee because we don't regulate the implementation. So just we'll make that point.
Well, okay, whatever. You're the curriculum authority.
Correct.
Okay. So you've got very important responsibilities in relation to the curriculum. So again, I go back to my question.
Yep.
What action is ACARA taking in relation to these findings?
So, well, we're working with our partners in the Australian Government, of course. They've already made some announcements about support materials. One of the things, interestingly, in the report was a drop-off in some of the experiences that students were undertaking around democracy, things like visits to Parliament House and those sort of things. So that sort of support is part of that wraparound that I'm talking about, Senator. To be clear on your point, though, you're asking very clearly around ACARA, curriculum assessment and reporting. From the curriculum perspective, we have that in the curriculum. The inquiry was very clear that it is foremost in there. It is clear that that is what's expected. The opportunity to look again at that is part of the cycle of our review. We will take any learnings that we have from the assessments that we run and also from international assessments, which, Senator, I'm sure you saw my media release saying that this was not something that we're only seeing in Australia. This is a decline we're seeing in many other countries around the world. In terms of assessment, as I said, we'll continue to run the sample assessment every 3 years. One of the things we've instituted too, Senator, is that we have a NAP opt-in option for schools. The sample assessment, of course, only picks up a certain number of schools and students across the country. NAP opt-in for this year includes civics and citizenship. That means any school across Australia can check in on their own student performance in this really important area. So that's another thing in the assessment space we're doing, Senator. And then, of course, in reporting, I think it's clear that this is one of those 3 that we report on every 3 years.
Okay, so in other words, there's no action at the moment in relation to improving the curriculum as a result of this finding.
I don't agree with that characterisation, but...
No, but I'm not being unfair. I'm just saying that would be a part of your review process.
So what we are, and again, we're understanding even from the more extensive work that and specific work that the committee has just done, including talking to us, but also many stakeholders, where that is pointing is not necessarily to the expectations and the content in terms of what we expect for children. We do need to look at, as you've raised previously, Senator, making sure that we're, as a curriculum authority, being clear with all of our teachers, our principals, states, territories, our sectors, that this is a core part of the curriculum and we need to ensure it's being taught.
And this, sorry, Ms Brighton.
Sorry, Senator. Perhaps I can just add to that. Mr Ganil mentioned some of the work the Australian Government has done. One of the things that we know is there has been a lack of support and resources for teachers around civics and citizenship. So last November, the government launched a new hub, a teacher resource hub on civics and citizenship, and that goes to a whole range of resources and supports for teaching citizenship. So everything from mock parliamentary debates, elections, quizzes, case studies, and a whole range of support materials for teachers. So that was launched in November last year. There's around 200 quality assured resources on that. And I think that will be a key feature of lifting up our performance going forward.
Doesn't this go, Mr Ganil, to this importance of a knowledge-rich curriculum where the core knowledge that you referred to just before is clearly set out? We've heard from Aero today that a core knowledge-rich curriculum is the curriculum used by high-performing countries such as the United Kingdom and Portugal, and there are a range of others. And when I do a search on the Australian curriculum, it is very, very hard to clearly find the knowledge that students need at a particular year level in relation to civics and citizenship. So doesn't this go to the broader concern about the convoluted curriculum where we've got the 8 learning areas, the 7 general capabilities and the 3 cross-curriculum priorities? It's very, very hard for teachers.
Sorry, Senator, which was the question?
So what I'm asking, doesn't this very issue support the fact that we need to do a lot of work with our curriculum in relation to ensuring that it is knowledge-rich?
You've heard from Dr Donovan on her research and that body's research, which we take as the foremost research information that we are provided in terms of another national agency. So certainly, Senator, not only have Dr Donovan and myself been in constant conversation around that things, but of course I've read that report at length. I do want to just take you to what the Australian curriculum is, because I do think that the three-dimensional nature of it, as you describe, can appear to be overwhelming for some teachers. It reflects what we want for our children, and we've talked about this before, Senator, in this room, that of course we want our students to gain the knowledge and skills, but we also expect them to be critical thinkers. We need them to be problem solvers. So those are important elements that we want our children to learn. But let me be really clear, Senator, that the learning areas are the foundation of the Australian curriculum. So those 8 key learning areas that you've talked about are the foundation. They identify the essential content that teachers should teach and what we want our students to learn. Those are the core elements of our curriculum, of which part are the humanities and social sciences, which includes civics and citizenship, as you know. The content descriptors are there. They're sequenced in terms of years. I think when we look at some of the work of Dr Donovan, but also the discussion around knowledge-rich curriculum, and what we're seeing in New South Wales with their documents that support implementation of the Australian curriculum, we do see more advice to teachers at a more specific level, which we would expect from that support material that teachers are using. We've done some of that work too, Senator, in literacy and numeracy, which are in fact are used, as I understand it, in New South Wales and other jurisdictions, which does take it down to the level of detail that you're raising as part of this as well. So we will continue to work with Dr. Donovan and the team, and there's no waiting around, Senator, for reviews and things like that. We will continue to provide up-to-date and supportive resources to teachers to support implementation.
So I wanted to ask you about the curriculum review. When is the next review going to be, and have you made recommendations to extend the period of time so that the review is pushed out?
So one of the things we were asked to do, Senator, as part of the work around teacher workload was to look at the cycle of review, which we did that work. The main reason, Senator, as you would be acutely aware, is that changes to curriculum do have flow-on effects to workload for teachers. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do them, but it does mean, of course, that we need to take that into account. So making sure that the cycle of review is balanced on making sure that it remains contemporary and relevant, as well as understanding of teachers and where they are up to in terms of the support that they require for change is part of that balancing.
Sorry, I just wanted to go back to my question. When is the next review due?
2027.
2027. Yep. And did you make recommendations to push that review out further?
So we have made recommendations about the type of timelines. So we've looked around the world, Senator. I can get you some sort of further information about the other countries. And so they sort of sit around that 6 to 10 years. We think 10 years is probably a more appropriate time. However, I think the obvious risk there is that becomes too long. And so I think part of what we've been asked to do is also look at how would we make sure that it remains contemporary and relevant should we have a longer period.
Senator, perhaps if
sorry,
I may.
Yes, Ms Brighton.
If I may just add to Mr Ganneal's evidence, one of the things when this curriculum was agreed in 2022, the implementation schedules for each of the jurisdictions that varied across the jurisdictions, and so jurisdictions are still implementing that curriculum and will be implementing it until 2027. So some jurisdictions are already complete, but others are still on
New
their
South Wales is effectively
pathway.
ignoring the Australian curriculum. They've written their own.
Yeah.
But I was going to actually ask about the implementation. So could you please run through each state and territory, Mr Ganneal, and provide information about which state and territory is implementing what version of the curriculum?
I don't have that level of detail in front of me, Senator, but I can provide what we have. I think you've asked that question previously.
Well,
it's all. Sorry, just it's all. All jurisdictions have indicated that it will be fully implemented by the start of 2027.
Well, we have asked that question before, and I think it's a very important question that ACARA does know which state and territory is implementing which version of the curriculum.
Yeah, and I guess, Senator, that was why I made it, not just a semantic point around regulation and who's responsible. The responsibility for the implementation of the curriculum resides with the state and territories.
I'm not disputing that, but I'm asking for the information.
Yeah, so we can provide you what we have.
You don't know?
As I said, we understand that all jurisdictions will be finished implementation in 2027.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking for the current status.
So, as I said, we can take that on notice.
I just don't think that's satisfactory. I think it's really important that ACARA should know, or you should be able to quickly access that information to understand what's happening in this country. So which states are operating under the most recent version of the curriculum, version 9, which states are running behind? I mean, surely you've got that information.
We certainly are interested in that, Senator. There's no doubt about that. We want to know that information.
Mr Ganneal, I'm glad you're interested,
Senator,
but we are too, and that's why I'm asking.
Sorry, can I finish that?
We're interested as well. That's why I'm asking the question.
As I was saying, Senator, we do want to know that information. To go back to my point previously about being an authority, not a regulator, is we don't have those powers around implementation. So,
I'm not disputing that. I'm just asking for the information.
And as I've said, Senator, we're very happy to give you what we have. I'm not sure what else.
Which states and territories are currently on version 9?
So all states and territories have approved and endorsed the implementation of version 9. It's not quite the same as the cockroach that ran across, but it was fairly distracting.
Senator Sterle is clearly shocked.
Sorry.
Yes, that's right. I'm not sure what I said.
Senator Sterle is just as shocked as I am that you don't know the answer to the
Senator, I said I don't have
the status of the introduction of the curriculum.
Senator, just as a matter of accuracy, I said that I would take that on notice. I'll make sure that we give you what we have.
Could you ask one of your colleagues to perhaps bring it back so we can have this information as soon as possible?
So I'll provide that through the question on notice process.
Well, we're going to an election, so we're quite keen on that information now, not in 3 or 6 months' time.
I understand that's the process of the estimates hearing. Senator, I'm happy to provide that sooner directly to you if that would be of assistance.
So do you see any need to bring forward the review? And I guess I've raised this with you before, but we've now seen growing evidence that the Australian curriculum is not fit for purpose. We're having more and more teachers and principals and primary principals from every sector. Catholic, independent, government, primary principals are all crying out for change. They are very concerned that the curriculum is not keeping up with the evidence, including the evidence that Aero has done in terms of a knowledge-rich curriculum. And so are you in any way responding or concerned about some of the concerns that you are hearing about the curriculum?
I'm happy for Mr Ganil to provide an answer. I am surprised by this line of questioning, given that this is the Coalition's curriculum. It was implemented and signed off by Minister Roberts at the time, along when Mr Dutton would have been sitting around the cabinet table. I also note some of your previous comments in relation to the curriculum as being a very important part of the Coalition's legacy, and in that it is a strong curriculum. So clearly something has changed from Senator Henderson, because there is an obvious lack of clarity about your belief in the curriculum, given that you spent years defending it and now all of a sudden you've flip-flopped and are criticising it. There's a lack of consistency from the Shadow Minister in this regard.
Minister, this is not about my belief. This is about the evidence. And just since 2022, there is increasing evidence that has...
it was only passed in 2022.
Well,
it was only adopted in 2022.
Do you understand that it's now 2025?
Yeah, but you said in 2022.
Okay, so Minister, could I just maybe let me ask my question?
It's just so a little bit aghast about it.
In the last 3 years, there has been growing evidence, and we've heard more of that today from Dr Donovan from Aero, about the importance of a knowledge-rich curriculum, which is now being used by countries where they are seeing very high results compared to those countries, including ours, that don't have a knowledge-rich curriculum. So, and we are hearing from more and more teachers and principals about their concerns that this is asking too much. We've got the 8 learning areas, which I understand, Mr Ganil, they're the essence of the curriculum.
Cool.
But then we've got the 7 general capabilities, and then we have the 3 cross-curriculum priorities. And in the work that we've done, we've found that the cross-curriculum priorities, and excluding languages, amount to almost 2,500 different elaborations. So this is incredibly complex, where teachers are being asked to do so much. So what I'm asking you, Mr Ganil, is based on this growing evidence, do you see a reason or do you see a basis to review the curriculum and to bring forward your work so that the national curriculum reflects the very best evidence?
So I'm happy for Mr Ganil to provide an answer, but I just want to get some clarity on this. So the position of Senator Henderson is that the curriculum that was signed off by the previous Liberal National Government is inadequate.
So I'm not the minister, so you don't need to question me. I'm questioning you.
Well, I'm just...
Okay, sorry,
I think it's an important point. So
sorry, Minister, I'm here asking the questions.
The curriculum that was signed off by your government is inadequate, is the position of the Liberal Shadow Education Minister.
So, Minister, I'm very happy to say this again. I'm very happy to say this again because it's clear to me that for the last 3 years, you and your government have not been listening, because there's no reference to the curriculum in the Better and Fairer Funding Agreement. There's been no reference to the need to improve the curriculum from this minister. No, you asked the question. And what I am doing is I'm listening to teachers, I'm listening to principals, I'm listening to the principal organisations across every sector at a primary level, and they're all saying it's a mile wide and an inch deep. It is impossible to teach. And that is why I am raising these questions. I am listening to the Australian Education Research Organisation, which has found and done a lot of work in relation to the importance of a knowledge-rich curriculum. Much has changed in the last 3 years. And when the evidence change, governments need to change. So I am listening, and I am certainly concerned about the extent to which teachers and principals are raising concerns, and I think they need to be addressed.
So you're criticising your own curriculum that was signed off when you were in government and Mr Dutton was a minister, you're saying to the Australian people, trust us to come up with the next one.
Honestly, Minister, this is pathetic, because I tell you why. I've just made it very clear. A lot has changed in 3 years.
Well,
we are now.
You've certainly changed your position in the last 12 months.
That is not true.
You haven't changed.
I have consistently raised concerns based on the excellent work. Based on the excellent work of
is a very important part of the coalition's legacy. Now you're saying it's overcrowded and
I'm sorry.
Chair's
I'm going to raise concerns. I think I'm really being raised here by the Minister.
Can I just raise something? Senator Henderson, you're welcome to. I know there was a toing and froing, but you're welcome to make a statement, and then the minister's welcome to respond.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So the line of questions that Senator Henderson was putting to you were not overtly political at all. She's just simply asking the questions of Mr McNeill in relation to the way that the curriculum can be improved. You've taken it down to a political level. I would have thought that these matters are beyond politics. The future of Australian children and their education is beyond politics, Minister, and you're taking it to that level when it doesn't need to be.
I'm more than happy.
Can I just before, there wasn't really a point of order, but there's a point being made. Both Senator Henderson and Senator O'Sullivan have made a point. They both made political statements. Minister Chisholm, what would you like to say?
And I've been clear. I'm happy for Mr Ganil to answer those questions. It's more just highlighting the inconsistency of the Shadow Minister for Education over recent months when it comes to the curriculum. And I think that is an important thing to be considered, particularly given what we're going to be facing over the next couple of months.
Thanks very much for your commentary, Minister. I again go back to, in fact, it was my very first meeting some 2 years ago when I stepped into this job. I met with primary school principals from every sector, their industry organisations, and they raised concerns back then. So, Mr Ganil, you've seen that growing evidence in relation to a knowledge-rich curriculum. So I again ask you, based on your expertise overseeing the national curriculum and all the work that you are doing on hopefully raising student achievement and school standards, do you see a need to act more quickly in relation to the concerns that are being raised, including from our preeminent education researcher, the Australian Education Research Organisation?
So there's a couple of things in there, Senator. Firstly, you're right, we should listen to our principals.
Thank you.
That's very clear to me, and we meet with those groups of principals regularly. It's an important part of my role, and I do those personally, Senator. I've actually got a meeting with those principals next week, so I'm looking forward to the discussion with them. I would be interested in the evidence part of it that you're talking about the Australian curriculum. I think what we've heard is that principals were part of the review process. You're right, things change. We're asking more and more of schools and more of our teachers. We've just had a conversation about civics and citizenship. Those are really important parts. So this is complex work, and trying to get the right balance. I'll come to your point about that. So that's first. In terms of the knowledge-rich curriculum, Senator, the structures around the Australian curriculum mean that we have knowledge, skills and understanding. That's very clear in the Australian curriculum. So I don't want for this to be unclear or wishy-washy about that the Australian curriculum has the knowledge, understanding and skills we want for our children.
But just on that point, sorry to interrupt, but just on that point,
sure.
Learning First, so Ben Jensen's organisation did an assessment of the science curriculum,
yep.
and they compared Australia to other leading countries and found that there was 40% less knowledge in our curriculum compared to other leading curricula, looking just at science. So I agree, there is certainly the content, and the content descriptions
yep.
are all set out as part of the 8 learning areas. Mm-hmm. But I would put to you that it's not as knowledge-rich as other countries, and also it's also got, because of the Q, because of the 7 general capabilities and then the 3 cross-curriculum priorities, it makes it very, very complex for teachers, and I think that's why I have been listening to teachers and principals and listening to the Australian Education Research Organisation. I'm very pleased that you are as well, Mr Ganil. So again, I just go back to my question. Do you believe that there is a basis to take some urgent action in relation to what we're learning about the curriculum?
I might just finish off what I was saying about...
Before you answer that, just need to rotate the questions shortly. Any indication?
Look, probably another 5 minutes or so, not long, Chair.
I might rotate, then we'll come back to you for 5 minutes.
Could I just ask Mr Ganil
this
to
question?
answer that
question? Well, after this question,
so,
I'll then rotate it, and then we'll have a break.
So just based on the growing evidence about concerns about the Australian curriculum, do you believe that there is a basis to look urgently and listen to the concerns of teachers and principals and experts like the Australian Education Research Organisation?
So I want to go, I know we're moving on, I just want to go back to finish that answer I had about knowledge-rich curriculum, Senator. So the structure of the Australian curriculum that was agreed was part of the terms of reference that was signed off for the review was to not look at the framework, it was to not look at the 3 dimensions, it was to look at the content and achievement standards, as you know. It
That's
was
right.
decluttering those things. So I would expect that when we look at the curriculum in future, we'll be looking at the framework, but that will be a matter for ministers in terms of the sign-off of the level of review we do. So that's first. The framing of the Australian curriculum goes to the content descriptions being the knowledge, skills and understanding, as I said, at each of the year levels across those 8 key learning areas. I would say, and I will have further conversations with Ms Donovan about this, Dr Donovan, sorry, about this, that I'm used to calling her Jenny, of course, but Dr Donovan about this, that what we see in terms of implementation supports is the unpacking of that so that it is further distributed in the way in which you're talking about the knowledge-rich curriculum. The Australian curriculum doesn't have the mandate in terms of going further into that system. That's the responsibility of the jurisdictions in the main. I will call out, though, Senator, as I was saying before, that's we have stepped into that space in some areas. So we have the literacy and the numeracy progressions, which are knowledge-rich. They're sequenced. They include what we expect children to know as a building part of their knowledge, which you will also know is part of that basis for a knowledge-rich curriculum. So that's where we currently sit, Senator. In terms of what we might do for a full review, those things, you'll be aware that took a number of years to complete. We have those jurisdictions, as we talked about, who are still rolling out the implementation of that. I want to be clear also that the Australian curriculum as it currently stands led the work around making sure that phonics is very clearly in there in terms of the the content and achievement standards.
And just to make clear,
decodable texts.
That was one of the big parts of work that the former coalition government did, making the curriculum stronger by implementing the requirement to teach phonics. So absolutely, that's been key and very transformational.
Yes, and look, and the literacy progressions reflect that in a knowledge-rich way, right? So this, I think, Senator, what I'm trying to just do around your other question is that the balance around a curriculum review, yes, needs to include evidence about where we're up to. It also needs to reflect the workforce response and what is required there in terms of the investment in the professional learning and building teacher capability, their capacity to take on this new work. They're all part of the discussion around when to review. I think that's why, rightly so, Senator, that sits at a ministerial level in terms of direction for us. Of course, we provide advice, Senator, as you've already asked. My focus will be on that we will be continuing to provide those evidence-based implementation resources, again, which we're working together with Dr Donovan and her team.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr Ganil. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Absolute pleasure. Just want to clarify something. Who actually signed the national curriculum in April 2022?
So it was endorsed by all ministers at the Education Ministers meeting, the Council.
Right, and who was the national minister, federal minister?
My understanding, it was Minister Stuart Robert, who was the acting Education Minister at the time.
Thanks, and so he signed it. So what were the consequences of any question about inconsistent approaches of government on curriculum? Like where did the buck stop in 2022? If that assertion was correct.
Well, it was the previous coalition government that was responsible in signing off on the national curriculum.
Sounds a bit like a home goal, doesn't it? These questions that are being asked.
Look, I couldn't possibly comment on that.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you. So how long did it take to... I know it takes a long time. It's quite a complex job, and obviously you've got the states and the feds all playing a role. How long did it take to develop the last curriculum?
So the review was, terms of reference, set in 2020, and publication of the updated curriculum in 2022.
2022.
Yeah, so and look, it doesn't start then. Just to provide a bit further information, Senator, if that's okay, that part of that is to evaluate the curriculum, to continue to be up to date with what's happening around the world, to look at the research that we've talked about earlier, and to listen to what's happening in our classrooms. So this is a balance between making sure we're asking our teachers to really implement what we all want for our children, in also ensuring that we're supporting them. This is, as I said before, it's a highly complex role and a complex task to take what we expect to occur for our children. And that monitoring of the curriculum really starts from when you put it out. So we've heard some of the anecdotal feedback about the curriculum as it currently stands. That monitoring and evaluation phase for the most recent review ran from 2015 to 2020.
Okay, so effectively it was a 7-year process that was undertaken.
Correct, that's right. Yeah, the previous curriculum was released 2014, if I remember rightly.
And do you believe that it's underwhelming, not fit for purpose, or do you feel that this is a useful revision of the curriculum? I'm having listened to the backwards and forwards. I'm concerned that 7 years was spent developing this curriculum, and Senator Henderson believes that it's not worth the paper it's printed on.
I didn't say that, Senator. I said it was not fit for purpose.
Thank you, Senator. The current curriculum which went through a rigorous review and was also signed off by all of those ministers, including passing through all of the departments and the sectors and those things in terms of support for these changes. It's why there's always a review date set. is that these things change, our expectations change about what we need for our children. I only have to mention artificial intelligence, and we get a picture of what that might look like. I mentioned recently that when I was teaching, we didn't have social media. So these are things that change in terms of what we want our children to have more understanding and knowledge and skills about. So those things do change. The set criteria, the set content doesn't change massively over time. The research into the sequencing and those parts, which is the next layer of support for teachers and for schools, syllabus type documents, as in New South Wales, those are the ones that we need to make sure keep up with the latest brain research, how students learn, the things that have been discussed earlier. So I think the Australian curriculum does what it's meant to do. It provides the content and achievement standards that we expect our children to learn, and gives the clear advice to our teachers and schools about what that content is.
So does every state, I have a sense, but does every state implement the curriculum in an identical fashion? My understanding is that's not the case.
That's not the case, that's correct.
How long does it take? So you implement the criteria, it's signed off in 2022 following a 7-year process to develop it. How long before you would expect to see results from any changes you had made in that curriculum? How long before you would see that curriculum being what was giving you the results you were seeing in any assessment?
Sure. Well, this is an agreement I would have with Senator Henderson that we need to know when that's being implemented to determine whether it's having an impact and where.
And each state being quite different.
Correct. And that, from my perspective, Senator, that is part of federation. That is what the jurisdictions run their government schools. They're accountable for those schools. So having those decisions made in their context is really important. So, however, we should all be basing that on the research and evidence. That's clear. What we want to do as part of that evaluation and that period before a review is to gather all of that evidence and that information. So, as an example, I really applaud what's happening in New South Wales. We look forward to seeing whether the way in which they're translating that into resources for teachers has the impact that they and all of us hope for, which is that students' learning improves. Those cycles keep going. They've had the benefit of the reviews that we made. We've talked about the strengthening of phonics, the decodable texts that are clearly in the Australian curriculum. Those were things that were leading in those ways, and we'll come back to New South Wales as well.
I'm aware that the Chair's trying to wind me up. So as we see it implemented in different ways around the country, so I know that we go to civics, like South Australia last year determined there would be a mandated approach to civics in schools because it is such an important element, and it means that as children coming through school, they learn how to influence the world in which they live in. They learn how to influence our country and how our decisions are made and how various structures work, how our governance and democracy works, which is really critical. And so they've determined to mandate it, which is great. But that's not then what's necessarily going to happen in every other state, is it?
Well, I think this is the key, Senator. I think you picked up on the key to this. So it is mandatory in the Australian curriculum. There is no question that civics and citizenship is mandated as part of what we expect all children to learn.
However,
implementation, though.
Yeah.
Yes.
The JSCAM report. I was involved in that, and significant amounts of evidence just showed us what a vastly different application. In different places, different schools even, not just different states.
That's exactly right, Senator. And I think this is where in attempting to answer questions, are trying to be very clear that we don't regulate the implementation. That's not the role of ACARA. These things can always change under different leadership, etc. But at the moment, that's our role.
7 years for this particular curriculum, signed off by the coalition government, 2022, implementation still ongoing, one would assume. Yep. When would you anticipate the next review? When would the next review occur? I get that you're doing assessments and such like now, but when would you expect the next?
Yeah, so on the cycle that existed last time, we'd be looking at that in 2027.
2027 start, 2027 implementation.
2027 start, yeah, getting the terms of reference done, that sort of work. Again, this can all be pulled earlier, it can be pushed out. Those are matters, though, of balance, as I've said before, that there's a lot that needs to go into those decisions. That's not a small decision.
And just my last question, and I'm sorry, I know I'm cutting you short, but I am.
That's okay.
I'm feeling the vibe. What would be the risk then? Like if you decide to chop and change it, it's been in place for 2 years, maybe not fully implemented, and you go, no, it's not fit for purpose, get rid. Where are the risks there?
The way I would look at it is trying to not look at it as a binary decision about reviewing the whole thing or not. If there was fundamental changes in the way we understand that mathematics is learnt, for example, then we should be taking that advice through. And looking at those particular learning areas that might be impacted by that type of change. So now the risk there, and I know you're trying to wrap up, but I will say the risk there is that you do that in isolation of all the other work, right? So if you change one part of the curriculum, people have talked to me about this, looking at about like chapters of books, right? If you change just one part of it and you don't consider what implication that has for the rest of the book, you can have different characters that have never been introduced or whatever it might be. So, or double ups, right? And that, we've just heard about, we want to make sure that it's not overcrowded. It needs to be, have that knowledge, skills and understanding that is clear to teachers and, to take your points, is implemented well, and we're supporting our teachers to do that.
Thank you very much. Minister, can I just, a final question to you? Given the perspectives that have been represented this afternoon from this side of the table, where do you see the risks to the curriculum and to our education system of the coalition getting their hands on the education system of this country again?
Well, it's been quite illuminating today, I think, Senator Grogan, for anyone who's been listening in, but obviously we've traversed a lot of the issues that I think would concern Australians, whether it be in regards to cuts to education, which we understand historically they've been responsible for. We also understand that they're taking to an election $350 billion cuts, on which they'll announce once the election's been done. And then obviously the lack of consistency when it comes to the curriculum, when less than 2 years ago they were saying it's a strong part of their record, and now they're criticising it. So they really are flip-flopping when it comes to the curriculum, and when it comes to the education system themselves, I think there's a lot at risk from a coalition government if it were to occur.
I'd have to agree. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator O'Sullivan.
Yeah, of course the Labor Party would agree. Can I just a quick follow-up, just in relation to that point that you made about being able to bring a review forward or push it back, just on a technicality, does that require consensus of all the ministers?
Yeah, we report to the collective of ministers, yes.
Yeah, thanks. We're happy to move on, Chair.
Yeah. So I'm just going to ask a question because why not?
Because you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be really quick. I know I touched on AI before, but just on the it's a broad subject, but it's a significant subject matter. Just when you're looking at, you raised rightly the point about you're looking at how we actually interact with AI and what the opportunities are. You made that very clear and eloquent explanation of you just change one chapter, it changes the whole book, and you bring new characters in which aren't related. I thought that was a nice way of saying it. When you look at what's happening on a world level, this sort of high level, with access and how that information should be accessed or not accessed, and how to get the best advantage out of it, let alone national regulations, you've got a big task ahead.
Thank you, Senator. Look, and I agree. I think we collectively have a big task as Australians, first and foremost, in response. And education has, a large role to play in that, and within that we do as well. We we were fortunate in some ways that we could see the wave of artificial intelligence coming, through to 2022. And so embedded within the curriculum are those core building blocks around artificial intelligence, the mathematics that sits behind it, the critical and creative thinking that will be required. I'm not sure how much senators have played with this, but, it's one thing to ask questions, it's another thing to know what the follow-up might be and whether you're getting information back that is factually correct or just discoverable, if I put it that way. So we were lucky in that way, Senator. I think we have some of those building blocks in place. Interestingly, you've picked up on one, a precise example of what I was saying before, that when that was coming through, we developed a curriculum connection that said to teachers, here it is, and this is where it resides currently. So we took that content, that bigger picture part of this and said, we're doing this work for you. This is where you'll find it. And some of that's about reassurance. It's reassurance to teachers and also the general community that those building blocks for artificial intelligence, what we want our children to learn, is already in there. It is a fair point, though, Senator, around the pace of change is increasing, I would say, and therefore the curriculum and our support for teachers teaching it needs to keep pace. And that's partly why I'm saying that I don't think we can just wait. I think we do have to respond in the way in which we've been doing, and that is taking some of that content, making sure that it's very clear for teachers about how you go about translating that into classroom practice. And that's where we work with other organisations and states and territory governments, Aero, AITSL as well. Hopefully that gives you some reassurance.
No, that's very helpful. Thank you. We'll now suspend until 4:15, and on our return, we'll go to outcome 1, early childhood and youth. And thank you very much for your time. Thanks very much. I'll now go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I want to go to, I want to ask about the Worker Retention Grant Program. On the 15th of August, Minister Ali said during question time, I'll quote from what she said, that that's why our historic announcement of a 15% pay rise across the early childhood education sector is incredibly important. This pay rise means that by the end of this year, early childhood educators, around 200,000 of them right across Australia, will get at least $100 in their pay packets. By the end of next year, that will be at least $150. So can I ask, by December 31, so the end of the year, how many early childhood educators had received a 10% pay rise through this program?
So Senator Kylie Crane, Deputy Secretary Early Childhood and Youth. So the numbers that Minister Ali is quoting, the 200,000, is those that are eligible under the worker retention payment, are subject to their employers lodging an application that is complete and accurate and compliant. So in terms of, I might, if you're okay, Senator Sullivan, outline that, what we've got, what's on hand, that will give you a sense and give you the answer to your question as well around December in that.
Yes. Noting though, she didn't put that caveat on it. She said will get a pay rise.
Have you got that? We just don't have that in front of us,
Sure.
Senator. Is it possible to get that statement? Or is it a press release or a statement? Or
Yeah, I can.
Sorry, just to help us understand.
I'll have to just take a photo. It's in amongst other things, but yeah.
Oh, you can share them too.
Sure.
It'll just help us with the full context. I'm
anyway,
sorry.
but continue with what you're saying. So it's still
let's give you
relevant.
the full information.
No, yeah. That's okay. So what I'm going to give you in part, Senator, is information current as at yesterday, and within that we will break up the December payment as well. So you have that. Yeah. So as at yesterday, we had applications. We had 1,982 applications. That covers around 59% of all eligible services. Which is around 8,634. Within those applications, there is around 148,101 workers that are covered by the applications that we have on hand, and 74% of all eligible workers. So that 200,000 that was referred to earlier. In terms of executed grants, so once an application is assessed, it meets the conditions and it's compliant, there is a grant offered and executed. So in terms of executed agreements, we have 119 executed agreements which cover 38,642 workers. We have a number of other agreements that are have been offered and are awaiting execution. So they're with the providers to be executed, and that will cover another portion of workers as well. We can break that down. In terms of your question around the December date, so as at December, the number of, and this is workers, so there's a range of workers that are eligible in there. By the 31st of December, approximately 29,300 workers would have received that worker retention payment, and so those numbers that I talked about included those as well, and then since then other workers will have received the payment.
So 29,300 individuals?
That's workers, correct. Yes.
Yeah. So, Minister Ali said that there'd be 200,000, so just over 10% actually have. So is this yet another broken promise from the Albanese government?
Couldn't be further from the truth there.
How else do I explain
This is something that we're really proud to be delivering on. We recognise that these workers deserve a pay rise. They were ignored for so long by the previous coalition government, which is something that we want to rectify. I think that the Deputy Secretary has given an account of how we are dealing with the issues that we're confronting, but we remain committed to ensuring that these really important workers are respected and paid appropriately.
How much of the $3.6 billion has been spent so far?
So, Senator, about 60 million has been allocated through the payments so far, noting that, as was indicated by Ms Crane, we have 148,000 workers applications in terms of the applications covering 148,000 workers currently on hand. And so we're processing all those applications. We're working with the providers in relation to those applications. But in terms of where we are at the moment, it's 60 million.
Yeah.
The 3.6, remember, is over a number of years.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. But that's still a long way short, even if it is over the forwards.
I'm not sure it's short. It's just that the applications have come through and we're processing those applications.
So is there a bottleneck in processing? Is it complicated to process to apply? I mean, what's
Sure.
why is it so undersubscribed, as I might describe it?
Not really undersubscribed per se. Obviously, it's up to services as to whether they wish to apply for this or not, so it's their choice. We've got 60% of all services have now applied for it. Services have up until June, July?
So, Michelle Caro, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Evidence and Reform Division. So providers that apply by the 30th of June will be eligible for backdating until the 2nd of December, but they have up until the end of the program, which is a 2-year program. Just to clarify, it's not over the forwards. That funding is only over 2 years.
It's been brought to our attention that the department is funding some third-party organisations to help services with their application for the worker retention program. When was this decision made to offer this support?
I don't have the decision, the date that the decision was made, but I can talk through the grant guideline, the grant and the providers, also the organisations that have been involved in that grant process. So we have 8 eligible organisations that have received grants under the worker engagement grant. They have a range of kind of expertise. So we've got organisations there covering unions, employer groups, employee groups, and particular cohorts. So SNAKE, for example, is one of those. And they're part of the program because of their understanding of the sector, their experience with industrial instruments, and their ability to work with the sector and their coverage. So it was in the 24-25 MyEFO. So in November that was released, that program.
So that's when the decision was made?
That's right.
And can we get a list of those providers?
Yes, we can. I can give it to you now if you'd like.
Have you got it just as a list? I don't want to
I can give you a
take
list.
up the time.
Absolutely, we can take that one on
right.
notice. I don't have it separately, but we can take that on notice and provide that.
Can I get that today, though?
Yep.
Sorry. So, why are they needed? Why are they needed? Is it a complex process, and that's why they're needing that assistance? Can you explain to me the rationale?
So part of the program, or the government's intent as part of the program, is that there are a number of eligibility criteria associated with the eligibility of the payment, and one of those relates to obviously passing the full costs on to employees to ensure that employees are actually receiving the funding that providers get from the government. And the way to actually kind of us to ensure that is happening is through an eligible and compliant workplace instrument. We are finding that providers, there's a diverse range of different providers across the sector, and their knowledge of things like workplace instruments is different. And that's one of the key things that those organisations are working with the sector on to really support them to ensure those instruments are compliant.
And how much has been spent on this?
So it's a $10 million program. For the organisations, and all the grants for those organisations have been executed and are currently public, and the funding is allocated amongst those organisations.
And it's the amount that each recipient's got is public?
Yes.
We'll look that up. Thank you. Has any of the $3.6 billion, which is supposed to be a pay rise for 200,000 workers, been redirected towards funding any of these organisations?
No.
So this is...
It's a separate program.
Separate program. How were these particular organisations decided upon?
So there was a range of... So we provided grant guidelines for the program, and the assessment against those organisations was done around 3 main criteria. I can talk those...
It was open tender then?
It was
a select
process, Senator.
Sorry, I just missed that.
It was a competitive grant process. It was restricted because it covers basically organisations that would have coverage of the sector, so some of the professional associations and things like that, but it was a competitive grants process where they had to apply for the grant, and as Mr Carr said, they were assessed against their suitability in relation to those conditions.
And those three criteria relate to the ability of the organisation to contribute to the objectives of the program, so supporting the sector in delivering, in applying for the grant payment, their project delivery plan, which includes the activities that are part of that, and then thirdly, the capacity and capability of that organisation to actually work in the sector, so it goes to coverage and their expertise in the sector.
How many providers did you say there were?
There are 8 that have been
It's
found.
probably just as quick for you to just read them out then.
Sure.
I thought it might have been a longer list.
Yep.
So go ahead.
AI Group.
Yep.
There's the Australian Childcare Alliance, the Australasian Municipal Administrative Clerical and Services Union, the Community Early Learning Australia Limited, the Independent Education Union, Queensland's Children's Activities Network, QCAN Limited, which is the National Outside School Hours Service Alliance, SNAKE, the National Voice for Our Children Limited, and United Workers Union.
And why were unions engaged?
So they've been involved in the arrangements around the MEA, so the Multi-Enterprise Agreement process, and we felt that it was important to have a range of organisations involved, not just those representing employers, but also those for employees.
Are you at all concerned that maybe smaller providers might feel the particular pressure to engage in multi-employer bargaining or enterprise agreements, even though that's not their preference? Given that it's a union that's actually driving the advice that they're getting?
So, Senator, the unions have received a minority of that funding. Most of that funding has gone to people like Community Early Learning Australia Limited, but we have been very clear that there's a range of options available to providers in terms of these agreements, and obviously we haven't recommended any of that, and we've been very clear to the providers as well that they must be clear to providers, does that make sense, of those choices available to us. But again, Ms Crane and Ms McCarran might be able to help.
So I think backing that in, Senator, just in terms of engagement, those providers have been engaged to do that work. The department will also continue to work with stakeholders and put communication material out, run webinars, and consistently across that we have indicated what a compliant workplace instrument looks like, the criteria that needs to be in that, and certainly have made sure that it is, if any questions have come to us around a particular type of workplace instrument, we've made sure that there's a range of options there so people can make that choice based on what their circumstances are in their business.
Can I just add to that as well that as part of the engagement grant, the department is working with those organisations on a regular basis to understand what they're hearing, the kind of questions they're receiving, and it also goes to those activity plans that they've put forward as to what they're actually doing with the funding that's being provided.
Is the Department of Government aware of union members pressuring educators not to sign an IFA?
Not to our awareness.
No, Senator.
So, in other words, their services forced to look at other options such as enterprise bargaining?
No information on that at all, Senator.
How much... So you said that the funding that's publicly available against each organisation. Why was the decision taken to outsource this rather than the department itself providing this support?
So we do both, Senator. But again, a lot of these organisations, the providers are members of these organisations. Is member the right word?
That's right.
And so they are used to these organisations providing them information and support around a range of issues in relation to childcare. So I'm assuming their member fees and cover those sort of things. And so it's a combination of both the department doing it, as Ms Crane said, we continue to do it, but also to enable broader scope for the 9,000, how many services are there? I should know, in total.
I'm going to say around 7.
So,
okay.
So I'm curious then, why resort to this, having to get in a provider to help people with the application, help organisations with the application process? Wouldn't it have been better to just look at the actually streamlining and making the process more efficient
So, Senator, I'll start to answer that, and Ms McCallum may add to that in terms of some of the other things we are doing, because, yes, continuing to streamline and respond to feedback is one part of that. But if we take Snake as an example here, there is a pre-existing relationship that Snake has in connection with ACOs and community. They are a trusted organisation. They work quite closely with the department and other departments on a range of matters, and so their reach augments the reach that we can get there. So this is complementary to the work that the department is doing. It is not instead of. And as Ms Akara has already said, we are meeting regularly with those organisations. So that gives us a chance to hear anything that they might be hearing from their members or the people that they've interacted with, because it's not restricted to just their membership base, so that, again, we can feed that back into the process or make sure we're updating our communication material if there is actually something that needs to be adjusted in there. But did you want to talk about improvements?
I think that's right. So as part of that feedback, as well as the regular feedback loop we have with the sector that we're hearing from, we're making a number of improvements, edits to the entire process, particularly around things like updating our Q&As and our communications, but also in the application form, streamlining where we can, and making sure that it's much simpler and much kind of easier to identify things. So, for example, a lot of providers are getting some information wrong. So, for example, their CRN or their ABN wrong. So we're making it clear to them where they can find that information and having that as part of the application process. Also doing things like, making sure that we are... we've got kind of people available on help desk and kind of picking up the phone to have those conversations with the providers so that we can actually get through the information that we need to get to them and support them as they go through that process of having their applications assessed.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, if you just go... sorry, if you do a few more minutes.
I've got a little bit more to do, but I'm happy to rotate if you're wanting to.
Yeah, we'll rotate then if you've got quite a few.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, no worries. All right, cool.
I've got another 10 or so minutes.
No worries, cool. Senator Brown.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start probably, I will start where I asked my question but I will remind you of the question.
Sure.
So I was wanting to talk about integrity measures. So in the 2024-25 budget, the government announced a range of new integrity measures to ensure the early education system is on strong foundations for future reform. Can you please provide an update on the key progress under the integrity measures, particularly on the childcare subsidy payment accuracy, please?
So, Senator, I'll kick off and then Mr Moon will continue. That particular measure builds on a number of other integrity measures that the government had agreed to. And so in responding to this, we'll cover off each of those and obviously we're tracking with them, which I'm pleased to say is quite favourably.
So Senator Brendan Moon, First Assistant Secretary, Childcare Division. In answer to the question, Senator, the progress in terms of the measures as at the 31st of December is the department's achieved a $318.2 million saving against a target of $187.4 million. That's primarily through increased fraud investigation and compliance activities, as well as the introduction of our electronic fee collection measure, EFT measure. Senator, combined, those results were estimated to deliver $869 million in savings over 6 years, for context, and that's from an investment of $221 million. This work, as Ms Crane has said, is part of our broader work to uphold the integrity of the childcare subsidy and the financial integrity of the childcare subsidy. And in terms of payment accuracy, in 21-22, prior to the commencement of the integrity measures, the payment accuracy was 93%. Since the commencement of the measures, the payment accuracy has reached its highest levels on record and has been sustained and improved further. Senator, in 22-23, payment accuracy for the CCS was measured at 96.2%, And if you look at that increase between the baseline and that performance in that year as a proportion of the CCS outlays, more broadly, that represents a saving to government of $354.5 million. Again, in 23-24, Senator, payment accuracy was measured at 96.4%, so an increase of 0.2%, and that added an additional $112.2 million on top of the prior year.
That's very good. So it's pleasing to see that it is sustained over a number of years and
we are really
and
pleased,
improving.
Senator. Absolutely, and of note, Senator, this does have a lot of compliance and intelligence work, but also outreach with the sector. So we're also seeing increases in voluntary compliance, which shows in the broader increases against the integrity base of the payment accuracy base. And we are seeing more open dialogue and engagement with providers about support to claim correctly and get things right, rather than catch people when things go wrong.
I take it those savings surpass what your targets might have been?
Yes, Senator.
We're well ahead, is that right?
Well ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We're well ahead where we actually had proposed we would be, which is as a result of the great work that Mr Moon and his team are doing.
Right. Okay, thank you. I now just wanted to go to another area. So after numerous reviews, including from Jobs and Skills Australia, the Productivity Commission and the ACCC, found that growing the early childhood education and care workforce must be prioritised to enable any future reform. Is there any data that demonstrates that the government's workforce measures are having a positive effect, including from the sector?
Senator, I'll let Crane talk. The headline is, I guess, because we all like good news, that the number of staff have increased quite considerably over the last 12 months, and importantly, job vacancies have also decreased quite considerably. But I'll let my colleagues, experts at the table, give us the details.
Thank you, Senator. Julia Chandra, Assistant Secretary, Workforce Branch. So we have seen a really positive change in some of the numbers. We've seen the actual size of the workforce increase over the past 12 months from November 23 to November 24. We saw an increase of 17,900 workers, which is about 7.3% increase. The main indicator we look at, though, is the Internet Vacancy Index, and that does show a decrease in job vacancies. So between December 23 and December 24, the vacancies decreased by 22.11%, and in January we saw a further drop as well by another 686 vacancies. And then the third indicator that we've been watching has been the change in staffing waivers, and that has decreased as well. It was 8.9% in October 2024, and in January 2025 it's down to 8.3%.
Is there anything that you can tell me about that data? Is there state-by-state breakdowns? Is there anything else that you can tell me? I mean, they're very good figures.
I could probably just tell you a little bit breakdown in terms of the vacancies. So the biggest decrease, biggest decrease in the vacancies is actually early childhood teachers themselves.
Yeah.
As you can imagine, there's categories like centre managers, there's childcare workers, there's early childhood teachers. So what's really pleasing is early childhood teachers, the vacancy rate has dropped significantly by almost a third, 33%, which shows that we have more people who are training to become early childhood educators, both childcare workers and childcare teachers. And I think that's really important in terms of some of the initiatives that the government has put in place with states and territories in relation to some of these things. I don't think we've got a state breakdown, but we can probably take that on notice, Senator, if you're interested around that.
Okay, well, if you could take it on notice, I'd appreciate that, and any other information you can give me as well. And I think I might just leave it there then, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Do you have any data on the worker retention payment since that's been announced? How that's if that's making a difference?
Making a difference. We went through some of the data with Senator O'Sullivan about the number of applications and things that we have. We've just done that. Is that what you're after? Or
But are you seeing it making a difference to people actually staying within the sector? Obviously, the intent of the payment is to encourage people.
It's probably a little early in that the payments are only since December, but the January data's gone down. But again, Mr. Curry, you might be able to help, or Ms. Crane.
That's right. So the January data is absolutely showing that there is a difference in vacancy rate. So it's I think probably hard to assume an exact causation from one thing to another, but that is a kind of positive story as a result of things that have been done. I think anecdotally we also know from some parts of the sector, particularly Good Start, have certainly kind of seen a change in their practices and seen a change in the number of people that are staying with them and things that are people that are leaving or coming back to the workforce that had left previously. And their feedback has been that it's been in relation to the worker retention payment.
Well, that's good to hear. I have to say I was at a centre not so long ago, and they had a number of their people who were doing fee-free TAFE part-time online, and they were able to sort of combine the two, which was also making a difference to how those particular workers felt that their trajectory was going to look staying in the sector. So that's really good to see. Thank you. Now I'm interested to talk about the activity test. I understand that it was created by the coalition government in 2018 to go alongside the childcare subsidy. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah. So what was the rationale for the activity test? It's come up a few times today, and I'm just keen to understand the rationale behind it.
So, Senator, you are correct. It did come in formally at the commencement of the childcare subsidy in 2018, and the intention was to balance workforce incentives with affordability, ensuring that childcare remained accessible while encouraging parents and carers to increase their working hours. I think what I'd say is over the course of that time that it's been in place, there's been a range of evaluations, reviews and other stakeholder feedback about the operation of the activity test and more specifically the impact that it's had around things like access, affordability and workforce participation. Certainly in the submission that we have made to the committee, which is online now I believe, we've mentioned a number of those things around particularly in the terms of access, so families who are at the lower income and will struggle to meet those hours, get access, and therefore it has an impact on affordability as well. And some of the earlier evaluations of the childcare package itself did go to what impact the activity test had on workforce participation. Was it actually driving up? They couldn't find any direct link with it that it was actually driving workforce participation in that. But Mr. Curran, I don't know whether you wanted to add anything to that in terms of some of the other rationale and pieces over the last 6 odd years.
I think that's right. I think that what we've also heard obviously from the PC and the ACCC and a range of other reports is that it does tend to kind of penalise those most disadvantaged who would actually benefit the most from attending a quality ECEC service.
Right, so sort of counter to its intent.
That's right.
If you would. Okay. And because it did, I mean, it did upset lots of people. And it has been called punitive and Australia's most hated policy. But the reports that you've recited, I believe some of them did call for replacing the activity test with the 3-day guarantee, that 3-day guarantee of early childhood care and education. What evidence did they put forward?
PC review centres? We could probably talk about...
Well, I think there was the Productivity Commission, the ACCC, the Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee, the Women's Economic Equality Task Force and the SA Royal Commission all had recommendations. It seemed to be quite comprehensive in terms of get rid of the activity test, bring in a 3-day guarantee. So that, I mean, they're two very binary pieces. What was it that made them say that the activity test should go and it should be replaced with a 3-day guarantee? Sure. What was the rationale there? What was their evidence?
So I think that there's obviously they all had kind of slightly different takes on what their evidence was, but predominantly it was really about that disadvantaged cohort and the fact that it creates a barrier for families who would potentially otherwise use early education and care, and that this is just something that creates another sort of challenge for them, either in terms of the design of it or the complexity of having to meet those requirements before their children can attend.
And I think the other piece that was particularly borne out in some of those reviews, Productivity Commission included, is apart from the financial impact that it has, with a bigger portion going on the spend for childcare subsidy for those lower income families, it was a barrier for those children who would most benefit from access to early childhood education and care. So given that we have a system that is intended to serve dual purposes, it does have a workforce participation component and an early childhood education, that component certainly wasn't coming to bear for those who are vulnerable and disadvantaged at that lower income end.
Senator, the last thing I'd add is that on top of, as well as that, much of the evidence also found that people with differing incomes or shift workers would often fall above or below different thresholds. So some of the uncertainty about how many subsidised hours the family might be eligible to led to a bit of reluctance or unwillingness to engage in the system.
And so that would apply to sort of casual workers as well?
Yes, Senator.
And, okay. All right. And has it been well received by stakeholders?
It has.
Yeah, okay, that's good to know. But obviously not universally supported. Angie Bell, the federal member for Moncrief and the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood Education, put out a press release on the 13th of February, which was the day that the bill for the 3-day guarantee went through. And she said that the 3-day guarantee will not increase access or equity for children, rather it will achieve the opposite. Is that a perspective shared by many?
Senator, I'm not sure that we could comment on other views that we might not have seen. Certainly in terms of those that we had, it was overwhelmingly in favour of the changes that were being made. I think some of the comments that were made possibly went around the access to a service or place, and I think in this committee previously we have talked about a number of measures that have either been in place already from the government around increasing service provision or others, which Ms Akara can talk to in a moment, around increasing in future years through the Building Early Education Fund. But what I would say is if we look at what's happened to service provision even from September 23 to September 24, we can see 40,000 or over 40,000 new places that have been created across the country. We've often talked in this committee about the difference in major city access versus regional. Of those, we can see that 7,700 are in regional areas. So the system is growing, the number of services are growing. There is clearly still response needed. We know the PC and ACCC identified unserved and underserved markets, and so there is more work to be done in that, but there are more places being created. So some of what has been referred to in the commentary that you've got there, there are places being created for people to take up. Did you want to talk about some of the other measures?
I'll come back to some other questions I had there, but you've gone there, so I might just sort of... I did have some questions, and as I've said in this committee before, I spend a lot of time in regional South Australia, and there are a lot of problems, a lot of issues with access, and some of them are really difficult to solve because the number of little people who are requiring early childhood education and care is insufficient, and so there's got to be sort of more alternative, different ways of looking at it. And so we're doing a lot of work, like in the local community, with that. And there's a great group that's got together with the councils that are advocating for how that could go ahead, which is great. But I know that there has been, as you've said, there has been some work done. We have seen some significant increases in access and availability, but we're not there yet, as you have recognised in the past. But I am interested in the balance between metro and regional, particularly, in terms of how those services break up. Because a lot of people in the regional areas go, we don't get anything, it just goes to the metro. That sort of division, you gave me some round numbers that I didn't quite jot down. Sorry.
It's okay.
Do you have that in a sort of percentage? What are you seeing in terms of that percentage of those services, you know, that are going into the regional areas?
So I said, I'll redo those numbers, which, as I said, is the September quarter 23 to the September quarter 24. And so in that period of time, the increase overall was over 40,000 places. And if I do that breakup, I'll do it as service count. So there's the places track back to services. So there were 81 new services in inner regional, 21 in outer regional.
Okay.
So that's good. So the 7,700 odd places are across those locations. And so if you think about that, that change, we've seen the growth area is actually consistent across major city, in and out. It's about a 3.9% increase across those.
Thank you.
What's interesting, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the largest growth in terms of places has actually been in remote Australia. So
the largest percentage growth?
Remote Australia is the largest percentage growth. So it's been 3.9% in major cities, inner regional and outer regional. Remote was 4.1%.
That's great. I could keep talking about that all day, but I do have one other thing that I'm somewhat confused about that I just want to run through. Going back to the Shadow Minister for Early Education and Early Childhood Education, there's an element in the press release that she put out that I'm keen to understand. She claims that in the changes that were made by the current government, the Labor government, that we removed the priority of access provisions. Can you tell what they are?
So, Senator, the priority of access provisions were a component of the childcare benefit, which was one of the two programs that were in place before the childcare subsidy. Mm-hmm. Those provisions expired with the expiry of that legislation when the childcare subsidy commenced. So that was in 2017-18.
Okay. So 2017-18, they were removed?
Yes, Senator.
Oh, that's bizarre, because in Ms Angie Bell's press release, she says Labor has removed the long-standing priority of access provisions and is quite negative about that. So that's obviously just an error. No comment required, no comment required. Minister, this seems a little bizarre. Have you seen this press release?
Unfortunately, I haven't. Sorry, Senator Grogan. I do know Ms Bell, the member for Moncrieff, but I don't follow all her press releases as closely as you do, obviously.
Yeah, so she's basically said that on her release, which is the 13th of February 2025, has accused us of removing the long-standing priority of access provisions when we've just heard that they were removed in 2017-18, when I believe the coalition were in government.
So, Senator, I'll just confirm it was the commencement of the CCS program, which commenced in the financial year 2018-19. So that cut over.
So right,
it ends there, and yes, from July 2018, they ceased to exist as they formerly had.
Yes, implementation was in 17-18. I apologise.
Minister.
I'm sure Ms Bell is quite diligent and will be paying attention. I'm sure we'll be correcting the record at the earliest convenience.
Excellent. I shall look forward to that correction. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks everyone for being here. I wanted to go back to the worker retention payment, and I missed your answer, a question and answer from Senator O'Sullivan about how many, if this is what he asked, how many applications for the worker retention payment has the department received? And I apologise if I'm covering.
That's okay, we're happy to
you.
Go there again.
So, Senator, the data that I'll read is current as at yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So 1,982 applications. And in terms of coverage, that covers 8,634 services, so 59% of all eligible services. And within those applications, providers have identified that coverage is for 148,101 workers, which is 74% of all eligible workers.
74%
of all eligible workers.
Of all eligible workers. How many providers did the government anticipate would sign up for the payment?
I've got the service number handy because it's one provider can have many services. So in terms of the services, the eligible services that were operating in the September quarter, which is what it was based on, there was 14,549, and I said we've got 8,634 of those on applications at the moment.
So you've got 8,000 odd applications of...
So 1,982 applications.
Oh, yes.
And that covers 59% of all eligible services, which is that 8,634 number.
Thank you. And I think I heard you earlier say that you have quite a lot of positive anecdotal information about people returning to the workforce and labour supply, including in relation to early childhood teachers in particular.
That's right.
Positive indications. Have you got anything sort of more substantive than, you know, Good Start telling you things are looking up? How are you monitoring the impact on the workforce?
Sure.
So, Senator, the workforce numbers that we look at, there's a number of things. So the change in the overall workforce numbers is one, and so that is trending up. We've seen that happen. So there's over 263,000 workers now in early childhood education and care. That was as at the November recorded data. Internet vacancies is another, and as at the January data for that, we'd seen a significant reduction, which is quite positive, and I think that was one of the things that certainly Good Start had cited. So there was a 23.7% reduction year on year for this January compared to what we were seeing January last year, with the biggest change in that happening as a result of the early childhood
and your
teachers.
And your 263,000 workers in November, how did that compare with the year earlier?
So that's an increase of 17,900 from the November before.
Okay, great, thank you. Do you have any information about why some providers haven't applied? What do you think's happening?
Senator, we only have anecdotal information, is clearly they don't need to tell us around that. So there will be a number of them who will be working through arrangements with their employees, particularly around what sort of workplace instrument. I have no doubt that there are some who are watching the experience of others and seeing what they can learn from that. It can be backdated, and so again, the need to get that in now is not pressing. As long as they meet the criteria and the conditions, including the coverage in the workplace instrument, they do have up to the 30th of June to actually put that application in.
So they have to get their application in by 30th of June, can be backdated. What outreach are you doing to get to those who haven't yet applied?
So we're doing a range of things. So we obviously have departmental communications. We're doing a range of webinars. So we've done some previously. We're looking at doing some additional ones in coming weeks. We also have, we talked a little bit earlier about the engagement grant that the government announced in MyEFO that provides funding to a range of organisations to support that outreach, and particularly for those that have those connections with particular members or particular parts of the sector. That's through that program, and just obviously through existing kind of mechanisms that we already have with certain parts of the sector.
And of the applications you've received, what proportion have all been processed and approved? Are they all through? Like, how's that going? No.
No. So, Senator, one of the conversations we had earlier is that in order for us to execute a grant agreement, we need to have a complete, accurate and compliant application from the provider. The vast majority that we get from providers do not meet that criteria, and so there is some work that we need to do with them in terms of requests for information and clarifying what's in the application itself. So as at yesterday, we had 119 grant agreements that had been executed, and so that covered 38,642 workers. We have another 33 grant agreements which we have offered. They are with the providers at the moment, so it's not executed until they sign and send it back with us. That covers another 1,850 employees in that. The remainder we are working with the providers to get the missing information in their applications.
And what's the average processing time between applying for the payment and receiving funding from the government?
So, Senator, we don't hold that information, in part because no two applications are the same to process. This is a sector that has everything from the good starts of the world, without trying to drop them in it, which is obviously quite large. They were one of the MEA parties, through to sizable ones in the OSH sector who will have been lodging individual flexibility agreements, through to the smaller providers. Every single one of those will look and feel differently in terms of what it takes to process, how many times we need to go back to the provider and request information, and what it takes to actually get it through to the end, where it's a complete, accurate and compliant application for us to issue a grant.
So we've been contacted by some smaller providers who haven't received the funding from government despite passing on a wage increase to their eligible staff in December. They're frustrated as they expected to receive their payment in January. I understand that's what it says on the website, and are now out of pocket. What support are you giving to providers, particularly those small and family-run businesses who are financially strained as a result of those processing delays?
I think, as Ms Crane mentioned earlier, it's we don't have a system that identifies those providers that are already paying when they're applying. So we're looking at making changes to the application form to allow that to be much clearer to us so that we can identify them. For those that we are aware of, we're working very closely with them, really to support that provision of information to make sure that we have everything that is necessary to make that assessment and do it and start it as part of that process. I think for additional context, as I was going to mention before, out of all the applications we've received, only one has come in that has been complete and accurate from the commencement. Yeah. So there is a lot of that kind of back and forth with the provider, but we are well aware of some of them that have notified us and working closely with them.
So now you are identifying people who are making the payment and accelerating them to the top of the queue to respond quickly. Have I understood that correctly?
We are in the process of updating the application form to allow that identification to be made. So it's really relying on them contacting the help desk, contacting us, working through those grant recipient parties to let us know about those circumstances.
When can they expect to receive their payment?
I think it's difficult to say because it depends on the information that has been provided, depends on the ability of the whether the instrument they're providing is compliant and what that actually means, because all those requirements have to be correct
so
before we can process. That's right.
It's fair to say, Senator, that we are doing everything in our power to go as quickly as we possibly can, including increasing staff. Ms Crane's very focused on this. We are very committed to getting those payments to providers as soon as we possibly can, once we have the information available.
I'm sure they'll be eager to hear that and hopeful of the support. Has the department done any work on what the wage payment system might look like beyond the 2-year grant period? Maybe this is a question for the Minister.
Sorry, Senator Baker.
Has the department done any work on what the wage payment system might look like beyond the 2-year grant period?
I think it would be fair to say that the government will have some more to say about that in due course.
In due course?
Yeah. The department might be able to add something to it.
Are you doing work on it?
Senator, there is a broad range of reforms that are underway at the moment, and I think the response that the Minister and others have given previously is that anything beyond the life of the program would be considered in the broader reform context.
Okay, thank you. I want to go now to a particular centre, the Windsor Community Children's Centre. I want to discuss the slated closure of that centre, which is community run. It's very high quality. It's not for profit. It's exactly like the kind of centre that I used myself and is much valued by our communities. I understand my colleague, Senator Hodgkins-May, has written to the Minister for Education and the Minister for Early Childhood Education twice, urging the government to work with Stonington City Council and the Victorian Government to buy the site from its current owners, Swinburne University of Technology, who were seeking to rezone and sell the land. In response, they said they have requested the centre, state government, university and the council to note their concern. I understand that Stonington City Council has also written to the Minister for Early Education several times, seeking support to buy the land. Minister, has the government met with the City of Stonington and or the Victorian Government to discuss the closure of Windsor Community Children's Centre?
What I do know is that the member for Macnamara, Josh Burns, has been very active on this, along with Ministers Clare and Minister Ali. We certainly support the ongoing operation of the Windsor Community Childcare Centre and recognise the importance of it to the local community. They've both visited, Ministers Clare and Minister Ali have both visited the centre along with Josh Burns, the member for Macnamara, and made representations on the service's behalf. I do understand that they've, I think it was written to both Swinburne University and the Victorian Government about this matter. They've asked them to consider the options that will support the centre's long-term future, particularly with regard to the wider impacts that that service has and provides for the local community.
Has that, I mean, my question was particularly about whether the government has met with the City of Stonington or the Victorian Government specifically to discuss the closure?
I'd have to take that specifics on notice unless the department might be able to help me out in regards to that.
I'm not aware, Senator. No.
Could you take that on notice?
Yes, sure,
specifically. So I understand that at the Minister for Education's request, the Centre provided a brief on Commonwealth funding options, setting out mechanisms for the federal government to facilitate the sale of the site from Swinburne University to Stonington City Council. Has the government explored these options with the department?
Senator, no. So we're aware of correspondence that has gone back in terms of actually asking us to explore other options beyond the programs that we have which do not cover land purchase. No.
So why did the Minister request the Centre provide this brief of options if they weren't even going to be considered?
Just because it hasn't come to us doesn't mean that government may not be considering.
Okay.
I'm just in terms of what we have been given, we haven't been provided.
Could you take that on notice then? I'd really like to know what happened there. A key recommendation of the Productivity Commission's report on universal early childhood education and care was the need for effective stewardship of the system where high-quality community-led services are supported and maintained. Minister, why isn't the government fulfilling your own promise of universal childcare and committing to working with the City of Stonington to secure the Windsor site?
Well, I don't think that's an accurate reflection of what's going on, Senator Pocock. I'm not being dismissive of this. I understand that you've come in to ask questions about it, and I understand Ms Hodgins May has previously, but that's not an accurate reflection of the work that the government have been doing. Minister Clare and Minister Ali have both been engaged on this. Our fantastic local member, Josh Burns in Macnamara, has also been advocating for the centre. I reiterated the view of the government about we want this service to continue, and that's what we will be working towards.
So I understand that on the 21st of February, Windsor Community Children's Service Centre received a letter from the Victorian Government advising them that they will not be contributing to the purchase of the site. Now, the only way this centre will be saved is by the federal government committing to fully support Stonington Council to purchase the land. The Australian Greens have pledged $12 million to save that centre and facilitate the council's purchase of the land, which they would, as a party, we would make a priority if elected in the seat of Macnamara. Minister, why can't you and why won't you, or will you, match that and commit to saving the centre before the election?
Well, the Greens political party often go around making lots of promises, Senator Pocock. I've never seen them actually implement one of them in government anywhere ever. What we want to do, we understand the importance of the centre, understand the work that the local member, Josh Burns, has been doing. Minister Clare and Minister Ali are highly engaged working with him and want to ensure that the service continues into the future.
Well, I don't want to get into a lot of political theatrics. However, I will say Greens pressure does work. We have achieved a number of things: $3 billion into housing, the right to disconnect, dental for children into Medicare, and other things. But we won't continue with with that. I can see we will not agree. Can I go to the Building Early Education Fund? In December, last question?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Great. In December, the government announced it would be establishing a $1 billion Building Early Education Fund to build new and expand existing early learning centres in areas of need. Just curious, how are you defining areas of need?
So, Senator, the department is just finalising that methodology right now and looking at a range of details, but we are including things like where we know there are already places, so looking at existing supply, looking at future demand, particularly in relation to population growth for that 0 to 5-year-old cohort, and also looking at definitions of disadvantage. And we're working with the states and territories to understand how they assess their kind of areas of priority to make sure that they're complementary as part of the fund.
So will for-profit providers be eligible for those funds?
So that will be a decision for government, but they have stated that their priority is not-for-profit provision.
So, Minister, do you have any comment to make on that in relation to these funds being available to not-for-profit or for-profit as well?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Thank you. And will those centres have to meet a minimum new level of national quality standard, and if so, what level?
So they will have to meet requirements under the NQF. There's no discussion as yet as to whether that will be different than what exists currently.
Okay. On February 19th, the Prime Minister tweeted that the government are going to build 160 new not-for-profit centres. Will these be funded through the Building Early Education Fund?
That 160 does relate to the Building Education Fund.
Great. What quality standards will those providers have to meet then?
So it's still to be determined, but at this point there would be certainly nothing less than the NQF.
So those funds will provide capital grants for the construction of new centres, very welcome, but not operational funding. Where will the operational funding come from to sustain centres in areas which have not proved to be commercially sustainable?
So I might start and then maybe you can move on to Mr Wyman, but I'll just clarify that $1 billion program. There are two elements to it. So there's the first component, which is the grants component, and that's the $529 million, and that will be solely around capital. That second half, which relates to the owning and leasing part that the government will investigate through a business case, that could be extra. The expectation at the moment is that it will be, depending on what the business case comes up with, as to how that will be implemented, that owning and leasing. But in terms of other programs that we already have for operational funding, I'll get Mr Wyman to talk about.
When you say owning and leasing, just so I understand you correctly, you are saying that will be a form of contribution to the operational costs?
It will depend on what comes through the business case. That will be part of the business case that looks into how that extra 500 will be designed and developed.
I'm Anne Twyman, First Assistant Secretary, Early Learning Programs and Youth. Thank you. I think that we're still working through the interaction with existing programs. So as you may be aware, Senator, we've got the Community Childcare Fund, which is in regions now, which is actually funding sustainability. So it actually funds, programs to stay alive in thin markets. Yeah. We need to have a look at the interaction of that, because that is also a program that is doing some good work in terms of sustainability, but that's not necessarily exactly what this program will be doing as well. So it's about creating new ones but ensuring they're sustainable, so we're working that through as well. So it's the interaction of those, and then of course there's a range of other programs including in-home care, etc., but it's mainly the CCCF fund that will have the interaction with the Building Early Education Fund.
Right. Thanks, Minister. Thanks everyone for your answers and for all your hard work. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much. I just want to go back to the Worker Retention Grant Program. Before I do, though, I just want to table the full media release from Shadow Minister Angie Bell. It provides the context that is quite necessary to the questions that Senator Grogan was asking before, and the Minister's cherry-picking of points that were raised in her media release. It's very clear from what Minister Ali was saying is that in relation to the priority of access provisions, she was talking about the activity test, and simply removing it means that you'll have people that are stuck languishing on wait lists behind those that don't, because of the lack of access to childcare places. We'll cover this in further questions on the activity test in a moment, but I thought give people a chance to actually see the full context of that, of what was said, because it's quite misleading the way that those questions were put. Now, so I want to go back to...
Can I just intervene just for a moment? I just want to...
You could maybe when I've finished.
No. I'm sorry, Senator Henderson, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the Chair. No, it's Senator. Chair, I wonder if I could just table this one because I feel like I've just been verbal a little bit there.
Can we?
Okay, it's the same thing.
I'll go back to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I believe it's the same thing. Okay, so can I just get an understanding of the funding formula that's used?
So the funding formula hasn't been released.
Oh, it hasn't been released.
It's a decision for government whether it's released or not.
Yeah, but so why, Minister, we keep hearing this, and there's many media articles referring to this, and particularly smaller providers are concerned by the fact that that's not released. Why is the government keeping it a secret from providers?
I'm not aware that we are, Senator O'Sullivan. I think that the government's
to release it. It's not released.
The intention of the government has been clear in that we believe that these workers have been undervalued.
Released?
Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt? It's been clear that our view is that these workers have been undervalued by the previous government. They deserved a pay rise to be recognised for the importance of the work that they do, and that's what we've been implementing in government.
Do you acknowledge that providers are being forced to apply and make big budget decisions essentially with a blindfold over their eyes because they don't understand what the formula is and how it will actually work? Do you really think this is fair for these providers? And is it fair of the government to hold that back?
Well, we certainly believe that those workers deserve a pay rise, and I think the department have talked through the work that they are doing in terms of helping those institutions provide with support to put in an application. We want to see as many workers as possible get a pay rise, one, because we think they deserve it, but two, it's a recognition of the important work they do, helping to educate our young people.
Providers are saying that one of the reasons why they're not able to apply is they're uncertain about what it actually means for them. So why don't you clear up that uncertainty and release the formula?
Well, I think it's very clear what the government wants to achieve in regards to its policy, and that's what the department are focused on implementing.
So, Minister, with the greatest of respect, that's just a bit of a word salad. I mean, it's very clear. Providers just want some clarity, and the government is not providing that, and that is actually preventing you from fulfilling what you're saying is the intention of the policy.
Well, I disagree with that, Senator O'Sullivan. I think it's going to be one of those ones where we're going to butt heads on. I think that the government intent is there for everyone to see, and obviously the work of the department is focused on ensuring that we can deliver on the intent of what we want to achieve.
And okay, and I will move on, but the reality is the number of applications received to date is way off the trajectory that would be required to meet the 200,000 that the Minister has said will be able to receive the benefits of this. With only 29,000 applications dealt with, it's simply not enough. So how many applications have been rejected to date?
So, Senator.
I was just going to say, Senator, before Ms O'Carra answers that question, we can also probably help with your question around certainty, because there has been information provided to providers to give certainty on what the funding covers and process should it not cover that.
That's right. So there has been a lot of communication provided in relation to scenarios. So we've put a number of options up or information up on the internet, to explain different kind of arrangements for services, so they can hopefully see themselves in those scenarios, and that's actually provided some information around how the funding is calculated and what it might look like if they do apply. We also have been doing specific cameos for services, so if they've provided us with their information about their structure and their setup, we have run cameos to identify what their funding will be. In addition to that, we also, since last estimates, the government introduced a 20% floor. So what that means is that any provider that applies and then finds that they're not getting the wage increase fully covered, plus at least a 20% contribution towards eligible on costs, there is a review process where they will automatically be given sufficient funding to top them up to that 20% level.
Sorry, my question though was how many applications have been rejected to date?
So none.
None, okay. Have any providers written to the department claiming the funding they are receiving is not enough to cover their expenses?
So that goes to that review process that I was just mentioning, and we've had 3 applications to date on that.
3. Thank you. Is the government keeping track of which services have received the funding and increased their fees since August 24?
That is part of the compliance and monitoring piece that the team is looking at. As part of the application process, that is one of the criteria, so that is quite diligently assessed before the application is deemed approved. And so all those that have been approved for the for the payment and have received an agreement or an offer have not breached the 4.4% fee constraint.
And what's the ongoing due diligence that you do to make sure that they're not increasing their fees by more than 4.4%?
Yeah, as part of our normal administration data that we receive through the CCS system, we're regularly doing checks around what that data is that comes through, which does include an assessment on fees and then a cross-check to those executed agreements, so those providers that have been found suitable.
In relation to the guidelines update on the 22nd of November, who made the decision to change the requirements for the workplace instrument?
I might ask Ms Chandra to come up and...
Because this, requires cover for 95% of educators in the service.
Thank you, Senator. So that change was made on advice from Australian government solicitors that we, in order to make sure that we weren't discriminating by way of any workplace instrument, we needed a process which allowed us to assess that all fair and reasonable efforts had been made to get to 100%, but we needed to reserve the right for employees not to feel they needed to sign on to an IFA.
But am I right that you've got to have 95% of the workforce of the workplace must agree to signing up to multi-employer bargaining or an enterprise agreement or individual flexibility arrangements?
So that's the threshold that's been set to help us assess, but there's also flexibility in the guidelines for us to determine that all reasonable efforts have been made to get to that threshold and to accept applications where that has been demonstrated.
So we've heard from the sector quite closely around that there are some people whose employees are overseas for an extended period of time or who are relatively casual, so they don't come in for a couple of weeks and then you might not see them for another couple of months, but they're still on their books. And so we heard that from the sector, so that's why we added that we wanted that flexibility included to allow providers not to be penalised from applying if that was the case for them, particularly for small providers, because that 5% could be one person.
So following on from Senator Pocock's question in relation to large providers and smaller providers, does the government acknowledge that the wage retention program process has been harder on smaller providers compared to larger providers who would have the systems and the wherewithal to be able to manage the applications and go through the processes?
So, Senator, I don't know that we would characterise it as harder. I think the same conditions for the eligibility for that funding is there, as we would expect from any program of government. There are conditions that need to be met. In terms of what we're seeing for the applications that are going through, the vast majority of applications that have been there are from smaller providers that have been approved. So, but what we've seen in terms of those applications that were progressed, 78 of the providers have one service, 33 providers have 2 to 24, and it is only 8 providers that have 25 or more services. So that they are applying, they are going through the process, we are working with them. We are also, as Mr Carr mentioned earlier, working with a number of other providers who have small providers as their stakeholder group to make sure that at every point they understand what's needed, they have questions around it, they can clarify, and they are supported through that process.
Finally on this point, what's your reflections? Point to an article in The Australian where it says that your grant is a joke and a provider says that that the process is an absolute joke. After spending months of time and money liaising with an accountant and a solicitor, we applied in early December to know exactly what we would get before deciding whether or not to opt in, and it goes on. There's a complexity here. So, what's your reflections on that? When providers are feeding back that this is overly complex, that it needs to be streamlined to be able to meet the objectives.
So I think as Mr Carr outlined earlier, in terms of the conditions and what's there, those conditions are there for a reason. So the support that we are providing around that is going to understanding what it looks like to meet those conditions and actually have a compliant workplace instrument or a completed application. In terms of the process for applying, some of the things that Mr Carr mentioned earlier go to how we make the application form clearer for people around where to find the information, such as their ABN or their customer reference number or the types of information that they might be looking to provide. So there is a continuous improvement process through feedback that we get from stakeholders, as well as the feedback from staff about what they're seeing, and that informs either the way that the application form looks or the outreach that we do with stakeholders, the communication that we have in our weekly newsletter out, or now more formally through the providers that have engaged to work with us and support that. So I think the reflection, Senator, is there is always room for improvement, and we are happy to look at where we can do that. That is a continuous process for us.
And I guess what we're pleased about is the data we gave you earlier, Senator. We've now got applications that covers 148,000 workers, and so we'll be processing applications which providers tell us would cover 148,000 workers. They've all been received. Take your point about there are issues that we need to improve, and that's what we're working on. But the majority of workers are now part of an application process.
Can you come back to us with and today if you're able to, a breakdown of private, large, small providers in relation to those numbers? I don't want to take the time up now because I realise the time we've got.
To be on notice,
but if it's okay, yeah.
That'll take a while because that's 8,000 services we have to go through.
Okay. All right. I want to go to the 3-day guarantee. Sure. So, back to the point that I was making in reference to Shadow Minister's Angie Bell's press release. The concern is from providers, from parents, from stakeholders in relation to this is around access, because the argument is that if you're increasing the number of people that are eligible, already on a stressed system, aren't you actually limiting then the access for people in an already stressed situation? So is it actually a 3-day guarantee then if you can't actually access a place?
So, Senator, the way that it has been described is access to subsidised care. Clearly take the point, as has been made by others, around there are parts of Australia where we would say that access is considerably limited because there is not a place at all or a childcare centre there. But that this measure goes hand in hand with a range of others, some that we mentioned earlier around the Community Childcare Fund, some that are coming in terms of the Building Early Education Fund, and even the workforce measures and worker retention payment. They go hand in building that supply, ensuring there's a service, ensuring there's a place, ensuring there's a workforce there. The measure itself, when the department looked at the expected increase, it is only a slight increase in demand that is actually expected in terms of people trying to take up additional places. We clearly don't hold waiting lists or other things. We did seek insights from stakeholders, and the preliminary insights from ALACA, whose membership base covers profit, not-for-profit and across the country, indicate that there is capacity within the sector.
So I'm curious about that. So if you're not expecting a significant material increase in demand, then what's the rationale for it?
So, Senator, there's a range of rationale for it, and I'm sure Mr O'Carroll will add some other things to it. As we talked about earlier, the guarantee is replacing the activity test. The components that are there for 3 days at the moment are a barrier to children who would most likely benefit from ECEC from actually accessing it because their parents are unlikely to take it up, or it becomes unaffordable or that debate about, whether they do put in for that day or so, and the decision about what else they do. It was not stated, and certainly nothing that I have seen guaranteed, that every centre that you walked up to would have a place there. But it was removing barriers to accessing those 3 days and providing a level of entitlement that at the moment the activity test that's in place does not do. Ms O'Carra might add some other points there in terms of some of the other rationale.
I was going to add just a little bit around...
One moment, just to confer with the Chair.
Sorry. No, that's okay. I was going to say that one of the other main rationales, as Ms Crane was talking about before, was about affordability. So we know that there are a lot of families that are already using 3 days that are not currently entitled to 3 days. And that's where those beneficiary numbers come through, because they will...
So if you're a carer and you need Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, because that's the support you need, but the service provider in your area can only provide Thursday and Friday, then where's the 3-day guarantee?
So, Senator, I think some of that would go back to what you're probably describing. There is an underserved market, and the 3-day guarantee is not intended to address that. The Building Early Education Fund, some of the other changes that are there that go to supporting the pathway to universal access.
Exactly. So Minister, how can you call it a 3-day guarantee when you can't look Australians in the eye and guarantee them that they'll get 3 days?
Well, that's what we want to set out to achieve, because we think it's important for families. We think it's important for young people.
Might look good on a poster, on a flyer, on a social media post.
We think it's important for affordability as well. And I would point out that we've had a strong agenda of reform when it comes to early childhood education since we've been in government. We have not seen one policy from the opposition. They've opposed a lot of what we've done, which has gone to affordability and more access. Every one of them, the opposition have opposed.
We're certainly not going to use words like guarantee when we know, hand on heart, that we can't look Australians in the eye and tell them that there is going to be these places, that there will be these places.
We know you voted against...
another slogan.
We know you voted against the legislation.
When the legislation itself says that all courses may not be free. I mean, these are just marketing exercises.
Well, we know you voted against the legislation. We know that you oppose fee-free TAFE as well, and that's exactly why there's such a big risk for this country.
Your own legislation says that not all places will be free. And here,
no guarantee.
We've just heard from the department.
A bit of decorum.
No, fair enough, Chair. We've just heard from the department that we can't guarantee it because there is a limited number of availability in the system.
Well, 3 days of subsidised care are guaranteed by the Labor government, and we know we need to build more systems, which is why we're doing that.
We've just heard the evidence.
That's why we've got the $1 billion fund to build more centres.
So, let's move on.
Well, I want to ask about those too.
What do you expect educators to do when parents come to them demanding their 3 days of care, even if it's not possible, because that's what the government has promised? Will the government be offering any sort of support for these services to be able to manage that?
So, Senator, the language that has been used describes 3-day guarantee of subsidised care. At the moment, parents aren't sure what they're actually entitled to, particularly for some of those parents who may work casual, irregular hours or other things, because they cannot take up those places and do it on the risk of not knowing what it's going to do to the actual cost. A significant number of those families with irregular hours or low incomes, once they actually access care that is above and beyond their current activity test hours, they pay significant out-of-pocket costs. The guarantee is for subsidised care. So for those families, they actually need that care already, be taking up the place, but as Ms O'Carra has said, they're paying significantly more for that.
Can I ask, how did you land on 3 days and not 2 and not 4 and not 5? Why 3?
So it was one of the recommendations from the PC report, and there are a number of other reports that have talked about 3 days, including some reports undertaken by SNAIC. So the 3 days came out through the PC. It was certainly recognised as the starting point. There is some evidence around 3 days being an appropriate amount of early learning, particularly quality early learning for children.
As part of formulating the 3-day guarantee, did the government request the department to model a $10 a day or any other type of flat fee model?
So, Senator, certainly not as part of the 3-day guarantee. The 3-day guarantee is activity test focused, and so it's around the parameters for the activity test. And obviously, as we've mentioned, and you can see in the reports around those families that would benefit either in access or affordability, that is an activity test modelling piece.
So, but has the department been, have you been requested to model $10 a day or any other type of flat fee model?
So, Senator, I think we've responded to that question previously around, we've provided advice to government on a range of matters.
Yes, and so I'm asking specifically on $10 a day or any other type of flat fee model.
We
Not
have
just a range of.
We have provided
specifically
advice
asking.
on a range of funding models, of which flat fee is one of them.
Okay, thank you. Senator Chisholm, can you confirm the government is considering a flat fee model for ECE?
What I can confirm, Senator Sullivan, is that the Prime Minister and the government are committed to making childcare as affordable as possible. That's our record in government, and that is something that we want to continue to deliver on. There's obviously been a strong reform process through what we've delivered, what we took to the election, and also the work of the PC, the Productivity Commission, and the work of the ACCC as well. And we'll continue that reform process. We want to ensure that it's as affordable for families as possible, but also that those young children get the best possible start in life at the same time.
Minister, yesterday the Prime Minister, it's reported in the AFR that the Prime Minister told a business lunch that he will pursue a flat fee universal model if re-elected.
I'm aware of those comments, and I think they're in line with what I just talked about then.
Has the department done any work to respond to the Productivity Commission's Universal Child Inquiry? When does the government intend to respond to those recommendations?
So, Senator, the way and when the government responds is a decision for government. A number of the MyUFO measures that were announced in response to the Productivity Commission report and outlined as some of those next steps and starting pieces that are needed as part of a universal pathway to universal early education.
Can you confirm that the PC report, which was requested by the government, recommended against a flat fee model?
So I think that the PC looked at a range of models that it looked at. I don't know that it recommended against it. It didn't recommend it, would be my reflection.
Sorry, that was the best bureaucratic answer
There was no recommendation that said
gold star.
It was against a flat fee model, I think is what we're saying.
So,
that's right.
You asked the question that recommended against it, the answer is no.
The sector has also raised concerns. The Australian Childcare Alliance issued a release on the 10th of December titled "New Report Raises Serious Doubts About $10 a Day Childcare." So, based on the Prime Minister's announcement, which might well be an election commitment, Minister, why is the government ignoring the Productivity Commission and indeed the sector itself?
Well, I think you're getting into hypotheticals there, Senator O'Sullivan. I don't think the evidence from the department about what the Productivity Commission said. I didn't hear a commitment to a $10 a day flat fee from the Prime Minister, but I did have other duties on yesterday as well.
Sorry, are you, can I just ask, are you confirming the Prime Minister said that? Or are you saying you weren't across it?
No, I said I'm aware that he made some comments in regards to early childhood. I didn't see a commitment from him to a flat fee.
Ooh. The reporting was pretty confident.
Yeah, that's right, Senator Davey. But my question though to you, Minister, is why is the government ignoring that advice?
Well, I think the evidence from the department, who are more across the Productivity Commission report than I am, Senator O'Sullivan, indicated that it wasn't in there as a recommendation.
And the Australian Childcare Alliance are recommending against it as well. So the sector itself is not calling for it. In fact, they say it would be a retrograde step. When the government, can I go back to the removal of the activity test for 3 days? Can you please tell us if there are any priority of access measures as part of that?
Senator, not specifically as part of the measure.
Sorry, there's not? So, Minister Chisholm, how can the government say this policy will help the most vulnerable children when there's no priority of access as part of it?
Well, obviously we want to ensure that as many young people as possible get the benefit of an early childhood education. That's what we've been about in opposition. That's what we've been delivering on in government. The range of reforms that we've gone through have gone to that. There's a lot of elements to it which we think are important, and this has been a continuation of that.
When the government announced this policy on the 11th of December, my birthday actually, it was framed as an election promise. When was the department made aware the government would introduce the legislation on the 5th of February?
Senator, I think we knew quite a while because we actually developed the legislation. So that, I think, to the best of my knowledge, is always our understanding.
Correct.
Sorry,
Senator.
sorry. I think that, to the best of my understanding, is that's always, to the best of my knowledge, that was always our understanding, because we had developed the legislation. We're in the process of finalising legislation. That was not a surprise.
So when did you start that process of developing the legislation?
The drafting of legislation? Yeah. So pre-work started not long after the measure was announced. Formal drafting, I think we had a drafter allocated in the second to last week of December.
Okay, so you weren't doing anything before the 11th
I should clarify, Senator, we had to work through a whole range of policy parameters and author the drafting instructions prior to a drafter being assigned to us, and then formal drafting of the legislation started in about mid-December.
Okay, so what modelling have you done on the impact that this will have on workforce participation, women's workforce participation in particular?
So the department didn't do any modelling on workforce participation, and we know in the PC report that it did identify that there would be quite a marginal impact on workforce participation. So the department relied on that analysis by the PC just because of the expertise of the PC in relation to that participation element.
So how much is this costing again?
So over the 3 years, it's $291 million. And
it's not going to do anything for workforce, or marginally?
That's right. It's predominantly an affordability measure.
Mm. The government has said that 66,700 families will be better off and 100,000 families will have increased access. Can you explain how you came to these figures?
So the 100,000 figure relates to those families that that could benefit if they choose to increase their hours. So currently the families that are using less than 3 days per week that are in the CCS system. The 66,700 are those families that are using 3 days but are only entitled to less than that. So they will definitely benefit from the measure. So it's all based on current CCS data.
About the 100,000.
Sorry, so the 100,000 are those families that currently use less.
So to help me understand, what's the difference between the 66 and 100?
So the 100,000 is based on the number of families that are currently using childcare that are in our system that aren't using 3 days. So if they choose to, they would be entitled to more hours. So they could increase their usage up to the 3 day mark. Mm. The 66,700 are those that are already using 3 days, but based on the current activity test are not entitled to 3 days. So their subsidised hours are less than what they're actually using.
Okay, I understand. Have you done any modelling on how many families will now enter the CCS system as a result of this policy?
I don't know that we have done some modelling on that. I'll have to find the information on that and come back to you. But again, I think that the modelling illustrated that was relatively marginal.
Marginal. Okay. So with the 66,700 families who will be better off initially, do you have a breakdown of what subsidy rates those families are eligible for?
Yes, I do.
So, Senator, I'll work from the start. So 500 families at a subsidy rate greater than or equal to 0 and less than 10. 800 families greater than 10 and equal to or less than 20.
Just keep going, we'll catch up with it later.
1,000, I don't know how fast you're writing. 1,100 that are greater than 20%, less than or equal to 30%. 1,300 families who are greater than 30% or less than or equal to 40%. 2,200 families with a subsidy rate greater than 40% and less than or equal to 50%. 3,500 families with a subsidy rate greater than 50% or less than and equal to 60%. 5,800 families with a subsidy rate greater than 60% or less than or equal to 70%. 8,800 families with a subsidy rate greater than 70% or less than or equal to 80%. 32,800 families with a subsidy rate greater than 80% and less than or equal to 90%, and 9,900 families with a subsidy rate greater than 90% and less than or equal to 100%.
Okay. So can I give you a cameo? So let's say a couple, David and Jenny. David works full time, and Jenny works 4 or 5 hour days with a child in school and a child at home. Are Jenny and David any better off under Labor's 3-day guarantee?
Maybe?
Well, we need more details.
Tell us that again, and it will also depend on the income.
We'd need income data, we'd need all sorts of data to be able to provide the answer to that.
But also it's a hypothetical.
Well,
David and Jenny,
it's not something fictitious. I mean, it's a scenario that...
But you know, subsidies are based on income. You haven't given us income information, so we couldn't possibly answer that question for you.
Yeah, fair enough. Can we get a breakdown of what percentage of families are using the subsidised hours that they are entitled to fully?
Take that one on notice.
And also families who aren't using their maximum eligible subsidised hours? Happy for you to take it on notice.
Yep.
Can we get a breakdown of families who are using more hours of childcare than they are eligible for under CCS?
I think we have that.
We may have to take that on notice, and we'll look through. Certainly, in the response that Ms O'Carra gave earlier, in the 3-day activity component, the 66,700 are currently accessing more and paying more for that. But you're asking over the whole system, not just the 3 days. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. I don't have that.
Conscious of time, Chair. I'll just finish with this. So are you telling us that in this 3-day guarantee, we won't actually have a significant impact on more children attending CCS, especially those who aren't engaged in the system? Because you said it's not material. It won't have much of an impact on workforce participation either. And at the same time, you don't have priority of access for vulnerable children or working families who need it most.
So, Senator, I'll break a couple of those things up. So there is no priority access at the moment, so that ceased to exist in terms of...
But the activity test
is it priority?
Actually drives that though, right?
Not in the same way the priority access guidelines had previously. So at the moment, if there are decisions that services are making...
It does sorry to cut you off, but it does from a workforce participation perspective, doesn't it? Because the activity test gives you access
if you participate in the workforce or
Depends on
training
the
or
it
whatever.
does depend on the service. So when you apply
Sorry,
for
keep going.
service,
Keep going.
That's right. And Senator, we'll go back to the early testimony around whilst the intent of the activity test was absolutely to look at that link between recognised activity, particularly working and studying, and income, and subsidise accordingly. The reviews and evidence, including the evaluation of the package itself after it was introduced, indicated there was no link between that. That wasn't the deciding factor overall when parents choose or try and access. Your question around others coming into the system, so I think as Ms O'Carra mentioned, we are anticipating there will be a small increase, yes, from those families who are not engaging at the moment, but there will be a range of other reasons why families may not put their child in childcare. So this removes this as a potential barrier. There's a place there, then there is access there and subsidised care, obviously within the guidelines around income limits and the like. You wanted to add to that?
I was just going to say that the modelling that the department did do looked at additional children entering across the year, and our modelling estimates that there's around 1,600 extra children that aren't currently in the system. So that doesn't include those children who are currently using 2 days who might move to 3. These are brand new children into the system, and it's a very kind of high level assumption.
Senator Davey. Thank you.
Senator Davey. Senator Davey, just give us an indication how long you might be.
10 minutes?
Thank you.
I'll try. I'll try and behave. That is an interesting assumption of 16,000 extras.
Sorry, I misspoke. 1,600.
1,600, right. Does that take into account where there are, like where I live, there's 200 children on a waiting list?
Yeah. So it does take into account some supply constraints, particularly due to things like the workforce.
Which brings me to beef. You named it. I didn't name it. You named it. It's your acronym. It's a great name for a nap, except it makes me hungry. I'm quite interested in, you mentioned it earlier. It's split into 2 parts. It's $1 billion for building early education fund, better known as BEEF, 500 million for targeted capital, and 500 million in a contingency reserve to look at the government owning childcare centres. Is that correct?
That's right.
So with the capital grants, how the capital funding, will that be rolled out in a grant program? So similar to the Community Childcare Fund?
So that the details are currently still being finalised, but there certainly is. We are working with the Commonwealth Grants Hub. They were provided funding in the budget as part of the measure. So at MAFO, as part of the measure. So we are currently working with them on arrangements and things around using them to facilitate the program.
So the government's media release from 11th of December said the capital grants would be rolled out. It said from July 25. Does that mean that's when they'll open and the guidelines will be, or that's when the funding will start to hit the ground?
So that is still to be decided, Senator, but it is the fund will roll out from, that's the language that has been used.
If they've announced it in a media release, doesn't that mean it's been decided?
So the details around that are still to be decided. So the concept of the fund is definitely the measure, and that has actually been announced, but the details that sit underneath that are the things that are still being settled.
Okay, they've announced that the fund will be rolled out from July, and then it's just a matter of interpretation as to whether I interpret that to be money rolling out, or someone else might interpret that to be that's when it'll be open for application. I'm getting, for those watching on at home, I'm just getting blank stares. It must be me. So we haven't decided when applications will open. It's to be decided.
Senator, I think as Ms O'Carr has mentioned, there are a range of details yet to be sorted before you could put a set of grant guidelines out. Some of the ones that Ms O'Carr mentioned earlier, and I'm not sure whether you're in the room for, went to, well, how do you identify the areas? What does demand look like? Vulnerability and disadvantage, very similar to some of the things that we've spoken with you previously about in terms of Community Childcare Fund. In this one, there's obviously states and territories mentioned, so we are trying to work very closely with them to make sure that what we are doing is complementary, but also they have a range of information that we may not have access to around what that looks like to ensure that in terms of that announcement, as it talked about, in terms of on or near school sites, we need to work closely with a range of people before we could say it's happening on this date.
So I suspect I'm going to get a rinse and repeat for my next question, which is because the media release also talks about outer suburbs. And so when we're talking outer suburbs, are we talking like Western Sydney, Frankston in Victoria, or outer suburbs more regionally? Obviously, I'm biased and I'm like, put all the money into regional areas and childcare deserts where people can't access any childcare, can't even go on a waiting list because there's no such service. But the media release is talking about outer metropolitan.
So that is part of that methodology work that we are doing, that Ms Crane also reiterated in terms of how we're identifying what those priority areas look like.
So given the media releases talk about rolling out in July, and given you're saying there's so many details yet to be decided and a lot of work to be done, particularly with states, so nothing's been determined yet. We're not going to get a whole heap of election commitments for we're going to have a beef-funded childcare centre in Werribee in the lead up to an election.
So, Senator, that would be something for government to comment on. We can comment on what the department is working on and the role that we play. So we couldn't comment on what may or may not be an election commitment.
Okay. So none of the $500 million pool of funding has yet been allocated or contracted. It's just, it's sitting there waiting for further work to be done.
That's correct.
Is there any amount of that money to be contracted this financial year that you're aware of?
The only money that's in this financial year is a small component for the Commonwealth Grants Hub, but none in terms of the actual grant component is for this financial year.
So that would be for the Grants Hub to set up the administrative processes.
That's right.
Can you give us a breakdown of the forwards for this $500 million, or is that yet to be determined?
I can. So it's $100 million in 25-26, and then $200 million in 26-27 and 27-28.
Okay, that adds up. My maths isn't great either, so thank you for rounding it and making it simple for me. And as well as the outer metropolitan, when we're talking about the MyEFO actually said targeted to priority and underserved markets. Is that work you're continuing to do?
That's right. Can I just clarify something, Senator? So the entire measure for the capital component is $529 million. Just in case you noticed that extra money is for the Commonwealth Grants Hub. So there's a little bit this year, and then there's continuing money over financial years.
Probably the 29.6 for the Grants Hub setup, which
over years. That's
right. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate that. Is there going to be a breakdown for certain types of communities, or is this still work to be done? You know, so regional, remote, Indigenous communities.
It's part of that methodology work that we're currently undertaking.
Right. So then I want to ask about the other side of it, the $500 million contingency for potentially government ownership. Back in 2007, Kevin Rudd also announced that the government will build 260 new early child education centres. Is this a similar proposal?
have to take that one on notice. I don't know enough about that previous program.
I certainly don't have visibility of it. It wasn't something we were asked to go and have a look at and compare. We would have to take on notice what the...
Because that only resulted in 38 centres being completed, and it just quietly disappeared. So it'd be interesting to find out whether it was done with the potential for owning. Is that where they're talking about we could put a centre on a school, attach it to a school, or is this still a total blank page we have not yet worked out?
So the 500 that's part of the second round, if you like, that's still an open page. So that's what the business case is intended to do, to look at a range of various options, the mechanism by which the government could potentially own and lease services. The school site component is really about that first part, the grants component, and working with the states to support the building of capital on or near a school site.
I was going to say, have we been talking to the states, because they own the school sites. With the business case, how much of the 500 million is going to pay for the business case? Because if there's one thing that Canberra's really good at, it's funding business cases, and we don't necessarily turn a sod.
So there's 2.3 million allocated over 2 years for the business case. So there is money in this financial year as well as next financial year for that. And there are 2 stages to that business case work. And we're working quite closely with the Department of Finance, who are experts, I guess. They're kind of like the holders of the business case, the way that works and how it's run. And those 2 stages are really about that first stage being really about what are the various options, pretty much a blank slate, and then government receives that report and then will determine as part of that second case which options to look at in more detail and actually design the program based on that.
In any of this work, has consideration been given, particularly if we're talking about putting assets or capital building assets in vulnerable or remote communities, staffing and workforce?
So at the moment, the grants...
Sorry, just before you answer, just indicate how long might they turn to David?
I've only got a couple more questions.
Keep it tight. It would be helpful if you can keep it tight, but I'll leave it to your good judgment.
Thank you.
So for the grants component, I'm sorry, I've totally forgotten what the question was.
So has any thought been given to workforce and how to attract the workforce? Because, I mean, I'm really looking forward to having a new centre in my town that, as I said before, has a 200-child waiting list, but we also need the workforce. And how do we sort of grow and harness our own workforce?
So that first component, that grants component, is really just focused on the capital. However, the government has a number of initiatives such as the worker retention payment, the professional development subsidies, a range of things that are already in train or have been announced that go to supporting the workforce and building that workforce. And I think we've recognised previously at estimates, and the PC has also identified the workforce as a key component of that supply piece.
And with the capital component, do you envisage, I think I know what you're going to say, but will it be an open grants process, so open to applications from anyone, or will it be by invitation only?
So it's still being determined, and that's what that priority kind of listing of where the areas are that we will identify that are in greatest need, that will be part of that work.
So that it's still yet to be determined whether community groups could apply as opposed to, or do they have to be accredited early childhood? So
they'll have to be CCS approved, and they'll have to fit under the existing NQF, so the quality framework. That will almost be a given. So those services will have to meet those requirements. I will also clarify that as part of that first round, we're not talking about just new services. It could be that a service may just need some capital to expand a room or make something fit for purpose. That would be part of that first round.
That's good to know. But does CCS approved, does that lock out local government? Because certainly in regional areas, some local governments are the only people who sort of can get the ball rolling.
We have a large range of CCS approved providers who are local government.
Yep.
Right.
So it would be open to everyone.
What about local government who are not yet CCS approved and wouldn't be unless they had a service?
as long as they could get the CCS approval, I think that would be part of the application process that we would work through, but it shouldn't preclude them from being able to apply just because they haven't currently got it.
Last couple of questions. How did we get to the $1 billion figure?
So that's a decision for government.
Okay. So, Minister, are you aware? Was it costed on a per child basis, or was it modelled, or did it just sound good? I mean, $1 billion does sound good.
Thanks for the compliment, Senator Davey. I'd have to take on notice in terms of what more detail I could provide you, but it's obviously a recognition of the government that we've done a lot in terms of the cost of early childhood. We've done a lot in terms of how we pay our early childhood workers, and this is obviously an important component of it to ensure that there's access for people, particularly in those areas that need it from a geographic point of view.
And supply has been one of my biggest issues because it is supply in the regions that we really struggle with. Were any other options presented to the government to address supply? Did the government consider anything else?
I'd have to take that on notice. Sorry, Senator Davey.
So, Minister, you are part of the education team and you're not sure whether you looked at any other supply options. You're not sure how you got to the $1 billion.
I wasn't directly engaged in the early childhood policy, Senator Davey.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your...
Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Chair.
And just have you thought about how long it might take, just so we have an indication to people? We'll probably go to a break after.
Yeah, look, I'm hoping in the next just 10 minutes or so, I'll keep it as quick as I can.
Helpful.
I just want to ask Secretary about some historical data, and particularly, obviously, the Department of Education's quarterly data. And I want to confirm that the average hourly fee for centre-based daycare in the March 2019 quarter was $9.55.
Senator, we wouldn't have 2019 data here unless my
It's
team
on your
does.
website, so it is...
But it's on our website, so...
Happy to...
I'm happy to get onto the website and have a look.
Yep, all right.
But I don't have that information to hand.
So it's in your own quarterly data on your website. So that was March 2019, $9.55. We then go to March 22. The average hourly fee for centre-based daycare was $11.20. So that's in 3 years an increase of 17.3%. Now I just want to go to the September 24 data, which I hope that you would be able to access. That's the most recent data. And that shows that the average quarterly fee for centre-based daycare in the September 24 quarter was $13.70. So between the March 22 quarter and September 24, which is 2 and a bit years, the average hourly fee for centre-based daycare increased by 22.3%. That's correct, isn't it?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. All those numbers you read out to me, I'm sorry, I can't calculate all those in my head.
Okay, well, I might just ask you to have a look at that data, or if Ms. Crane, if you got that in front of you.
Not back to that. No, I certainly have the September quarter data, but I don't have back to the numbers that you're referring to.
Okay, so if you scroll down on the main page.
Sorry, I have them printed copy. I don't have website.
Okay, well, if you have a look at there is a chart that says average hourly fee by care type, September quarter 2024. Have you got that?
I'm typing.
And that says, and for centre-based daycare, that's $13.70.
Senator, we'll take this on notice. I don't think it's fair for us to ask us to jump on a website to check.
I'm not asking you to jump on the website.
Well,
I'm happy to table it.
Have we got that data which is on the website?
I'm happy to table this if that helps you. So maybe we could just...
And you'd like us to calculate things at the table? Is that what you're asking us to do?
No, I'm not asking you to calculate. I'm just asking for you to so that you're clear about what I'm referring to. So just having a look at that increase, and I do need that back because I've got... well, it doesn't matter. No, look, it's okay, I've got it. So that increase, based on my calculations, is 22.3%. Which is a lot more than the increase that I referred to, which is the 3 years between March 22, up until March 22, sorry. So...
From what date, sorry?
So March 22, the fee was $11.20.
I thought you were going backwards. I thought you were from 19 to 22.
No, well, no, it was $9.55. That's where I started, Minister.
On what date, though?
So that was in the March 2019 quarter. So I went through that. So $9.55. Then it went to $11.20 in March 22. And so on my calculation, that represents an increase in 17.3%. And then in September 24, the average fee for centre-based daycare was $13.70. So that's in your own data, and that represents a 22.3% increase. So given that quite substantial increase, Secretary, on what basis can the government argue that childcare is cheaper under Labor?
Because, Senator, out-of-pocket costs, I think, are the lowest that they have been since... Help me with this.
So, Senator, the out-of-pocket costs that were recorded in the September quarter data has the out-of-pocket costs at $3.97, I think it is, across all care types. If you compare that back to the June quarter, which was prior to the cheaper childcare measure coming in, so that's what made the significant difference. That was at $4.22 in the June quarter 2023, and if you take it back even further to the first quarter of operation for the childcare subsidy, the out-of-pocket costs were at $4.01. So the out-of-pocket cost is lower now than had that measure not been introduced. There would be significant out-of-cost pockets for families across that period.
I accept that that was the case. However, the quarterly CPI data shows that since that policy came into place, out-of-pocket costs have risen by 12.7%. So any of the benefits, the so-called benefits, have been eaten away by Labor's homegrown inflation. And so I'm again asking, on what basis can Labor claim that it's delivering a cheaper childcare policy when your data contradicts that claim?
So even with the childcare CPI data, Senator, that is still cheaper.
That's right. So I have to check the number that you quoted, Senator, but certainly the childcare CPI from the ABS is 6.7% lower than it was prior to cheaper childcare being introduced.
The overall increase, though, is 12.7%, and so I would put it to you that when you look at the overall impact of inflation since this policy first came into effect, that the so-called decrease, given also the increase in the hourly rate for the average daycare centre, means that there is no cheaper childcare, because it may have been that way, but now that has been completely eroded by inflation.
That's the case.
That's right.
The subsidies continue to rise, and as a result of that, out-of-pocket costs for families are less in September 2024 than they were in September 2018 if it hadn't been for the introduction of the cheaper childcare.
All right, could you provide us with that data,
sure.
Secretary?
Absolutely do that.
Could you just maybe, from what you're reading, if we could get a copy of that?
This is public data. This would be in there.
Yeah, yes, that is published data. And Senator, just to give you an example, because a Cameo sent you useful for this. So for a family who is on $120,000 with a child in a centre-based daycare for 30 hours of care per week, between the September quarter 2023, which is the first quarter of introduction of the cheaper childcare measure, and the September quarter 2024, so that's 5 quarters of data, there's a $2,768 better off figure than if that measure had not been introduced?
Well, look, I'm not going to consider particular scenarios, so I can't, in my own head, calculate to what you're referring. I'm happy to take that. Yeah, fair point, Minister. Fair point. I take your point. But we started with a 22.3% increase in the average cost per hour of a daycare centre. So we saw this massive increase. But as I say, back in March 2019, it was $9.55. And by September 24, your own data shows that went up dramatically to $13.70. And then, of course, and then I understand that there was the adjustment made, but those out-of-pocket costs, so-called savings, have been eaten away by inflation. And so any so-called benefit after that adjustment is being eroded. But the government hasn't been transparent about this. It never actually made it clear that there was a very substantial 22.3% increase in the average cost per hour of a daycare centre fees in just over 2 years.
So, Senator, I think as we've said, the comparisons that we would use is what a family would be charged out of pocket had that measure not been in there. There's probably two other points that I'd make. One, in terms of that kind of fee increase, I think it was the ACCC that made an observation in their report around the impact that a measure has, and that over time we would expect across the board that starts to increase. We've certainly seen that in other areas. But the other measures that have been put in place by the government, as we referred to earlier, go to some of that downward pressure that the worker retention payment is trying to keep on fees from increasing. So one of the conditions within that is that that fees cannot increase above 4.4% from the date of announcement. And given the coverage that we've got at the moment in applications, whilst clearly there's a monitoring exercise for us to do, those applications, in order to be eligible, we meet that condition to keep downward pressure.
I mean, there is such enormous upward pressure on the cost of running a childcare centre. I mean, the government's cost of living crisis, whether it's rent, whether it's food, whether it's all of the fundamentals of running a childcare centre, so many childcare centres are under pressure. And so I think there's been a lot of fudging in relation to this, including the very substantial increase in the hourly rate which has occurred under this government. And on that, I do also want to ask you about a media release issued by Ministers Clare and Ali on January 28. The media release says new data released today shows families across Australia have saved up to $2,768 since childcare subsidies came into effect in 2023. Can you please provide the modelling on which that figure was derived?
Senator, we're happy to do that. That scenario that I read out earlier is that exact case.
Can you provide it though? So can we have a look at that, please?
120, that's right.
Do you want us to read it out again?
Well, I know I'd like a copy if that's possible, please.
We're happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Well, no, the copy's there with, so I can't see.
What I've got is a list with the number. It's a table
with annotations.
Yeah. All right, can we get a copy of the table before you then, so I can have a look at it? Because my concern is that we've sought to understand that claim, and including through the Senate, we made repeated attempts to obtain that through an order for the production of documents, and we've been told that the department needs more time to consider that request by Senator Chisholm. So we are seeking the proper modelling. We want to understand how you've come to that figure, because it just doesn't add up as far as we're concerned.
I'm happy to organise for a copy. This has my scribbles on it, but I'm happy to organise for a clean copy of the table. As I said, what this table is as I said, from the September quarter 2023 through to the September quarter 2024. It articulates that it's for centre-based daycare usage, 30 hours of care per week, the income for each of those families, what the old payment system possible to be in, out of pocket, what the new cost is, and then that difference, which is where that 2,768 comes
Okay,
from.
well, I accept you can't hand that up with your own scribble, but if you could just provide us with a clean copy as soon as possible so we could perhaps look at that over dinner. Can I ask how many families we're talking about here?
On which component, Senator? Sorry.
Well, new data released today shows families across Australia have saved up to $2,768. So how many families have received what you say is that benefit?
So we don't have that in this particular table, but we can take on notice whether we can include that.
And also, you say up to $2,768. So what we'd like to see is the full calculations. How many families received what level of so-called saving, and we just want to understand how that's been calculated.
We'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Please.
Again, because family circumstances will vary greatly, that this scenario has, as I said, those income levels and hours of care. I don't think we could give that to you across an entire cohort because those variables are different. But certainly, as I said, this one, when we give you the clean table, we'll have the income levels and what's there.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, and thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. We'll now adjourn until 7:15.
Oh, didn't adjourn, full stop.
Good, thanks very much. I'll now go to Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you. I want to ask about the Australian Tertiary Education Commission and the appointment of the interim commissioners. So I understand that 3 interim commissioners have now been appointed to the ATEC. Is that the acronym?
2 have been appointed.
2, is it?
Just to be clear. So Barney Glover, the JSA Commissioner, maintains his JSA Commissioner role. He hasn't been appointed as an ATEC Commissioner.
Yeah, so he's, we asked him this last night, so he's on there by virtue of his position as JSA, is that right?
That's right, he plays an advisory role in regard to his role as the JSA Commissioner. Yeah. Correct, that's right. Yeah. So he hasn't been officially appointed, whereas the other 2 will have appointment So they'll have appointment instruments. Mary O'Kane and Larissa Brent will have appointment instruments, whereas Barney Glover won't have an appointment instrument.
Okay, makes sense. So what's the status of the legislation to establish the ATEC?
Sure.
Senator Ben Rimmer, Deputy Secretary, Higher Education Research International. The ATEC legislation is under discussion and development in the department and between the department and the Office of Parliamentary Counsel.
Okay. Can you just explain to me the interim nature of the appointments?
Sure. So similar to how Jobs and Skills Australia was established originally, there was an interim period. In the interim period, commissioners have been appointed. Those commissioners work with the department in relation to the establishment of the ATEC or the commission. It is when the legislation is passed that the commission has the full functions as outlined in that legislation. So it's like setting up costs. Some of the initial work they'll be doing is giving some initial advice to government around things like needs-based funding. But in terms of all the full powers, which makes including decision-making powers, those powers only come into force.
So what gives you the heads of power then to actually establish it now in an interim way?
Sorry, Senator, I missed
what gives you the heads of power to establish it now?
We can do that.
Just under.
We can do that in anything in regard to establishment of an interim body.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And who are the other 2? Or sorry, who are the 2 interim commissioners?
Senator Professor Mary O'Kane is the interim chief commissioner, and distinguished Professor Larissa Brent is the interim First Nations commissioner.
And have they commenced already?
No, Senator. They commence on the 1st of July.
Thank you. And what employment conditions will cover the Commissioner's arrangements?
Senator Danielle Donegan, First Assistant Secretary for the Australian Universities Accord. The interim commissioners will be employed on a part-time basis, around 0.6 of an FTE. The Remuneration Tribunal determinations generally do not apply to statutory appointments, and so accordingly they will be paid by the department for a rate that is benchmarked to a similar role, including something like the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency Chief Commissioners, and that'll be drawn from the Remuneration Tribunal Determination 2024.
Okay. And what has that been determined?
That hasn't been determined. So they have received a letter on the 25th of February to advise of their appointments. And from now until the 1st of July, the department will work with the interim commissioners to arrange their engagement details and their remuneration details.
So they've agreed to it without knowing what they're going to get paid?
Correct.
Right. Interesting. Okay. What was the selection process undertaken to appoint the commissioners?
So, Senator, there was some advice provided to the Minister's Office. Under the Cabinet Handbook process, the 15th Handbook, the Minister would provide a name to the Prime Minister for approval. The Prime Minister provided approval on the 21st of February and the appointments were made on the 25th of February.
Okay. And the just confirming that Professor Glover, there's no remuneration specifically for his role because he's covered.
That's
I
right.
think you said that last night, and
Yeah.
that's correct, Senator.
Yeah, just confirming with you. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon. Minister, I'd like to start with you. In June last year, Education Minister Jason Clare issued a media release heralding the end of political interference in the Australian Research Council. The media release stated that the ARC had over the past decade been bedeviled by political interference and stated that the minister promised to end the days of ministers using the ARC as a political plaything. And yet, on 31st January this year, Minister Clare wrote to the ARC directing it to investigate as a matter of urgency Dr. Randa Abdul Fattah's ARC research grant, based on allegations in the racist Murdoch media. ARC has now suspended Dr. Abdul Fattah's grant. Would you say this is political interference? Because it seems to me like overtly political.
I wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator Faruqi. I don't have a copy of the letter, I don't think, in front of me that the Minister had sent, but he, as Minister, is perfectly entitled to write to the ARC.
To interfere in an ARC grant when he himself pushed for laws on our behest to stop that interference.
I don't agree with your characterisation of events, but asking the ARC board to look at the matter, I think it's entirely appropriate for the Minister to take action like that if he had concerns.
Can the department confirm if any organisations wrote to the Education Minister or to the department about Dr. Abdul Fattah's ARC grant?
Senator, we've definitely received some correspondence about that matter. My colleague may... I'm just wondering whether we have further detail about that at the moment, but from memory
if you do, could you let us know how many and which organisations?
I think we've received some correspondence. Is that right, Ms Sainsbury? No. We have received correspondence, but it's of a fairly general nature, I believe.
So there's no particular organisations that have written to the department or the minister about Dr. Abdul Fattah's grant?
So, Dr. Claire Sainsbury, Assistant Secretary of the Research Policy and Programs Branch, Senator. There have been individuals, not particular organisations.
Could you give us a list of people on notice who have written?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay. And is it possible to table that correspondence?
We'll take that on notice.
I don't think
we
have
you can take.
Yeah, we'll take on notice.
You can take them on notice. Yep. Do you know of any members of the government, ministers, or any government or bodies that have raised concerns about Dr. Abdul Fattah's grant with the government?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understood. I thought that was a question to the Minister.
Yeah, it could be to any. I mean, it has.
Was it to us? Sorry, was it to us or the Minister? We missed
to both
Sure.
the Minister and you.
Sorry, I'm not
have
trying
any
to be
members of the government other than the Minister or any government bodies raised concerns with you or the Minister about Dr. Abdul Fattah?
No, not to my knowledge, sorry, Senator Faruqi.
I'm not aware of it, Senator, but I'm not across the detail.
Senator, I don't think we're aware of any engagement of that nature. We're obviously aware of the ARC work on this topic, but beyond that, I can't comment.
Minister, I must say that as a brown Muslim woman who was an academic in a previous life, I find it deeply, deeply disturbing for a white male education minister to lead the charge against Dr. Abdul Fattah, an Arab woman, and for what? For the crime of speaking at an anti-racist conference sponsored by First Nations-led Karamba Institute at Queensland University of Technology, a conference that involved First Nations, Palestinians, and Jewish participants. Instead of calling out the racism of bullies like the Murdoch media, who is one of the most racist organizations on this planet, the minister has succumbed to them. Why?
Well, that's not an accurate reflection of the Minister's actions in this respect, Senator Faruqi. My understanding is the Minister was motivated to write to the ARC in regards to comments from the person involved who had said that they were bending the rules of their grant. That is something that the Minister thought needed to be clarified, because we don't believe that people should be bending the rules of their grant, so it's appropriate, if that is raised, for the Minister to write to the ARC for them to look at it as the authority who'd be responsible for it. So if you've got questions about the work of the ARC, it'd be best off going to them.
No, it's not about the work of the ARC. This is a question about the Minister, because the Minister looked at an article in The Australian, which was half-cooked, chose specific parts of a speech, an article written by a racist organisation, and the Minister, in a few hours, chose to write to the ARC for them to investigate this. This conference was about racism. Those comments were about racism. Does the Minister know more about racism than a brown Muslim woman?
Well, I don't think that's what the motivations of the Minister were, Senator Faruqi. They went to about the comments that the person involved said about bending the rules.
Did the Minister look at the whole speech?
Excuse me. They went to the comments about the Minister, or the person involved, of bending the rules. And that is something that the Minister believed that the ARC should look at, which is why he wrote to the ARC in that regard.
Did the Minister have the full speech of Dr. Abdul Fattah from that conference? Or did he just rely on the Australian Murdoch, on the Australian and the Murdoch press?
I'd have to take it on notice, but the Minister takes public confidence in the work of the ARC he thinks is very important, so I'm sure he'd want to ensure that the integrity of the ARC is maintained.
More than 700 Australian academics, including more than 50 at Macquarie University, signed an open letter condemning the Education Minister's interference into the ARC, demanding that he guarantees the independence of the ARC and defending the academic freedom of scholars in the face of political attacks. The letter also expresses solidarity with Dr. Abdul Fattah, Professor Chelsea Watego, Tasneem Samak, Sarah Schwartz, as well as countless staff and students across the country who are under attack for their support for Palestinian liberation. Has the Minister responded to the open letter?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator Faruqi.
Has the department responded?
I'm not sure we've even got a copy. Have we received a copy of the open letter? No. We don't have a copy of that letter, Senator.
The letter is available in a public space, but Minister, have you read that letter, or do you know if the Minister has read that letter and the claims within it?
I'd have to take it on notice, Senator Faruqi.
Minister, are you concerned that there is so much backlash from the academic community to Minister Clare's actions?
I'm sure Minister Clare values input from the academic community broadly across Australia, but as I said, he also has a duty to ensure that the integrity of the ARC and the public confidence in the ARC is maintained. I think that was something that he was focused on in terms of why he wrote to the ARC to look at this matter, considering the claims by
the Australian
Dr. Abdul Fattah about bending the rules.
Claims by the Australian Minister. Seems like the Labor government cares more about the Murdoch media and the pro-Israeli lobby than the community.
Well, that's just incorrect.
I have just a couple more questions, and this is to the department. As you would know, a particular definition of anti-Semitism has been adopted by 39 universities recently, and there has been heavy criticism from many sectors, including myself, about the chilling effect that definition will have. Critics of adopting this definition have slammed universities, saying it is dangerous, it is foolhardy, it is politicized and unworkable, as well as being counter to the mission of universities that centers on independent, objective debate about the world. And one of the objectives of the HISA Act is about promoting and protecting freedom of speech and academic freedom. I just want to know, are you at all concerned that by universities adopting this definition, as many in the last few days have said and have said previously, freedom of speech and academic freedom and critique of Israel and anti-racist research will be stifled.
Senator, we're of course aware of the work that Universities Australia has done on this matter, building off work from the Group of 8. We're aware of the consultation that's happened with the Special Envoy on Anti-Semitism on this matter. We're also quite aware of the interaction between the HESA requirements for freedom of speech and academic freedom and the French Model Code and these issues. There's nothing in what we've seen that gives us cause for concern, Senator. The reality is that the specifics of each instance need to be looked at in context and in the right circumstances, and universities have agreed that it is helpful to them to have a working definition of anti-Semitism as they increase their efforts to tackle anti-Semitism on campus, and we, from the department's perspective, that seems like a very reasonable objective.
Do the universities have a working definition of Islamophobia? And would you also recommend that they adopt a working definition of Islamophobia?
Senator, you're asking for my opinion. The universities do not have a working definition of Islamophobia as a group. Many individual universities do obviously have statements against racism. Many individual universities call out specifically Islamophobia in that context. I'm aware, for example, of the excellent work of Monash University on this topic. There's no doubt, Senator, that when universities turn their minds to, in my experience, engaging with Vice-Chancellors and others, that when universities are turning their minds to the kind of challenges that are being experienced in the community at the moment, they are thinking both of the need to ensure that anti-Semitism is tackled strongly, and also of the challenges that exist in relation to Islamophobia at the moment.
Thanks, Chair.
There's also been engagement with Aftab Malik, the Special Envoy on Islamophobia, and he's certainly making those points both directly to the department but also to universities.
I'm surprised that you're not at all concerned about academic freedom in this context, because so many people have raised this for months and years and are raising it again. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things in relation to the appointment of the ATEC interim commissioners. Are they cabinet appointments?
Senator, in the sense that, as Mr Donegan indicated, the Prime Minister, through the Cabinet Handbook, the Minister was required to write to the Prime Minister and for the Prime Minister seek Prime Minister's approval, which occurred. So that's part of the Cabinet Handbook process.
Okay. Look, I'm not sure whether they're the latest figures, so I'm looking at... So you're saying that the salary for the ATEC commissioners is roughly in line with the Commissioner of TEXA?
Sorry, Ms Donegan, you have to help me.
So what I said is that they would be benchmarked against something like the Chief Commissioner and the Commissioners of TEXA.
And what is the Chief Commissioner of TEXA earning?
So I don't know that offhand. I can say that we haven't negotiated or we haven't spoken about remuneration with either of the interim commissioners. In our initial work, it would be something like $1,200 a day, exclusive of super, for a Chief Commissioner. And for a Commissioner or the First Nations Commissioner, it again would be something like and $970 per day.
And are you not able to provide any further information about what sort of salary is being proposed?
So part of that will be, Senator, the amount of time that the commissioners work. They won't necessarily be working full-time. They could be working part-time, and that'll obviously reflect. I can actually quickly find for you what the Texas Commissioner is, because it'll be on the Rem Tribunal determination.
Well, that would be terrific, because I can see, and I'm looking, the total remuneration for the, well, I know that's the CEO of Texas, of the Commissioner is $339,460, but that could be a couple of years old. I'm looking. Do you have an update on what that would be?
The Chief Commissioner of Texas is paid on a daily basis.
Well, I'm looking at the Remuneration Tribunal list, Mr. Rimmer.
Is that the CEO or the Texas Commissioner?
No, the CEO is paid more.
So, but it is correct that the Chief Commissioner is paid on a daily rate, Senator, not a yearly rate.
So sorry, Senator, I don't know what you have in front of you, but the Chief Commissioner of Texas is paid on a daily rate. The proposal is for the interim ATEC commissioners to be paid on a daily rate for 3 days a week. We don't know what the exact daily rate will be on the 1st of July, because obviously the Remuneration Tribunal goes through its annual indexation process. We can find the relevant benchmarks, but they will be benchmarked in that way.
Thank you very much. Secretary, can you confirm that Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah's ARC grant has been suspended?
Sorry, Senator, I can't, because it's not my decision. That'll be an ARC question. ARC would do that, not
Minister,
not
can
me.
you... Well, Minister, you just answered a range of questions which appeared to confirm that, but I just want to check.
Didn't go anywhere near that, Senator Henderson. They'd be matters for the ARC.
Well, you were defending the Minister's decision to... Senator Faruqi raised concerns about the fact she asserted that Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah's ARC grant had been suspended, and you didn't oppose that in any way.
Well, that's a matter for the ARC. Senator.
No, I realise it's a matter for the ARC, but can you confirm that?
No, you'd have to put it to the ARC.
Okay, so that report is not correct?
I don't know what report you're talking about, sorry.
There's a report in the Australian Financial Review that Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah, her grant has been suspended.
I'm unaware of that.
You don't have it. Does anyone have any information?
Senator, I can help. We are aware of the media report you mentioned. We don't have any reason to believe that it's an incorrect media report, but the appropriate authority to address your questions to is the Chair and the CEO of ARC, who are appearing in a few hours.
I appreciate that. Minister, I wrote to Minister Clare last April in relation to Dr. Randa Abdel Fattah's grant, requesting that this be cancelled, citing a number of very serious concerns, and including in relation to compliance with the ARC grant conditions. Can you give me any information as to why Minister Clare hasn't acted earlier?
Well, I know when matters were brought to his attention that he was concerned about, he obviously wrote to the ARC asking them to investigate.
Well, I raised concerns with him last April. They included that Dr. Abdel Fattah was encouraging children to chant terrorist slogans at an encampment protest, that she had posted an image on her Facebook page which appeared to look like she was in support of Hamas. She was involved in the online doxing scandal, and she'd made some shocking comments in relation to Israel. Israel can't be rehabilitated or saved. It certainly looked on its face that there may well have been breaches of her ARC grant, and I raised concerns back then. Australian taxpayers should not be funding such activism and hate speech under the guise of so-called research. So I'm just wondering why it took Minister Clare so long to act on this.
Well, I am aware that he responded to you, to that correspondence that you sent him, Senator Henderson, so he did write back to you, I think, on the 1st of May last year regarding that.
Yes, and he made it clear that he was not going to, certainly in that letter, not going to take any action. But these were serious concerns that I raised many months ago, and Minister Clare ignored them.
Well, he didn't ignore them. He responded to you.
Can you explain why he didn't take any action?
Well, he has taken action in regards to the matter that was brought to his attention that he believed the ARC should look at.
Well, it was clear on its face that there may well have been some breaches of grant conditions, and that's why I raised that particular issue in my letter to him. So I'm just concerned that it has taken 10 months. It took nearly 10 months for the Minister to even raise these concerns with the ARC. The ARC did conduct an investigation. It found there was no cause to answer, which I think, frankly, is farcical. Can you also advise whether Dr Randa Abdel Fattah has been terminated from Macquarie University?
It's not something that I'm aware of, Senator Henderson.
Right, okay.
Be a matter for the university.
Are you able to inform me whether the ARC, on behalf of the Minister, whether you're aware of any other grants that are being investigated by the ARC at the Minister's request?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thanks, Minister. I want to go to the costing in the most recent budget papers and ask about the 82,000 places budgeted. Can the department confirm when those places, these are Commonwealth supported places, of course, when those places will be implemented?
Senator, the 82,000 places grow over the medium term and they're fully implemented by 2035. That's, I think, in all of the materials that refer to the 82,000 places, it's clear that that's a 2035 number. So that's the profile of that.
Could you provide a copy of that profile, and could you just step me through the profile? How does that growth trajectory change up until 2035?
We'll have to take that on notice, Senator, at the level of precision that you've asked. I can say that there is low demand in the system at the moment. And so the new funding scheme that you're referring to takes into account the low demand that's currently in the system, the lower levels of demand that's currently in the system, and then over time puts the system on a trajectory for growth and improvement in attainment and accessibility that's consistent with the overall objective of 80% tertiary attainment by 2050.
Are you able to provide the modelling that you've used to support the additional 82,000 places? And could you explain on what basis you are expecting the need for an additional 82,000 places in that timeframe?
Senator, there's a lot of investment going in the initial 4 years to improving the equity characteristics of the system and the accessibility of the system, the sustainability of regional universities and other matters to ensure that the system is put back on a foundation which supports long-term growth. So there's a number of measures that work together over the medium term to achieve that outcome. But we can certainly take on notice what facts and figures we can provide on that.
Yes, please. If you could provide the modelling which supports these places and also the trajectory, I'd be really grateful. And how has the department derived at the budget for, in terms of the so this is all managed growth funding, is that right?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understand.
Well, in terms of the 82,000 places, this is what you would refer to as managed growth funding?
Yes, Senator. So the 82,000 places is effectively the increase in the Commonwealth-supported places that result from this measure.
And so do these 82,000 and the cost associated with those places, has the department factored in any changes in funding clusters?
There are no changes to funding clusters or the specifics of student contribution amounts or the Commonwealth contribution amounts.
So it's modelled under the existing arrangements?
Yes, that's right.
Have you also modelled it under other types of arrangements? Have you looked at other funding arrangements?
Senator, you're going to the advice that we've provided to government in a cabinet context with that question.
Well, I'm asking that question. Doesn't mean it's a cabinet document, so I'm asking about that advice that you provided.
So have we modelled changes to the Job Ready Graduate Scheme?
That's right, to the current funding clusters.
Yes, we have.
And can you provide us with a copy of that modelling?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
And what can you tell us about that, what you've modelled? What other variations have you modelled?
There are a number of variations that you can make to the changes of both the Commonwealth contribution and the student contribution. It all depends on the government objectives of what you're trying to achieve in order to get to a system that is hopefully fairer, is clear and transparent, as the Accord report said that a contribution rate should make. But there is no one correct answer, and so it's very hard to take on notice exactly, precisely what a new arrangement might be. What we can say is that there is no new arrangement. The funding is based on the current JRG settings.
So you've modelled those changes. So you've run various different scenarios in terms of both Commonwealth and student contribution, but you haven't. The 82,000 places is funded and costed
using
on the current
funding
clusters. I mean, you've obviously got a fair bit of skill in the department to do that modelling and to look at different ways in which Commonwealth supported places can be delivered in the university system. Are you confident you have those skills, Mr. Remmer, in your department?
Well, I'm confident that we have a range of skills and capabilities that go to the kinds of policy questions you're asking, and their skills and capabilities that have been put to good use over the past 18 months with the Accord process and the government consideration of the Accord process and the significant changes to the funding arrangements that have flowed from that.
So in light of that, and I'll put this question to the Minister. Minister, why are you pursuing an ATEC, which I would say to you reflects very poorly on the government's confidence in the department? These sorts of arrangements, when you're assessing how universities are funded, they are normally done by the government of the day. Originally, of course, the Minister said he was going to outsource this work completely and ATEC would make all the funding decisions, until he realised that that's not the job of an outsourced agency. But why don't you have sufficient confidence in the department to do this work? And why are you spending so many millions of dollars establishing another bureaucracy to do the work that I would put to you your department is very capable of doing?
I don't think that's an accurate reflection of the evidence or the view of the government or the Minister, Senator Henderson. I think the role of ATEC will be an important one in terms of setting the long-term reform agenda that the government has set up. That's something that Minister Clare was very specific on when he brought down the Accord process, was saying that this is something that we're not going to be able to do in one term. It is something that we're going to have to work on long term, and that's where I believe that the ATEC will play an important role.
So this is $54 million that's been allocated to ATEC. That's a lot of money, Minister. That's a lot of money when ATEC is ostensibly doing the sort of work that I would put to you that the Department of Education could do and has done competently over many, many years. I mean, taxpayers' money is precious. You're establishing a bureaucracy and we've made our announcement that we don't support this, of course, but it is really concerning. This is not just a few dollars or the cost of a few commissioners, $54 million. How do you justify that expenditure?
Well, because the future of higher education is tremendously important to the outlook of the country. It is something that we are fully invested in as a government. We want to see ATEC and growth in higher education. That is what our reform agenda has been about. That's what we've been delivering on in government. And I think ATEC will play a vital role in ensuring that we continue to deliver on that agenda.
Well, that just seems to be a gobbledygook sort of answer, because you haven't addressed the question, the core of my question, which is why is your department not capable of doing this work, and why are you spending so many tens of millions of dollars on another agency? Can I just go back to the 82,000 places? Because if you're, have you looked at other scenarios in terms of your modelling where you might end up with either 100,000 places, 40, 50,000 places? Is that uncertain because the funding model is uncertain?
No, Senator. We've modelled a central case for the kind of growth that we're expecting in the system. Obviously, the final result depends on a number of factors, including the course mix that students choose and that universities offer, the demand from equity students, because equity demand is treated differently under the managed growth funding system, and a number of other factors. But 82,000 is the central assumption that's being made. Senator, if I may add, just for your clarity, the $54 million over 10 years is for new functions that are not currently done by the department. They're things that they're literally things that are not done within the department at the moment, and that the government wants the system to be able to have available to it. Effectively,
Well, sorry, Mr Member, I understand you're not doing that work at the moment because you haven't been asked to. I'm just saying that the decision reflects poorly on the Minister's confidence in the department, which I disagree with, because there is a lot of capability by the department to do this work. And I would put to you, and look, this is not a matter for you. I understand it's a decision of government, which is why I directed the question to the Minister. But I'm conscious of time, so I just want to move quickly. Can I ask what modelling the department is using for the needs-based funding component?
Can you be one notch more? Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, Senator, but can you be one notch more precise? Modelling about the impact on student outcomes?
The needs-based funding stream.
So there's a modelled funding profile for needs-based funding that is now in the forward estimates and the medium-term budget projections. There is still some detailed work going on within government about the precise makeup of needs-based funding and the precise definitions of different student cohorts, for example, and the per-student amounts of for those different cohorts. But there is an overall financial amount, an increase in funding for equity students that we're now working within, and that we will have resolved in time for implementation on the 1st of January next year.
And so can you just explain exactly what you mean? Because there is a lot of confusion within the sector. Are you talking about particular loadings? How will this work in practice, please?
So, Senator, this won't be a system of loadings as it is at the moment based on particular grants. This will be an amount per student. In the needs-based funding case, it will be for a low SES student, a First Nation student, or a student studying at a regional campus. And there will be an allocation based on each of those students. For every student who is a First Nation student, a low SES student, or a student studying at a regional campus, there will be a needs-based funding contribution provided to the university based on those students. That means that needs-based funding will effectively be demand-driven. So the more equity students you have in the system, the more funding there is in the system in order to support equity students.
And so how much will that be per student?
That's what we're working through now, Senator, as Mr Rimmer said.
The final detail of that hasn't been settled, Senator.
Sorry?
The final detail on the question you raised.
So do you have any...
settled.
all right, well, can you provide me with the modelling that you've done to date on the needs-based funding? So that figure, that amount of money will then go to the university, calculated on a per-student basis.
Yes.
Does that flow back to the student, or does that stay with the university?
Senator, it goes to the university, but specifically to support students. And one of the important features of the scheme, and indeed one of the important things that ATEC will be doing, is to demand higher levels of performance and accountability from universities in return for that additional needs-based funding.
And so how will you impose those additional obligations on universities and over and above what's already occurring? And I obviously have raised concerns about the fact that there is not enough transparency and accountability in the university sector. What additional requirements will be imposed on universities?
Senator, one of the key features of the Accord reforms is the concept of mission-based compacts, which are effectively an agreement between each university and government about the strategies and objectives that university will pursue and how they fit into the strategies and objectives of the system as a whole. So it will ensure that the whole is more than the sum of the parts, if I can put it like that. And one of the things that will be a central element of mission-based compacts will be precise performance objectives and the measurements that will be used to deliver on those, and I dare say the consequences of not delivering on those.
Senator, there might be things, for example, that we would look at success rates. So we know that for First Nations students have a 12 percentage point lower success rate than non-First Nations students. Students with a disability have a 6 percentage point disadvantage, and low SES students have a 4% disadvantage. We would also look at the 6-year completion rates. And so, for example, we know that around 39% of First Nations students finish within that 6-year completion rate, and that is markedly different to non-Indigenous students. We might also be able to look at the different types of equity indicators, so people having more than one equity indicator and what that means for their attrition rates. And so they would all be things that we monitor within a mission-based compact to make sure the performance of each institution is lifting. The university will be able to do things like universal design, which will make sure that there are improvements put in place specifically for, say, students with a disability. That might help students with a disability, but also the broader student cohort. Conversely, they might also be able to do things that provide very specific supports to either one group or an individual, and they will be based on the circumstances within that university and what they are thinking, and working with the underrepresented groups to make sure that it's the best.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm keen to receive more information, including your modelling, please. Can I just go to... I want to understand the issue of... I saw Senator O'Sullivan sought a breakdown of the higher education providers which are over-enrolled beyond their maximum basic grant amount. I don't believe that you've provided that information, Secretary. So in questions 27, 28 and 26, 27, 28 and 29 of Senator O'Sullivan's letter.
We answered that yesterday, I'm pretty sure, Senator. Yes, we did. There it is in front of me. We actually can't provide that information because we don't have that information. So we answered 25, 26, 27, 28 and 29 yesterday.
And why did you have that information?
Sorry, Senator, I didn't hear the question.
Why don't you have that information?
Senator, because the way the funding reconciliation process currently works, this will change under the new managed growth funding system, but the way the funding reconciliation process currently works is that the final student numbers that are used for funding calculations, and this has been in place for more than a decade now. The final reconciliation of 2023 student numbers doesn't happen until later in 2025, and that was one of the years that Senator O'Sullivan asked for, and 2024 reconciliation won't happen until 2026. So we don't currently know who was under or over enrolled in 2023 in a definitive sense. We have some informal sense of that, but in a precise, definitive sense, we do not know.
Okay, so what I'm asking for is your informal knowledge. So what do you know about the over-enrolments, please? And I assume that universities may have written or raised their concerns with you about this?
Well, why?
Not over-enrolments, no.
I'm not sure I understand why.
So I'm asking what knowledge do you have about this, about over-enrolments?
Sure. So we can provide some informal sense of universities that are expected to be over and under, but I would caution, Senator, that who is over and who is under changes frequently, depending on different forecasts and updates to data that universities make. It's a cause of some frustration to me, Senator, that sometimes a university that we expect to be over-enrolled ends up under-enrolled, or vice versa. So all of that is part of why we're tightening up that system as part of the managed growth funding system to get better levels of transparency and accountability.
So in terms of the policy settings for the managed growth funding, what can you tell me about the caps and what is planned in relation to over-enrolments?
Senator, the first thing to say is that 2026 is a transitional year. In 2026, all students, universities are able, as now, to enrol students over their funded amount. It's not necessarily something we would recommend as a strategy, but they may do that, and they receive the student contribution amounts for the students that are over their funded amount. In 2027, the system changes, and there is a base funding amount, an additional growth allocation, and then an over-enrolment buffer. The over-enrolment buffer is between 2 and 5%. But the other thing, though, the additional growth allowance is expected to be quite different for different providers.
Okay, so maybe I could just ask you to place the rest of that notice.
Sure.
But I just want to go back to this over-enrolment data.
Yeah.
You said that you didn't have it, and now I learned that you've got some informal information. Do you have interim data for 2023? I'm just amazed that you are not able to furnish us with this information when we sought it.
Senator, we don't have, I wouldn't describe it as interim. I would say we have some...
Indicative?
Sure, indicative.
Expected, anticipated? We can choose your adjective.
Indicative, Senator.
I'd just like some information on this, please.
I would accept indicative, Senator. We do have some information, but it's not accurate.
I understand that because it's only indicative. It's not final. Could you please provide us with that information?
We'll take that on notice, Senator.
Well, we did seek it a number of days ago.
And we answered the question.
And we don't want to have it in 3 months' time.
You
so
didn't ask for indicative information, Senator. You asked for information. We're unable to provide it. We've indicated we maybe have some indicative. We can help you. We've taken it on notice.
And is there any prospect we could get that back this evening, Secretary? Because in nearly every estimates in which I participated in the education portfolio, the answers to question on notice have been quite significantly overdue. We're about to go to an election, and it is appropriate and reasonable that this sort of important information, particularly for me in my position, is available. So I would just ask...
No.
If you
it's 8 o'clock at night. We will not get that information in the next 2 hours. I'm sorry.
In the next how many hours?
2 hours.
Well, if you could endeavour to provide that as soon as possible.
We'll do our best, but I've indicated we've taken on notice, and we will do so.
What else can you tell me about your over-enrolments and under-enrolments? Do you have any recollection of the quantum of either places or monies involved, Secretary or Mr Rimmer?
No, Senator, not in the way that you've just framed the question.
Okay, so you don't have any other any other information at all that you can share now?
Senator, we have lots of information, but I think you'd need to ask a more precise question to help us be able to help you.
Well, I'm asking in relation to the indicative over-enrolments. Do you have any recollection? Do you have any
Senator, we've taken notice.
Information?
We've answered the question. We've got nothing
No,
further to
I
add.
know you took on notice about the documents.
Yeah, you've asked us for
and
take
so
on
I'm just
notice any
asking.
indicative over-enrolments.
I'm now asking Mr. Rimmer if he has any knowledge at all in relation to what the over-enrolments are showing.
Senator, in order to provide a complete and reasonable and accurate position, we need to take that question on notice.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just leave it at that for the moment. I think Senator Davey has some questions.
Senator Davey.
Thank you.
So just before we do that, how much time do you need? I'm beginning off with 2 hours over.
I'm trying to race through, and there may be one shorter block from me.
If you like, I'll come back to it after Senator Davey. I'll come back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
You've got a couple of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you. I want to come to thank you very much for your response to Senator O'Sullivan's request for information.
Slushes and rushes? Is that where we go?
Slushes and rushes. How did you guess? Because I'm fascinated by the slushes. For those following on at home, these are suburban university study hubs, whereas rushes are regional university study hubs, which is a rebranding of what used to be regional university centres.
That's correct.
Just a brief overview. So you've given us information about there's 15 sashes in the establishment phase, which you've listed for us. Are they the only sashes? There's no sashes?
That's correct.
So they're all... 10 were announced in November last year. 5 additional were announced in February. How did we choose the location of the sashes?
Sure.
What criteria
I'll
is?
ask Ms Morton, who's the expert at the table, to help us with that.
Madonna Morton, First Assistant Secretary, Higher Education Programs and Student Experience, and I'm also joined by my colleague, Mr Williams-Weigel. It's his first estimates hearing, and Mr Williams-Weigel looks after the program as well. Senator, you're quite correct. So the process that we undertake with the suburban university study hubs is that we run a competitive process. So we issue an application guide and proponents respond to that based on a set of criteria. For the suburban university study hubs, Mr Williams-Weigel will talk you through what the criteria are for those locations. But effectively we put a call out, respondents respond to that in terms of the eligibility criteria, and then a panel is formed that assesses those applications.
So it's a competitive process which is similar to rushes.
Correct. Yes.
But are the guidelines and the other considerations the same?
No, they're quite separate. So the regional university study hubs are based on obviously regional and remote classifications, and we use the ABS data for that in particular. For the suburban university study hubs, we used a different classification, which was looking at, I can't remember the exact name, but it's ABS data, and we're looking at particular suburban kind of clustering and classifications for those. So I think it's just statistical area 2 in particular that we look at, which is a measure of the areas of disadvantage. Within that we look at quintile 1 and we look at quintile 2, which between them represent the lowest 40% of disadvantaged.
And are things like public transport, access to other campuses?
Yep. So one of the areas for consideration, so we have formal assessment criteria and then we have other areas for consideration that we look at. Geographic location is one of those. We do take into account how far they are from by public transport to other locations, including other universities, other facilities as well.
Because I know, and I'm particularly interested in the Western Sydney sashes.
Yep.
As you can imagine, when I look at Fairfield, which is within 15 kilometres of other other actual university campuses, and Liverpool, which has been University of New South Wales, is the lead organisation, but it's within a very close walking distance to the train station, and there's campuses there. Like 15 kilometres to someone like me is.
I understand your point, Senator.
The neighbour's place.
Yeah. So
and all of a sudden you've got a university hub right next door to a campus.
It varies a little bit. So in terms of specific locations, sometimes it depends on what that campus is actually offering. So, for example, we looked at one of the campuses and it was only one building that offers a very discrete range of services. It doesn't offer a very expansive range of services. We also look at quite thoroughly at population density. We look at the growth of the population. We also look at kind of the forecasts for how the population will grow in particular. So it's not that we just apply a simple hard and fast rule. We actually look at what is the additional, I suppose, the additionality of the service offering that location would, or that proponent would bring to that particular area.
When you do the competitive process for SUSHs, have you already determined the location and then you open it up to, if you want it, who can run a SUSH, as opposed to in a rush you've got predominantly community groups who come together going, we would really love a centre here, and so it's not a...
So this was the first round, the first cohort, of the Suburban University Study Hubs. So where we started in the process was mimicking what we do with rushes, which is not necessarily having a preconceived idea about locations beyond that eligibility criteria that I spoke to you about in terms of suburban, looking at statistical area too. Once we received that, the first round was very much look at what were the quality of the applications, what they were bringing to the table. We do like to get a mixture of providers as well, so we very thoroughly go through and see what the market is offering. In the instance of this round, then our analysis sort of showed that there were pockets in Brisbane, Sydney and Melbourne, which I think was a recommendation of the Accord previously, that we should have a look at those particular locations, and we realised that there probably wasn't a lot of targeted support in those locations. So then we ran a second targeted round that actually specified we were looking at Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne locations and called for applications based on those.
Senator, just one thing to help with an answer to your question is one of the best features of the regional version of this program is the degree of community connection. And that is a very important criteria in the SUSH selection process. So we're not kind of going out and saying, any organisation can just create one of these things from scratch. We're looking for organisations and proposals that have really deep connection. I mean, an example of that is Mecca in Western Sydney, Matt Druitt, but even Ben Lee with the Busy Group there, or Playford and Elizabeth in Adelaide, which have very strong local council connection. So that core feature of the regional university program, regional hub program, has really been brought into this program.
Which I get that, but that also brings in the question then, because you've got the Mecca and you've got the Busy Group, which are, and Curry Community Services, obviously community-led projects, but then you've also got TAFE and universities who already get government funding. Are they kind of double dipping?
No, Senator, because they've proposed to us to do new additional activities that are not currently done in the system, and to take a particular focused deep dive effort to improve participation and connection in a suburban area. And while you've very astutely found the kind of the Liverpool example where there's another campus kind of reasonably close, in most of the 15 cases these are what you might describe as tertiary education deserts. These are places with relatively low levels of attainment. To give an example, Beenleigh, the Queensland overall university attainment rate is 32%, but Beenleigh is less than half that. So that's just an example. And part of the reason for that is that actually there aren't that many local facilities around that.
And probably just to add to Mr Rimmer's commentary as well, these are providers who are agnostic. So they don't just work to service a particular university cohort from a particular university. They have to take and accept registration from any learner or any student. So that's a key foundational criterion, both in the rush and in the SUSH, that we've been very strong on. So it can't be a kind of an annexure or an addition to a branded campus or university. They have to make an agnostic offering, and that's something that the assessment panel is very alive to.
I'm still very fascinated that you've got all the Western Sydney ones there. But moving on, just quickly, you've given us the information about rushes, which are all community-led, with the funding and the staffing profiles. Thank you very much. I take it because these SUSHs are all still in the establishment phase, they're not yet up and running.
We don't yet have finalised conditions of grants for every SUSH. We're going through that negotiation process at the moment, which is why we haven't given you funding details, because we haven't sort of signed off the final agreement.
So next estimates?
Yeah.
Right. With a bit of luck, we might be on that side of the table.
And Senator, of course, because I'm sure the Regional Education Commissioner is watching tonight, we will acknowledge that the Regional Education Commissioner, Ms Fiona Nash, was part of the selection process and was on the selection panel for this. So we do thank her for this, both SUSHs and rushes, for the work that she does in the selection of those locations as well.
The only bit of information you didn't provide us with the rushes, obviously you can't provide us with the SUSHs because they're not operational yet, but was student numbers. Do you collect that data?
We do, and because it's a throughput model, it can be quite variable. So I think what we could probably give you would be what it was established to service, but we can't tell you at any point in time kind of what the throughput of that would look like. So we can tell you it's a facility that was funded to offer 60 places, but we don't yet have the rigorous data around who's coming and going.
That's a shame, because when I go out and visit the Broken Hill, what was then the Regional University Centre, and they were so proud of the fact that they were designed, they thought they'd have like 100 students in the first 4 years, and they had actually just graduated 140 after 3 years. So
we'll have a look at what we can give you, Senator.
We might have given some of this data in the past, so there must be a process for us to
we do. We certainly have. We know roughly how many people have access to facilities, but to your point around what the sector, what each centre is actually observing and seeing over a 12-month period or fixed amount of time, that can get a little bit more tricky because it's a throughput model.
Well, because these are Commonwealth-supported places as well, aren't they? And
not necessarily. So again, back to the point about agnostic, it's about being, you could be a full fee-paying student and you could be accessing the hub as well.
Are there any safety issues?
Before they answer, can you just give me an indication how long it might be?
Very quickly, I'll just wrap it up. But
school-age students and vet students are accessing some of these hubs as well, Senator.
Right. So, but I would have thought that each hub would need to sort of keep a register of who's accessing them for...
They do have registration. I think the point, and maybe I'm not making it very articulately, my apologies, Senator, is that we don't sort of have swipe in, swipe out. So we don't...
not like a turnstile that says how many people go every day kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, I look forward to seeing the aggregated data that you can provide.
Thank you, Senator.
I will, in the interest of time.
Just on that, sorry, what data do you have, and are you able to provide any of that data now? Because if you've got students in study hubs and you've got no sense about how many students are there when you've got supervision. I mean, that is extraordinary to me. It is incredibly important that you need to know how many people are using the study hub.
So, Senator, I do have data. I don't think my evidence was that I didn't know who was accessing it. I think my evidence was that we didn't have specific detail of the throughput on a daily basis or a fixed interim basis.
Could we have data, the usage data, please?
I do have some data.
Surely you've got enrolments and...
No, it's registered, so you don't need to enrol, you need to register So as of October, November, which is the latest program data, there were over 5,200, we think 5,270 students who were registered in those hubs, in the rushes. So the SUSHs weren't operating at that time. So this is only rush data. And of those, 44% we understand were identified as first in family, and 12% of those identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander.
So that's
That's from October, November 2024, and that's only the rush data.
Yeah.
And that was 42 rushes then in operation. That probably would have gone up by now as more have come online, and that was about 5,270 students.
So can you table that?
That's the only data that I've got, but...
You've only got data from that period. Surely, if you've got the data from that period, you would have the data from other periods. Could you provide us with the table of...
I'm happy to look at what we've got, yeah.
Could we just have what you've got now, please, so we can have a look at it? Could you table?
I've just heard what we have now.
Sorry.
I've literally read what I've got.
Okay, could you please table what you're reading?
No, Senator, because it's got notes all over it, and
it's got my calculations in the corner.
All right. Well, could you please provide that data? I think it was sought, and could you please provide it by hub as well? Could you break down the number of students
we'll
registered?
We'll have a look at what we've got. Yeah.
Thank you.
And each hub.
That's what I wanted. Yeah. Yep.
Done?
Oh no, I've got more questions.
Oh, right.
But did you want to go?
No, I was going to let you go because I was wondering how long you might be.
Senator Brockman's got some too. You go to
the. I can be very, very quick, Chair.
Yep. Sounds good. You're in.
Fee-free uni-ready places.
Yes, Senator.
That's a mouthful.
It is.
It is.
We're ready to go, right, people?
Yep.
I understand fee-free uni-ready places had not been allocated when funding agreements for 2025 were signed. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not correct. So there was an allocation. So there were two parts to the fee-free uni-ready process for 2025. One was an allocation to universities, and that was an allocation of 8,211 FIR places, and providers were notified about that on the 27th of November. So that was the first component.
Yep.
Then there was a competitive allocation process for 454 places, and successful providers were notified about that on the 7th of February 2025.
So firstly, the allocated places, that initial allocation of just over 8,000, was that just allocated based on enrolment numbers? What was
that was based on actual delivery levels.
Delivery levels?
In 2022.
How measured?
Sorry, Senator.
Sorry, measured the year before.
Measured in 2022. So, Senator, the previous funding arrangements for this scheme were quite messy. I don't think you have time to hear about them. The safest source of a baseline for the program was what universities actually delivered in 2022.
Okay.
And that was reflected, I believe that was reflected in the initial funding agreements that went out.
Yep.
The thing that was not reflected in the initial funding agreements was the 454 competitive places, and they were added to funding agreements that were circulated, I believe.
Sorry, how many was that again?
454.
Sorry, it's getting late. 454.
Yes, and as Mr Rimmer said, that was then included in updated funding agreements that went out, I think, last week or week before, and they're due back to the department on the 6th of March.
So 8,211 allocated.
Yep.
And then 454 were tendered for.
Yes.
Yep.
Was how was that process? What was the evaluation process in that?
There was an assessment undertaken through that process. So providers had to respond to essentially a request to apply. There were 3 selection criteria for that process. So they were assessed on how the proposed courses used evidence-based strategies and how the institution has proven results in the student success in these programs. That was criterion 1. Criterion 2 was that to detail the expected levels of unmet demand from students, what the plans to support expansion of current enrolment levels would look like, and why current funding arrangements couldn't meet that demand. And then criterion 3 was for them to outline and describe any existing initiatives they participate in, as well as any further steps they will take to increase the participation of students who from underrepresented backgrounds in FER courses.
And in terms of, was that oversubscribed, that 454? How did that?
So, Senator.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Okay.
By many times.
What proportion could be funded within the budget allocation?
Oh, I'd have to take it on notice.
I have in mind that there were 3 times more places requested than funded, but we'll take on notice the precise number.
Around a third, but you'll take the specific number on record?
Yep.
All right, I'm happy to leave it there, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Secretary, Senator O'Sullivan wrote to you on the 26th of February asking for the documents that I've been seeking through this committee and through estimates I think my request first started about 18 months ago. And they're the documents in relation to the university's accord, the initial correspondence from the department between the panel, and then, of course, there were the 2 Senate orders for the production of these documents, Motion 719 and 772. Are you able to provide those documents that I'm seeking?
No, Senator.
And why not,
Well, Senator,
Secretary?
what you've asked for, I understand, is copies of each draft of the University's Accord final report provided to the Department or the Minister for Education. In terms of copies of drafts of the University Accord final report provided to the Department, there would be hundreds. Final reports were being drafted from the 1st of July last year. The Department was part of that process, as you would appreciate, and so to do so would require us to continue to go through each of those drafts to redact what needs to be redacted. You didn't ask for any drafts that have comments from panel members, so we'd have to redact those comments. We've begun the process, but it's a considerable amount of work to be done.
But it's been 18 months since I've been seeking, and in fact,
I can't imagine it could be 18 months, Senator, because
you can imagine all you like, Secretary, but I first asked for documentation or correspondence in relation to the university's accord before the draft report was even handed down, very early on in the committee hearing. And this has been an ongoing refusal by the Minister to hand over these documents, because I am deeply suspicious about the way in which the department has operated in concerning the work of the university's accord panel, and I think there's a very real reason why this is being kept secret. I mean, this sort of secrecy is just not acceptable. There's been 2 orders for the production of documents made by the Senate, Secretary, and they were narrower. They were actually narrower questions.
So I'll go to those questions, Senator. Because you've actually indicated what they are.
There's been various different types of requests.
So copies of each draft is exactly what I read out before. The request from the Senate order was the copy of each draft of the University Accord final report. There would be tens, if not hundreds, copies of drafts of University Accord final report. That's what you asked for. So it's not narrower than what I read out before. It's exactly the same.
But just to be clear, I've asked for other correspondence in relation to the work on the university's accord in over a period of 18 months through various committees. On notice, I was told, yes, we'll take that on notice. They've never been given. Not one page, Secretary.
So, Senator,
Not
I'm sorry.
one page
That
has been ever handed over. The whole thing has been kept secret. And that's not good enough. It's completely undermining not just this committee, but the entire Senate. So, as a matter of courtesy, if there is an issue in relation to the scope of the request, I would be very happy for you to have indicated that. But copies of each draft of the University Accord final report is not contentious, because you would have them all sitting in one of your drives that would all just be sitting there as drafts.
Senator, there would be, as I said, hundreds of copies of those. We would have to go through
just
and
put them in a
redact
zip file.
from it. We'd have to go through and redact irrelevant information that you haven't asked for, which would be our normal process.
No, I've asked for the drafts. So I've asked for the drafts. I haven't.
And comments, feedback or advice on each draft provided by the department and the minister or his office. And so there would be information that we would redact that wouldn't be relevant to that. It
No,
would be a
it's
considerable...
and. No, it's and.
Sorry, Senator, I'm just trying to answer your question.
So it also includes and comments, feedback or advice on each draft provided by the department and the minister. Now, there may well be, in any draft, if it goes backwards and forwards between the panel and the department, I imagine there would be various marked up copies. That's what I'm seeking. I'm seeking the drafts. And that's not limited.
Senator. I can help perhaps. I mean,
You haven't, Mr. Rimmer, you haven't been helpful, because you've been blocking this for a very long period of time.
Senator, there were seven panel members.
Just hang on for a second. Mr. Rimmer could answer the question. I appreciate you may disagree with his answer, and obviously I respect the fact you might want to pursue it further. But Mr. Rimmer,
Senator, the final report was nearly 400 pages. There were 7 panel members. If you think about the kind of people who were on the panel, Fiona Nash, Jenny Macklin, Professor Glover, Professor O'Kane herself, these are people who were deeply involved in the drafting of the report.
That's right.
There were literally, and you've asked for each and every comment made on a draft report over a period of 6 months.
I've asked for the copies.
There are literally tens of thousands of those.
I've asked for the copies of each draft of the University Accord final report.
And comments, feedback or advice on each of those drafts. There are literally...
I didn't... Yes, that's correct.
You've asked for that.
And
there
so
are
it's
literally
confined.
hundreds of copies and versions of the draft report.
Well, that you could
over 6
provide those in
months.
a zip file easily.
No, Senator, we can't.
Well, you could, Secretary.
We could, but it will take us time to do so, because we have to go through and actually make sure that we have redacted information that's not relevant to your request, which is our normal process.
So when you say not relevant, I'm just simply seeking each draft of the University Accord final report. Now, I imagine that if it's electronic, the comments or the advice provided by the department may be in the comments box. You can turn those off, or you can provide versions very easily without putting the comments on. There may well be comments. I would imagine that when each draft of an agreement is presented, there would be officials in your department who would assess and review that draft and make comments in relation to that draft. That would be in separate correspondence. So
there will also be hundreds of emails that we have to go through from panel members, because comments on those drafts sometimes came through from emails from panel members. So I'm
not seeking those. I'm not seeking those emails.
But you are, because you've asked for a comment on the draft provided by the
No,
department.
provided by the department and the minister only, not by the panel members.
So we'd have to redact all comments that panel members have made on each draft if they're actually on the draft document.
Well, I don't know the form of the draft, but it's a pretty simple. I understand there's some work involved, but it's been a very, very long-standing issue, Secretary, and I think it's a really poor reflection on this government's commitment to transparency.
My understanding is that the minister has sought an extension to the deadline to respond to the OPD.
Look, I'm pretty hot under the collar about this, Minister, because this has been dragging on for a very long period of time. And you may not, I know that you weren't in all the committee hearings, because we've had various different committee hearings where I've sought this information. And I have, to date, I have not received one page So, Minister, thank you for that advice. Are you able to tell me how much more time the Minister will need to comply with the OPD?
I'd have to take that on notice.
It is, yeah. So regardless, I understand there is some work involved, but how many, but there is, it's been a number of weeks now since this was confirmed by the Senate, and, you know, this is extremely disappointing. So it's an order of the Senate. So it's not discretionary, Minister. Would you be able to get some advice and come back to us this evening before the close of business?
My understanding is the letter requesting an extension was delivered to your office on the 12th of February.
Yeah, no, I'm aware that it hasn't been complied with.
Oh, okay.
But we haven't got a date when the documents will be provided. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Thanks very much. No further comments, questions. I will have some further comments, but not now. Thanks, Chair.
So that is the end of outcome 2. Yes, it is the end of outcome 2. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Run. We can just suspend for a few minutes while we just start. If an ANU, I can't see. Welcome Professor Bell and the team. Would you like to make a short opening statement?
I would, if you don't mind.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. So, good evening, Chair and Senators. Tonight, the Australian National University is making its 4th appearance at Senate estimates and my 3rd as Vice-Chancellor. I'm deeply privileged to be the steward of our National University, and I'm here representing our students, our staff and our 140,000 alumni all over the world. I grew up in Australia, in a household that didn't have a lot of money. I was raised to believe in the power of education, the importance of hard work, and the idea of service. My mother won a place at university when I was a little girl, and I came to understand very personally what a university education can mean in terms of creating opportunities and changing lives. I've been fortunate enough to pursue a university education, and it's helped change my life too. My story is one of many from across Australia and here in this Parliament. And access to education empowers our young people and makes possible a better and more prosperous future for them and for our country. I know that this is why in the 1940s Prime Minister Chifley and his cabinet decided to create a national university to ensure our nation would always be able to build a better future and to build a better place. The Act that establishes the Australian National University makes clear our obligations. First amongst them, advancing and transmitting knowledge by undertaking research and teaching of the highest quality for Australia, Australians and those who come to us from overseas. And that's what we do. It's been 112 days since our last appearance here, and I wanted to update the committee on what we've been doing to fulfil our obligations to our staff, our students, our partners in research and to the Australian community. We've graduated more than 4,000 students who will take up roles in government and industry, who will start their own businesses and work in family ones, and who might even continue with further study with us or elsewhere. Their education and the skills they've learned at our university will contribute to Australia's future and future prosperity. And just this month, we welcome 4,000 new students who will be undertaking degrees in our campus in many areas, focusing from the Asia-Pacific region to nuclear physics, computer science, economics and philosophy. Many of our students will choose to do a double degree, which allows them multidisciplinary focus for their research and education, whilst providing the flexibility for them to work while they study. Advancing and transmitting knowledge, it seems, takes many forms. Earlier this week, Catherine Livingstone, Chancellor at UTS, I know it's weird to talk about someone else's Chancellor, but I will talk about Catherine Livingstone, described universities as the knowledge infrastructure for our nation. I think she'd agree that the participation of ANU as the Australian hub for a Rio Tinto Centre for Future Materials is an excellent proof point. This is a $240 million commitment by Rio Tinto to support research into sustainable sourcing and use of minerals. Our first contribution will be to focus on finding ways to reduce the demand for copper and extract it from the ground in the most sustainable ways possible. Drawing from my own experience, I also know that creating spaces on campus for all people means finding ways to remove barriers, and this takes many forms. In the last month, we've opened new childcare facilities to replace ageing ones. This provides more than 200 places for children of our staff and students. It's critical for working families to have reliable, high quality and affordable childcare right on campus so they can participate fully in university life. Like all complex organisations, we're experiencing the very real challenges of being an employer in the 21st century. ANU has operated outside of healthy financial tolerances, and the university in its current state cannot be the one that the Prime Minister imagined all those years ago. Since the pandemic, we've accumulated an underlying operating deficit of nearly $600 million. This is the time for us to make difficult and important choices to ensure our long-term financial sustainability, to return the university to a stable footing and a viable future. We've introduced a range of new operational controls to give us better line of sight over our financial performance. These are not always popular, but they are essential, and I want to thank our community for coming on this journey with us. Just this week, we opened a voluntary separation scheme, and I also want to thank our union for their partnership in making this scheme available to our staff. But like many in our sector, finances aren't our only challenge. Over the last 15 months, the world has experienced upheaval and conflict, and our campus has not been unaffected. We are very clear about who we are and what we stand for. There is no place for racism, discrimination or vilification of any kind at the ANU. There is no place for anti-Semitism or Islamophobia at the ANU. I and my executive team and our community abhor and reject these behaviours totally. I know there has been much interest in our sector and how we're responding to these important issues, and we know there's more work to be done. We're committed to doing this in collaboration with our students and our staff and in partnership with the government and the special envoys. This means continuing difficult but respectful conversations, balancing academic freedom and freedom of speech, and also spending time examining our policies and procedures and whether they remain in line with community expectations and Australian law. Tonight we are here to continue the conversation about the National University and our commitment and service to Australia, and we look forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. Vice Chancellor, ANU has announced its intention to reduce staff expenditure by $100 million by January 1st, 2026. How much has the ANU reduced staff expenditure by so far?
Thank you for the question, Senator Faruqi. And I need to just open that question up a little bit further. What we've committed to is reducing the overall operating base of the university by $250 million by the beginning of 2026. That means $100 million will need to come out of staffing costs and $150 out of non-salary costs. As you can imagine, that's going to mean a great deal of work and hard choices for us through the back half of last year, some of the time that we were here at Estimates. We have done a number of different things. We have run a number of change plans. We've introduced a series of financial controls. We've spent time working with our community to reduce our overall leave liability, but we still have a lot of work to do.
So how much staff expenditure has been reduced of that 100 million that you anticipate should be reduced? I just need a number.
I can take that. Yeah, around $13 million through those change plans that the Vice-Chancellor just spoke of will count towards that savings.
Okay, and how many job cuts out of those 13 million, how many are job cuts?
There was Senator, we had 79 staff have exited the universities. There was also a series of vacant roles that we've disestablished as well. So no individuals impacted, but we've shut some other roles down.
Okay, and how many further job cuts do you anticipate will be required to meet that 100 million by January 2026?
So, Senator, I'll take a piece of it and I'll give a piece of it back to you, Michael. So, Senator, part of the reason that we've really talked about this as salary reductions, not individual headcount numbers, is that we know sitting inside that there are a number of things we can do. Part of what we've been working with aggressively in the second half of last year and indeed in January this year too is reducing our leave liability. At the university we had an excess leave liability that was quite significant. We had seen multiple year period where people hadn't taken the leave that was available to them, and by reducing some of that we've taken more money off that larger target state. And so for us we want to make sure that we are doing all the pieces that are possible, and so it's not about a number of heads per se, it's about how we achieve both a sustainable footprint and how we move the other levers that we have.
So there will be no job cuts?
No, Senator.
Any more out for that 100 million savings?
No, Senator, I didn't say that. We will end up having to continue to look at how we achieve a sustainable footprint, and we know as we work through that we're going to have all the options available to us.
So there's no strategy at the moment or a target?
The target is the $100 million, Senator.
But nothing more than that?
We are continuing to work through all the options we have at our disposal. Some of that may involve job reduction, but at the moment we're also focusing on how we ensure that we are looking at our leave liabilities and the other pieces of the puzzle.
What is the ANU's current full-time equivalent number of staff?
Of headcount? I can tell you that number, Senator. At the moment, and bearing in mind that this is, as you know, a rolling number, at the end of January, our full-time equivalent was 4,523. Of that, 1,753 were academics and 2,770 were professional.
Okay, and has this number fallen since the beginning of 2024?
It has a little bit, Senator.
And can you give me those numbers? If you have them on hand, if you don't, could you put them on notice?
We can absolutely take that on notice, Senator.
Do you know how much it has fallen by? Approximate idea?
By about 300, Senator.
By about 300. Okay.
But that's been, Senator, both a combination of people leaving and us not backfilling those departures. And as you might